Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
Eviscerate the team just like that. They have taken the game.
Welcome to PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall. It's great to be back. My name is Sam. I'll be keeping you company for the rest of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. And we're going to be shifting it all up with the four gents we've got here. So starting off the day on the desk, Kylaris and Avenger. This is a pairing I have not had together before. It feels like trouble straight off the bat for anyone who watches a lot of PUBG. And Kylaris is laughing, so now I know it is trouble, isn't it, boys?
Maybe a little bit, but the exhilaration and adrenaline coursing through both of our veins are sure to make it as hard as life as possible for Sam. I'm ready.
I'm great. I love coming back to PUBG Avenger, and this is what I get. First 3 maps, and Kylaris is admitting that he's going to make my life tough.
Yeah, but at least you have a headset that you can just mute us and you're just like, okay, guys, I'm not just going to listen to you. You just do your own thing, right? So it's going to be fine. But yeah, here, of course, at PC, Fall's going to be great.
I'm very excited for all of the action. Obviously, we're starting with the group stages. This is the format that we know and love. We've got the group stages into our championship weekend, and we had a chance to see all of these teams as well fight through qualifiers. So just a lot of PUBG for the next 3 weeks. That's what we can expect, Avenger.
Yeah, obviously always love the format where we have a double elimination. Like the last chance is always great for the teams. It's always to make sure and ensure we have the best teams possible in the grand finals once we get to that in a couple of weeks.
Most important though, Kylaris, we've got to look at how much money these teams are going to be making, because that's what they're playing for, that amazing $50,000 prize pool. And here we can see how that breakdown happens. Even if you come stone last in the championship on the last weekend, you can take some cash home.
Yeah, definitely. For some of these teams as well, obviously those PGC points are going to be an extreme focus point, right? They want as many as possible to try and move them on forwards. But even for some of the teams that we're not as used to seeing on the international stage, being able to get through the qualifiers as well, there's an opportunity here because Europe's been, or EMEA has been going through a bit of a shakeup. So we could see some of those teams that are unused to qualifying for the final get there and get some nice cash in their pockets.
Which is always the winner. If you're playing this game competitively at this level, you're the best in the region. You want to make sure that you can get some extra cash. It'll keep you happy. You can buy a smaller headset if you want even. That's up for grabs. Let's talk about those PGC points though, because that is something as well, along with that prize pool that these teams can claim. And there are a lot of teams fighting really hard. They want to be in that global championship at the end of the year. So far, how has this played out for us, Avenger?
I mean, we've had some teams that's been extremely consistent, but then again, we only have a couple of tournaments this year that's giving these points here. So everything is on the board for these teams, right? You have to perform well here, otherwise you're not going to get into it. Or you have a small chance of a hope that some team from EMEA is going to do great and go through the other point system, which is the PGS points. You can also get to PGC through that. But right now we have the 5 spots here that's granted through PEC.
And there's also an opportunity if you aren't one of the partner teams, Kylaris, that there's other opportunities here to score if you're one of these teams, a possible qualification to those global events, which are so important.
Oh, absolutely. And Win or Die was kind of really the poster child of that from our previous PEC, right, in spring. And coming into the qualifiers this time around, they were number 1 coming out from that as we were watching guys like Hello My Bad, Leosh, Levante, these guys really frag out for the team in the qualifiers. And I'm hoping that they're able to replicate a similar, if not better, performance from spring. Because if they're able to do that and somehow get those points on the board, that would be a dream run for them going through to potentially PGC.
Just to remind you, of course, though, this is the group stages. We got 2 weekends of PUBG before we get to that final weekend where all of this is going to come into play. But it's important to set the scene so you know exactly what is up for grabs for these teams and how important this entire series is going to be. This is pretty much standard. If you've been watching a lot of competitive PUBG, you know how the points work by now. You want to finish as high up as you can for a map, and then you want to get as many kills as possible. So it's a pretty standard thing. Let's talk now about the qualifiers, though, because, gents, I know you've been watching. I know you've been looking. We'll jump straight into the teams, specifically from Europe, that qualified. Who have you got your eye on, Avenger? Because for people that only come here when they get to PEC, maybe they don't know some of these teams, maybe they don't know the rosters that are in the mix. Who should they be looking out for?
I mean, you can't deny that the teams coming in from the open qualifications have got some good games going for them, and they're kind of in the midst of things. The other teams have only been playing scrims, and yeah, as James said, Win or Die is looking extremely good for that. And also, the Myth-Off boys are looking great out of EMEA. They've been dominating, to be honest, coming in for that. But then again, you're coming into a group stage where you have extremely skillful teams that's coming in. No, they might have not played since either Esports World Cup or PGS or last PC, but they've been playing scrims and they're still extremely strong. And I would say, like, if you're really looking at it and really saying, like, okay, in scrims, who have been surprising me the most, I would say actually FaZe Clans have been stepping it up compared to what we've seen from them this year. So I'm hoping that they can take their kind of scrim finesse and apply it here to the group stage too.
Those EU qualifying teams, Kylaris, who have you got your eye on?
A few, actually. I think Vorpal Swords is definitely one that I'm hoping to see do well from all of that and see how they're actually going to play things out here. As are those the very wrong results?
Yes, I believe so.
That's last year. That's spring, I think, from all
just
of that.
Testing,
so,
making sure, that everyone's shooting on all cylinders, yeah.
So, yeah, Vorpal Swords is definitely one. Obviously, I think that their qualification run came through basically Miramar. Like, they were able to win 3 of the Miramars out during the qualification, the final round of 16 qualification. And they looked great coming in from the east side of Miramar. Now, will they get that much room here in this lobby? I doubt it. Obviously, you've got, like, Foot dropping alongside you. That's going to be a little bit more of an issue, right? Another team that has really caught a lot of attention, I would say, in PPT is Hive and how consistent they have been, as well as what they've even shown here when it comes to PEC in some past tournaments internationally. So I've got my eyes on particularly Vorpal Swords as well as Hive, if they can replicate those kind of performances, but obviously the lobby is very strong.
Obviously, like you said, the lobby is strong, so that's going to change things up, Avenger, for some of these teams. But would you say that the level of those EU teams that are playing in the qualifiers, they'll be okay when they start going up against the quote-unquote big boys?
No. Some of them will be in there, but we simply just have some of the best teams in the world that's playing. And that's why they're invited directly to the group stage, right? Because they're just that good. So that's really what I'm looking for, to see, the separation we've had of 1 or 2 teams that's always coming in from the open qualifiers that's been in there, and I would say that those 2 teams should be Hive and Win or Die. That's gonna be in that top 8, kind of battling it out, kind of being close, maybe being within that kind of striking distance, but like our top teams, our top dogs, they should completely dominate this lobby. That's why group stage and stuff like this is always awesome, because we might come in and see teams that's just, they're at a different level because they are They've been playing a lot. They've just been playing open qualifiers. They're kind of used to the bit of a chaos that's coming in, because we are coming in with 14 teams from the group stage. So there is a lot of kind of chaos that the invited teams are going to have to be kind of getting used to quickly.
There's an interesting thing about Win or Die as well, which is actually they didn't win any of the games in the round of 16 matches that actually played out. However, they were unbelievably heavy when it came to the frags compared to the rest of the lobby. So I think if they were able to just convert a little bit more in those games compared to like some of the teams that had some decent compounds and were able to get wins despite Win or Die getting a lot of kills in those games and not getting the win, it would have looked even more skewed in Win or Die's favor. So I also, I have to agree with what Avenger's saying. I do have high hopes to see how they're going to perform. But again, alongside the big dogs, it can sometimes be tough.
Let's take a look at those participating teams now. This is who you're going to see this weekend. Obviously, they're split into 3 groups, so it will change up as we go, but these are your teams. And we have to talk about this because I love the whole, EMEA best region flex that we get to do on the show. Twisted Minds, Esports World Cup victory. What a moment.
Best.
I mean, both of you were there. What was that like?
It was hot.
It was hot.
Fair.
I think, if I may, Avenger, I think that obviously there was a moment where I felt a little bit emotional when they won that, actually, because I'd come into the year after we watched PEC, after we watched PGSs, I was concerned, very concerned, that they were not going to get back on the horse again and rise to that #1 position. And then when they finally did it, and it was down to the last game as well, where we were sweating, me and Martin were jumping around backstage like, are they going to be able to make this happen? And they did. I was quite emotional, Avenger.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, like these guys, they've been vying for a big tournament. Not example, let's get out of that. But other guys have been vying for a big tournament to kind of close it up. And it's been the Esports World Cup or PGC for this year. The craziest thing, they won such a major event with the lowest average points per game ever to be seen in such a big tournament, right? So it's just talks to how close the global scene is right now, but still they're coming in and doing it. And it was a little bit emotional, to be honest, because these guys have been grinding so hard, and they've just been only 3, 4, 5 years that's just been in there. Like even 2018-19 with Batoonans and M19 and the boys, like he's been in there, like he's been in the scene forever, right? And just been grinding it out.
So we do have an opportunity now to check in with Mark and Toby, who are going to be our casters for the first 3 maps. And I actually want to pose a picture to them because I'm interested in this. Gents, Virtus Pro and the coach shakeup. How do you think that's going to impact this team? Because they looked really strong at EWC, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, I was caught by surprise. So to say, I've had plenty of good chats with Scoomo, which is a guy that goes way back in PUBG as a whole. And him not being with them anymore is it's always weird when you get a shake up like that, comes straight into a tournament. So curious to see how it's gonna help them potentially with what they're up to next. Mark, what are your thoughts?
Exactly the same. Look, Scoom is a big loss. I think it shocked everyone out there that he's parting ways. Ibby has the same sort of style as him, so I don't think we're going to see VP maybe drop off to a degree, but it'd be interesting to see how they might try to adapt, because a lot of people are getting used to how sort of VP are starting to play.
Yeah. Is that good enough for you, Sam, or do you need more insights from us?
I probably need more insights, boys, so I'll pose it to my desk now. I mean, for me, Scoomer's proven himself as a coach with multiple lineups, right? Ibby, not so much. Do you think this is the right move for Virtus Pro, considering the trajectory they were on, Avenger?
I mean, there's multiple things to it. And obviously, I know the guys extremely well. I think the biggest thing for this is if you take in a coach, the biggest thing is that you think that there's nobody else that knows better than the active pros in the game, and unless you have a coach that comes in with like a huge backpack in terms of like mental coaching, all this stuff, and Scum obviously have this, but I think for their perspective, it's like you want the best possible player to be your fifth, and then EB can. And EB's already like a hype and vibe guy, so like, and that's what this team kind of need. I don't see any of the guys needing to be said like, oh, this, this was the optimal play, this was the winning play. They would rather have someone that's a good vibe, good hype, and Scum is also that, but I don't think anyone does it better than EB for this lineup here.
Kailash, you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think just a small addition to that, because I agree with what Avenger's saying, but I think Ibby and Nixie especially had a very strong connection when they were playing together on the field, and thus keeping that connection going. If you can only potentially have one coach alongside, and Ibby, if you really had to boil it down to brass tacks, he knows what Scoom knows, right? So do you need that overlap? As much as that sounds quite heartless. So yeah, I think obviously having Ibby along for the ride is very important.
There we go. We'd love to hear what you think as well about this whole change. So you can chip in, obviously, in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat, and also over on social media. And talking about chipping in, we've kind of got some fun activities that you can now get involved in. And there's an opportunity to win a stack of G coins along the way. For the course of PEC Fall, we're going to make sure that you get to have a little bit of fun. So first up, you get to make the talent laugh. Over on X, that post is already up. We're looking for memes. We're looking for funny stuff. You boys have failed already. You're both laughing. What is this,
I'm looking at how surprised you are, like making me laugh. Your picture is just like, make me laugh.
I'm laughing at the fact that there's no way anybody makes me laugh with a tweet or an X. I'm challenging them. There's no way they win. There's no way.
That's true.
There you go.
Any meme, any GIF, any AI videos you want to employ, go wild, you can do that. So that's one of the ways you can win some G coins. There's also the history books. This is also over on social media. If you think you know what's up when it comes to competitive PUBG in the region, this one's for you, an opportunity for you to win as well. I always enjoy these because Avenger and Kylaris have been here since the start. So they normally know the answers before anyone else. So we'll get to test their knowledge. And again, you just need to be following the PUBG EMEA Twitter accounts. Everything you need to know is there. This is actually really fun. Like, there is a whole section of stuff here that we can play with, Avenger, to get people to just kind of share their love, right? For competitive PUBG.
There's like 3 or 4 guys out there that have some insane memes and some, crazy insights to, history of PUBG and stuff like that. So I think they have a chance for the clips. I think we've had historically just so many crazy and fun clips as well. Even like a PUBG funny moment clip, like that stuff makes me laugh as well. So there's some good chances. The history, kind of the PC videos, if you kind of look back to that, that's kind of crazy as well. So that's gonna be cool. And we also have an art contest though. I forgot about that.
Wow.
You get to design your own skins and you can win the top 5 submissions. I'm excited for this one because I'm a little bit of a fan of skins. So Kailaris, maybe if it's really good, we could try and convince them to put it in the game. I've gone too far, haven't I?
Yeah, you may have gone too far.
I have a skin. My face
Best of luck with that one.
My face on a parachute. That's a great skin.
Yeah, it's been around for so long. I'm surprised it's not already in Avenger, actually.
I said no to the cut. They offered me 50-50 and I said no, it's too little. I need 99%.
What a pity. We would have liked that. And then the final, there's actually more. I should do the whole ad where I go, but wait, there's more. There is one more opportunity as well. You get to pose questions to the analyst desk. You actually get to take over my job. They told me to be worried about AI. Apparently, I need to be worried about you because all you need to do on social media is pose the questions that you would like us to answer. At the end of today, we will actually do that. We'll answer some of the good ones. And there's an opportunity for you to win G coins as well. So there you go. Lots for you to do. The teams have to play and they have to play well to win money. You just have to hang out on social media and watch the show. What an easy gig you have. There's a lot of shuffles and changes here, boys. So how do you think it will play for us, Avenger?
I mean, the big thing is that we always have this huge amount of chaos in the first couple of games when we get to the group stage, and my eyes really on like the teams that's coming out on top of that. We've always had, historically, in the start of the tournaments, there's always been like a lot of teams that's playing more passive than they usually are, which then makes them kind of collide with the teams that are a edge team or a passive team already. So we're going to have usually a lot of fights on the edge. So we have some teams that are kind of sniffing that out and taking some center spots early on, maybe greedy 2-2 splits. That's going to pay off huge for them. So that's really what I'm keeping my eye on, like the teams that are kind of adapting and changing a little bit to what they usually are, depending on the circles that we see.
And let's just set this up because there are 3 different groups coming into this.
Yep.
We get to see Group A and B today. Yeah. Do you think there is a particular group that's a little bit more stacked than the rest, Kylaris?
Personally, no. However, today is a good day for groups A and B to try and set some good pace before Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro in particular come into the lobby, right? Because then their 2 days are coming along. There's been some debate between a lot of the players as to, like, you know, which group you would rather be in. I think the majority of players would rather be playing that first day to try and set the tone themselves, to then have the other teams have to react or have to play catch up in inverted commas. My eye is obviously on our defending champions, which is GK, right, from Group A. Hopefully they can set a good pace because they didn't in the first spring, but then they were able to make it back up after a day or two.
Okay, let me change this up. Avenger, if you were playing, which group would you prefer to avoid if you could?
Anything but C. Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of things to it. Starting on the first day is just such an advantage. And also here for our Group C, I mean, Twisted Mind, Virtus Pro, Winner Die and Hive, like, it's kind of crazy. We even have a crazy kitchen lineup in there as well. Like, it's gonna be funny. Like, it's gonna be cool to see. It's gonna be difficult. And you know, if you look at it statistically throughout the tournaments, there's been a bit of chatter through the ether out there. Like, statistically, the least amount of teams qualify from Group C. But then again, we do have a last chance, so then I'm not too worried about them. But it's just if you look at that. And also, Twisted Mind Virtus Pro, Winner Die and Hive is a pretty stacked lineup. We also then have Eternal Fire, Circus Crew, Kitchen, and 010.
That's the group.
Yeah. It's kind of a stacked group. It's kind of a stacked group. I would say C is actually a pretty stacked group compared to the others.
I think it's also pretty stressful if you're in Group A, just because of the firepower that sits in Group C, Kylaris, where you know that you're not playing the last day, but like a Twisted Minds could have a mad pop-off, just get a stack of kills and push the points right up, which if you're sitting on the cusp of qualifying for champs, is a hot mess for you, right? And you have no control of that on the last day because you won't be able to play.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, as Martin says, we have at least the last chance, right, qualifier to go through. But where do my eyes lie for concern from a team for Group A? Actually, unfortunately, Foot Esports. Okay, right, you're constantly on the verge, you're constantly on the cusp of being able to qualify. You've got Scav and Cappy in now as well. And technically speaking, you don't want to end up on that edge again. You don't want to end up on that bubble. With this new roster, not having played that many tournaments together really officially, I'm hoping that they can avoid some of those past problems that they've had.
Do you think that the changes were a bit of a glow up for them, Avenger?
I think they had a few players stolen and lost for them. I think that's the biggest shakeup for them. I mean, they lost players that they've been playing with for ages. And Pixel retiring, like it's been a big loss for this roster. It's hard. It's a hard rebuild when you have to replace 2 such strong players that you've played together with for so long. And then it's difficult. Although I do think that Kabi and Scav is a great kind of match for them. It's hard when you lose, I would say, part of your core, and with Vard and Pixel, like those guys were core for that team. So yeah, really rough.
I'm pretty excited though because we get to see them as BB team, right? So this is a team that I always expect great things from, and I want great things, and then they kind of tease to it, and then it never happens. Will it happen this time?
Well, I mean, the PGS win was good, right? However, they go to EWC and I think vastly disappoint us, which is kind of what I think you're mainly referring to here. The fact that I think BB team we hoped and prayed that they were going to even top 5 at EWC. However, they didn't even qualify for the finals. So we need the BB team of that PGS victory to come out, and they can in this region. I think they play well to the region and to the style of the region, so that could see them through.
And Avenger, final one before we jump into game. You got 30 seconds. Will FaZe be able to do something in this season here at PEC?
This is their last chance to actually get to PGC here. They have to have a fantastic PEC. Otherwise, they're going to be out there. They got, I think, 6th at PEC Spring, right? So they have to get top 2, top 3 here to ensure themselves a spot. And yeah, FaZe have been grinding scrims. They've been looking good. So that's really my hope for them.
We're about to jump into game. It is our first map here in the group stages of PEC Fall. And Kylaris and Avenger get an opportunity now just to walk us through this first circle and what we can expect.
Yeah, thank you. This is going to be exciting. Obviously, we want to take a look at that playing path and see how all these drops do go down. Now, what I was referring to before, Martin, about kind of that east side not being as easy for Vorpal Swords as it was in the qualifiers, might come to fruition here with Foot in that lobby, and the playing path's kind for it. But I mean, you know, we'll see as that goes on. Obviously, Foot will be dropping around that Impala area, whereas Vorpal Swords might want to go a little bit more north of that.
Yeah, I was impressed with Vorpal Swords. The amount of wins they had here in Miramar was kind of crazy. And yeah, again, you get a stronger team in on paper, but I don't think they are too worked themselves, to be honest, if I'm looking at it. But then this is a very, very easy playing path. Most of the teams can get into their spots, so yeah, they should be having an easy time. Although there's tons of teams here on the east, even obviously TMO have to get out and get some cars here on the northeastern side.
Oh, definitely. So it's nice to see that the 0-1-0 for them is able to get Picardo as well. Relatively uncontested, not much going on. And already, well, a drop. Hey, we should have it over the casters, man.
Thank you so much, boys. Yes, we do have Yoga Bonito taking on Krafton. We'll see who comes up victorious here. Simon able to find a flush on one deck roll now, able to take down Naileup. Big loss on their side to start things off here, Mark.
It's a big loss for them. Already 2 down. Not been confirmed out. Naileup obviously was a strong character in the qualifying stage for them, but that is a great hit though. Choco opting to fight back, but looking to get the crossover. He's been caught out in the open here, Toby, but able to gun himself to safety.
Solid hip fire. Start things off, then gets the Ironsides headshot knock as well, but he's on his own now, up against 2, which potentially will be 3, and well, there you have it. Krav able to survive. They do come with the loss of 1, but able to reset as 3 now, and well, as we can see on the map, there being no one around them, and the circle having just popped way down south, they should be alright with this reset.
Should be alright, and arguably a good couple of points already, so those guys will be happy. Hot drop claimed, and sometimes we get the first map, and arguably it's a little bit slower. These teams, as the guys said, they're trying to figure out what the pace is and set the pace. Is this the form of the pace that we're going to get? Is this going to be hyper chaotic? I suppose early points on the board for Krafton. That's a great start.
Yeah, I mean, I would say also of course, knowing that they have last chance if everything goes wrong. Like, it does oftentimes give you that extra willingness to go out and try maybe a hot drop a game or 2 more than you otherwise would have if you knew it's group stage, and then you're doomed if you're not able to pull through. So maybe we'll see them try again, even if they did kind of fall short on this first attempt.
Fell short. As you mentioned, though, that zone has gone down to a south. East lost Leones in that sort of northwestish corner. Does argue towards that centre. So a lot of these teams be eager maybe to get looted and get moving towards zone. We already see that from GK. Hypebeast and Co, shall we say, as they came through the qualifiers. This was a very, very strong team. Fuzzface being the addition, giving a little bit more flair and arguably a lot more aggression. So intrigued to see how they kind of move. Also intrigued when we get VP in here. This is the drop spot there. They're going to have to share.
I was just wanting to see what Keta was going to do with that bicycle up on the roof there for a second. That was,
Funny.
Are we going for some mad BMX skills now? What's happening? As that unfolds, though, we go from outside the circle to arguably even further outside the circle, where the Myth of has found one of the slam players. Just Art is on his own, and I'm not sure if he's aware that there's an opposing team here. Good thing for him is that he should be able to get away unless State can make something happen. Is he even going to take the shot? I don't think he will. He was one of the top performers, if not the top performer, out of their round of 16. So good on him to, while he's got a great aim, also know when to hold his fire.
Yeah, I think the information game, we've seen them play quite aggressive, but part of that they are really split. And good to see Bad Boy 2K in the lobby as well. Again, strong contender for that team. There goes the BMX strip. Hypebeast will say goodbye to the T-spot. Just taking the verticality to his advantage and just letting the guys know that he's there. What's your thoughts on Foot's pickup, though? Obviously, it is a 50% crossover now, and the addition of Scav and Cappy, they're really changing how their style of play is.
I think the desk broke it down pretty spot on. The fact that Foot have just been on the receiving end on some tough traits gone against them, players being given opportunities to go out and play for bigger teams. And honestly, with where the scene is right now, I think what Foot has to work with now with Cappy and Scaff on the roster is arguably some of the best they could get. I mean, without going out and trying to actually, you know, purchase players from other big teams. I think in terms of players that have some global or like LAN experience, comes in with a level of veterancy and have proven that they're able to go up against the big dogs. I think Scav and Cappy is some of the best you can get. Does that mean I think Foot is going to be a championship roster with this lineup? They would have to show something insane in order for me to even consider that to be the case.
Well, I suppose time would tell. I put him in my top 3. I've sort of stuck my neck out the line there
fair.
for Foot.
No bias,
so
no bias.
No bias, not bias at all. Sometimes teams with mix-ups will look pretty good. Slamgy, though, on the rotation does get Vard. Quick kill and confirm for them. And look at this, the team turns back around, knowing FaZe is down a body, knowing FaZe is out in the open here. Slamgy looking to close the gap.
And you know what? I hate to say it, but this is just so FaZe. Now, I mean, are they actually committing to this chase? I think they might be. Boostig is going forward. Another player who had an incredible qualifier. We'll see if he opts to fully commit to this one. James, they are trying to get away. Seems like they're going to continue going, but they're being hunted still.
They've been hunting and Gustav's laid behind as well, so the hunted might become the hunted. Lyrics gets vexed though with a fadeaway. What a knock is going to continue the guys pushing forward. Gustav now needs to make a decision what he's going to do. Does he stay, wait, hide and wait for Slamgy, the Sharks, to leave the area? Or does he try and get involved? I'm going to take the first one. There's no way. He's down, he's alone, and unfortunately now they're split.
I couldn't tell if that was like observer bug or if he actually hit shot him practically before he even got out of the leaned out of the cards to go for the shot. I think the first bullet pretty much headshot his opponent before he was even on target. That was insane by Lyrics. Hopefully for him we'll see him continue play to that level, because then Slam might have something big coming up.
We'll wait and see. Gustav now arguably getting close.
Yeah,
this is he's got the lay low. Don't forget we've got the recall chips as well, so I think part of that he might try and stay around here, see if the chip moves. And, obviously he's going to be able to see that on the map as well, unless they put it in the vehicle and destroy that vehicle. But as it stands, I think Slamgy's been able to sit still, and James obviously kept on running, so they've now cut loose and now they make their way to zone.
I think, I mean, just to finish my point from before, this is so FaZe. I mean, whenever you see them on regionals or globals for that matter, they tend to, especially early tournament, run into some of these skirmishes that you can't really fault them for, because keep in mind, the only reason Slam are where they are at this point, where they got run up on by and Vard died, is because of what we saw with Art earlier, where he had to kind of get back to the vehicle and get out of that position, so that delayed the rest of the team by like 10-15 seconds. And because they get delayed up on the up towards the north, they then end up pathing into FaZe. So FaZe has probably done all their practice, all their like timings right, and said, great, we know they like to loot there, we know they come in here around this time. And because they try to adapt to that, now when they go 20 seconds later, that's when they hit one another. It's just awkward timings, and oftentimes that has been the downfall for FaZe. But at least now we have the opportunity to revive our teammates, so hopefully they can get them back.
Yeah, Gustav on the map feed has worked his way now back towards James. If you aren't watching the map, you do have a second one. So
yes.
Map into chat. Get up. It's such a key bit of information to catch things, as Terry's saying. We see these teams sort of cross pathings. And as the guys mentioned with Sam on the desk, FaZe unfortunately hasn't come through the qualification, right? This is their first time in, so they're not quite used to that pacing and getting caught off, which was a super close round of 16. Sort of death by fire at the moment, but they get a second chance. They'll be able to get those recall chips. We can see them making their way to Minas Generalis.
Yeah, they will be all right for the time being, and should be able to get their players not only back in, but they can pretty much just land down, run down, get the loot from themselves before, and they should be good and get to live with the scare. I love one of the statistics we saw shared on X, I guess we should call it, not too long ago. The fact that they had put together numbers from global tournaments and seen how much do these revives actually impact things. And so far, I believe the stat said that there's an average of 3 more points per game, or around there, not like the exact number, but around 3 points per game extra available on average. So, of course, to be taken into consideration when watching this, as Scaff now gets eyes on people down towards the south.
It's worth noting as well, slight update. Thank you for the observation team, production team. As you can see now on the left-hand side, when a recall happens, the little people go a little bit smaller and they go yellow until it gets called back in. Once they are back on the helicopter and the chopper on the way back from the recall, I believe they'll turn to a green. So I think it's really good information. Keep your eye on that left-hand side. We get to understand who has got the recall chips in and called them back. So FaZe will be back to 4, just a matter of time.
Ooh, but will it matter with them being 4 or 2? I'm not sure, because look at this shift. I was looking at Los Leones, and I think many other teams were too, trying to find the easiest path in there if need be. But nope, we're headed all the way down towards the south. Resort is center, and Ascent and BB team now on a foot race in the south to claim the best position.
Oh, yeah, I'm shocked by this one. We've seen so many end in that sort of southeast corner. Los Leones holds on for a time. Hype Beast and Co, they would have been holding that high ground there on looking for some teams. Now they've got a shift. BB team and Ascend, who have came in arguably a little bit more passive on that west side, they get the blessing. And they're going to get the opportunity to take that prior spot away.
Seen it time and time again where the southernmost team ends up coming up victorious in the games like these. Even if the circles keep going south, the fact that you're coming in from the water and know full well that you're playing with no one behind you is very crucial. But now Bushido running straight into this Ascent and BB split. This could be very dangerous for now. They're on the side of Ascent, so BB might try and make a third-party play happen here.
Yeah, Celtic coming in. He took a lot of damage coming towards the compound through the third party in the fire on the way. There he goes. He gets the opportunity to pick Gidekai, so he has stopped and actually got that med back on and caught the opportunity for Ascent to try and collapse their split. But it's going to be going down because here comes a doozy putting Celtic on the floor. And
that's the issue, right? You're trying to take these fights, but you know full well that no matter where you do it from, you're going to be shot in the back if you're outside. So you're forced to funnel into this. And I was just going to say, how long is it going to be before BB actually opts to engage on it? But now at Doozy, you can see on the minimap on the bottom right, he's already crossed the road trying to claim some points off of this.
Yeah, he understands Celtic's a little bit collapsed away from the rest of the team. They are still holding the compounds, though. So Anfield first still hold that northern compound with the expectation that we are going to see the zone shift away from water. But a nice early engagement. Good to see BB team trying to get some points early on.
Yep, Aniko, of course, one of the newer additions to Ascent, trying to make something happen. It's going to be Chris, actually, able to get the knock onto Crossback and the flush as well. So nice little bait and switch there between them two. One thing that you like to see, I guess, if you're an Ascent fan, seeing that the, what do you call it, the synergy and kind of communication on who baits and who goes to the peak. Like that can sometimes take a little bit of coordination and a good communication. And to be able to do that with a new member to the team or newer member to the team is good to see work out to kick things off.
Yeah, they're definitely in the scrim, definitely practicing away.
Exactly.
Annika, obviously, they know him because he's part of that sort of region. Number 11 player picked up, so good to see. But definitely there is some sort of synergy working with that team. Back on the other side of things, though, Hypebeast finding themselves sharing compound as well with Krint, who's I think just gets the touch from Mac negative. Bombalova, though, will stand up, hoping to provide a little bit of surprise. Doesn't that start, though? But there we go. He does put Valis down, and he's able to get himself back into safety.
Solid double headshot connected over the top here. Will they push on with it, though? Keta is still way up on the mountain, now coming down to try and help them out. Salik with a return knock will send Nawick down on his knees, and they're continuing to this fight. I mean, Fuss trying to stay put behind the building with great utility usage on the other side, forces them out. Fuss, though, able to get the first knock in return.
He will get the first knock in return. This is what we saw from Hypebeast. Aggressive stance for them. Bomlovo takes a few shots from distance, goes back to safety. Opportunity now just to put the bandages back on. Keta, full collapse as well. That'll give him some cover as they try and dig up the remaining players here from Krint. He's not going to be able to get that res. He's going to have to try and trade out, at least get a point on the board here for game one.
They're so visible to opponents around them too. Circle going still with some water in play down towards the south once more. And that's make matters even worse for this position is that now they know full well that it's outside circle. So you've got to pick it. Do we go for it or do we not? Seems like they will push in though. And Bombil with the triple will stay afloat. Does get taken down together, Smalley, but he should be all right.
Let me out, I'm on fire.
Yeah,
it goes down,
seemed like there was a lot of people at the door.
Don't forget as well, hashtag Fuzz, where's the webcam, mate? Get the webcam on. Good clear from them. Krint will hold, and as a reward, they now have to find themselves relocating back to zone. That zone shift did go back down to the south. We still have lots of water to play for. It is phase number 3, but BB team holding that 2-2 split and Ascend arguably with a little bit of a reward defending off that Bushido crash.
I'm not sure if Hakatori just fat-fingered, got knocked and then flushed by Kref, if that's what happened, or if maybe he was on a bike and they popped the tire and he flipped because of it. Regardless, what we saw on the kill feed there just a second ago was one of the Na'Vi players going down, and it's interesting, as we see Face flying in towards the southern side of Resort. Na'Vi would usually be the team that you would have sat down here in the southern side of the map, but of course changes to loot spots means that they're playing in somewhat late towards the west now as well. They're getting it for free as well, Face. Wow.
How is this for free? I suppose everyone looks at Resort, it's quite dangerous there. Someone's going to be down here. We see it's a drop spot for teams, and it's like, you take it, FaZe go over the top, and like, this is completely free, guys. Let's just take the opportunity while we can.
They're the only ones coming in with an angle where you can see that there are no cars. Because it's so hard to push, and now you can't push uphill from the south. You can't really just peek over the ridgeline from the top either, but they come in flying on in going, well, we have the entire vision from up here. This is free. So FaZe from being down too early, back up to 4 now, and with the entirety of Resort to work with.
Completely free. Geekgate getting kill feed as well. They're pretty much on top of Hype Beast. They do get the initial knock with Keta, but the pressure is there, so unable to sort of capitalize and reinforce that. Does put him over the shoulders into the car and to go for their reposition over the hill. Too far away. Unfortunately for them, they are heading towards Vorpal's sword. Still 14 teams up. Not much area really to play. They're going to have to try and pray that one of these dips and crevices will be enough for them.
Hype, where are you setting up shop? You can see FaZe, they landed on the southern side of Resort, but they've already hurried up towards the north because they know that's where pressure is going to be applied from. As Naoik runs over, Bumble just cannot catch a break. First he gets mollied by Keta, now he gets run over by Naoik. I know he got the triple, but maybe that's his teammate saying, bro, slow down. We want a piece of the pie too.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. He's there in. Let's see what happens from now. Divix, a couple of pop shops here with the SLR. Going to be able to get the connection that he wants. 0-1-0 Esports, though, sort of working their way. And they've got a nice ridge line they can work down here. But I think they'll be really reliant on both of these teams now with that zone shift. Getting rid of the water and playing an aggressive north shift.
Now, Na'Vi played in slow on the west side. You see Slam is only now coming in towards the southeast. You do have the myth of spotting them on the southern side. And, this is the one shift they hope not to see. Because look at what they have in front of them. Now, either you take the fight to myth of, you push north into foot, or you drive straight through an open field into the hills south of Resort. Like, if you're Slam here, where in the world do you come in from?
Just so late. They would obviously picked up Footy Sports on that rotation. Obviously, Footy Sports going to know kind of where TMO are, so they're going to try and play late. I like that TMO are making the early push as well, so they are moving across the south, not towards Resort. So that will give that option. Does Slam G look to try and take that on with Footy Sports? Does Footy Sports opt out? But we're paused now because 0-1-0 Esports, they deny the push here. Sparrow goes down. PWD has to go on defense, but the utility dump's already happening.
Yeah, big time caught by surprise there. They were looking for the players in the back line, but they had CC and Tarkus just over the first hill. And I don't think for PewDiePie that there's going to be any chance. Is he actually committing to this? I was going to say there's no chance, but that's a brave man. You know what? Got to respect the effort, and they get rewarded with the rest now as well. That is incredible.
Teamwork makes the dream work in the case of GK. Diffix has a little bit of Overwatch. Panzer is in hand. We know how dangerous they can be. As we are seeing Hype Beast now sort of lurking in from that south side there. Obviously back on their feet. Bombelobo looking for kills and maybe giving a bit of distance between him and the rest of the team. So maybe he'll catch a little bit of a break.
Absolutely clutch if they get the rest up on the side of Geeka here as well, because they're sat with the top position. I mean, furthest north, that is, and up the hillside. They have great overview. If they can keep all 4 people up, they know that unless if all the next circles hard shift north, they're going to have to come down this hill eventually. And when you're 4 rather than 3 there, you can leave one behind on the hill to kind of scout on forward. As you see a nade far out towards the east. That's 2 foot players gone down. Only knocked for the time being, but you'd have to imagine that there's going to be knocks flushes to follow.
Yeah, they were pushing in their way in towards zone here. Got caught by Vorpal's sword. Sunni boys get flushed out as well. So Footy Sports now got to kind of go to survival mode. You do see Slam G working their way in as well. So they do make the dart towards South Resort. And they take advantage really of Vorpal's swords, capitalising. A few shots backs and forwards. Ainty does get the knock here as James will launch out the nade, trying to know and get rid of his new neighbours.
Yep, trying to see if they can dislodge him on the southeast. And for now, I mean, they can't really do anything about that. All they can do is kind of tuck down and hope that James can't land some of the god nades he's done in the past. As Vart now shoots over towards former teammate 8C. Damage done. But 8C, own battle that he has to fight now with the entirety of Vorpal, or the 2 remaining players on the field, I should say, up against him.
It's going to be difficult here for Footy Sports. They've seen Slam G move. They've got to go for a desperate attempt. And unfortunately, they will fall short now. Vorpal sword going to be able to get these reses back on. Geek, as you mentioned, a little bit further towards that north, and Slam G, we saw already make that play towards the south. So timing, not quite right. Maybe a few nerves coming out in this first game.
And for Vorpal, I mean, this is the reset opportunity couldn't really be any better, especially if the next circle goes anywhere east, which it doesn't. But I mean, I guess somewhat, but still, they're able to get 4 people back on their feet. And now their next play is, how in the world do we make our way towards Resort? You hope, if you're Vorpal right now, you hope that FaZe gets trouble from any other direction. Maybe Slam on the southern side starts doing something. Maybe they get the Eager to look up towards Hype and GK. If Vorpal are like the full vision of FaZe, there should be no way in which they make it.
This is all control now on FaZe. All eyes on them. Slipped up a little bit early on. They've got the recalls back. They've taken Resort for free. Now they have to defend it. If they can force Vorpal Sword into Slam G, they know they got nosy neighbors in the south. So if that fight starts happening, maybe James will come down with his worldy nades. We on look from Vard. He's gathering all the information as he can.
Exactly. That's the main issue, right? I mean, you don't want to be taking any knocks inside of Resort, because then you know it's going to be immediately followed up. Everyone knows where FaZe are playing from now. Down towards the south, these are the teams that have to make moves happen. Mythov know exactly where they have Slam set, but it's so hard. Not only do they have to throw those nades uphill, but also try and see if you can kind of wiggle them in between the ridge lines and the rocks. They're not easy to make happen. As Boostic peeks out the eastern side, finds 2 in transition. Great start, because they're now fighting on both fronts.
They are fighting now, either side. Steve, obviously, launching his way forward now. Just seeing work up, and we can see on that mini-map in the bottom right corner. Look at FaZe, they are stacking that southeast corner.
What?
Vorpal Sword go clean. Boostic, squad wipe. They're full now in 13th place.
Gets the double on the vehicle drive-by and then sits down the other 2 as well. No casualties on their front either. FaZe now, though, starting to peek out, try and do something about it. State has a nade lopped over the hill. We'll see if that ends up doing anything, as Bad Boy finds the return knock onto Ferris, but he's surrounded multiple teams now down towards the south.
What is the chaos? Na'Vi send their way in, get the transition onto TMO as well. Bad Boy has to try and hold off as Hands of Hope looking to sort of punch in the south side as well. TMO, all they can do is hold this position, but with a P90 encroaching into their area, they need to hope they've got a little bit more than a few Doritos to hold off this push. That's
the issue. You're trying to stall as best as you can, but there's just too many people around you. Every time you back off from one fight, you effectively run straight into another. So where do you reset? Where do you prone and heal? It's not really that easy, especially with the circle shrinking on in as well. As you see GK far up towards the north. The north is starting to be lit on fire as well, with 010 now being forced to take the fight straight towards Hype and GK.
I love that though. 010, they played away from that fight from GK. Now they know the zone shifts away. GK has to get involved. 010 just want third party points at the moment. Demirfov don't have the cover that's needed. Bad Boy, he's unfortunately going to fall for them in 12th place. Now Hands of Hope can draw their attention towards Na'Vi. And hopefully get a bit of breathing space. This will be the winning team in the south.
I mean, this is global warming in the making. The North and the South Pole of this game have never been hotter. In the meanwhile, in center, Ascent, BB team, and FaZe are just chilling, trying to take shots at people all around them. Look at how much space they have. It's the North and the South that are fighting pretty much with pitchforks and torches right now, as they literally have no space to maneuver, because every time they try to aggress, every time to peek over a ridge or do anything aggressive, you have your FaZe, Ascent, and BB. They'll go, yeah, no, you're not running that way, guys. Just staying where you are.
This now becomes points and survivability. Unfortunately for Hypebeast, they're going to take 11th place now. Sparrow has to charge his way forward. Here comes that third party. PWD denies straight away. Puts one down. Sparrow always the tipping edge. Driving force forward. And lucky enough for PWD, he gets the second with the headshot. That's one of the Panzers been immobilized here, but there's one more in the back pocket of them. They breach over the top. Global Army's down to a one-shot, but they do get the other Panzer. One remains here, and it's Global Army with next no life.
PewDiePie able to get a third. Nux, can he get a fourth as well? Oh, he knows exactly where he has it, but they don't have the util to try and make something happen. Global Army, well, you're going to need that entirety of it in order to make it happen, but Divx shuts him down. Great plays come through here. Once again, earlier on it was Boostic, now it's PewDiePie with a solid triple.
At Krafton, they've seen that in the kill feed. They've had to sort of work their way over. There's next to no cover. It's all fields in that northwest corner, so they're trying to make a play into that as well. Great clear from GK. Now the fight on the south. SlamG has to move. Na'Vi's found themselves in the position. A little bit of the sandwich filler, and Hands of Hope looking to try and maybe take the opportunity. SlamG push in. They make their way in towards zone.
Let's see. Lorix Trying to reset on the southern side, but they simply don't have the space to maneuver. They know that Na'Vi is set just behind him. You saw flashbangs in the hands of the players down below, now fully flashed. Maybe as the push should come through the circle, it's going to push forward as well. They're the ones to make the move, but Na'Vi wants to get this done with as fast as possible.
This explosive action, though. SlamG looking to sort of drive their way forward. Just needs to put the first one down. Mogor falls with Ferristo in hand. The blue zone, that's going to force both these teams to run the line. Ascend are there. They will be happy for any survivors coming out the smoke. Boostic, though, it's been a big hit in this first game for them. He's had to take cover. He's had to redraft his route path in. Goes towards the cover. Here's Na'Vi plays peekaboo, but it ain't going to be enough. He does fall.
Extends, unfortunately, knocking his teammate. Love what we just saw from Na'Vi there, though. You have Soda. There's only one choke point. You have Soda peeking up and over. As soon as he comes back to reload, Fairest instantly jumps up in that gap between the two smokes to kind of take his position while his teammate reloads. Again, great communication, great execution as well from Na'Vi. Even if Extends does unfortunately get his teammate down, then even still, Na'Vi played that incredibly well.
Played as well. We saw Bushido take a lot of loss in the early game, crashing in towards Ascend, but they have found the additional point here on placement as well. So they've fallen in 8th place. So able to survive that zone shift back towards that northwest has sort of played into their favour, and Hands of Hope having to clear the buildings with little to no information. Now we wait for the shift again, and we're going to the field. Another northwest shield.
Yep.
It's going to be chaos. Even if we can say that, even of what we've seen already from the north and south.
Keep in mind, BB and Ascent were the first two to kind of brawl it out down here on that race towards the south, and now they've just been sat with a building between them ever since doing, well, not too much. They have had to keep opponents at bay, but no one's really been in a position for quite a while now to do a whole lot to try and contest them. You can see BB team just a single kill thus far in this game. So if they were to fall anytime soon, I mean, this could be a 1, 2, maybe 3-point game, depending on how many placement points they get guaranteed off of this spot.
You're right. Geek at the moment is driving forward with those kills. 7 already. To, again, stay undercover. Diffix will find himself in another position, slightly away from the rest of the guys, just stopping the onslaught, stopping the ability for Grief to get closer. Now, get a reposition. And FaZe, leading resort. James gets the first one, though. Now they're sort of driving their way forward. FaZe don't have the kills, but they're looking to rack him up now. There's 2, there's 3. One more remains. Geek down to Spiro, and they're giving that position away to FaZe.
Yep, tough fight for them to try and make their way towards the west. You still have Spiro further up to the north, towards the north, but he's being contained by Kref right now as well. So a hard push for FaZe to make out, and still able to do so without taking any casualties, most importantly.
Good play from them. Just stopped. They've lost a couple of kills to BB. They're able to sort of stay in the safe of their compound. You see the repair kit being used at the moment. BB team now on 2. As I said, they were one of the early teams here as well. They've been nosy neighbours, but not much else. And they've collapsed that 2-2 split here in phase number 7, waiting for the remaining teams to push in.
Yep, smart on them to hold it out for as long as they could as well. Wanted to make 100% sure that no one is trying to push in from behind. And now great position to cut off this transition. You can see Kreft, they're forced to make the play further towards the northeast. Good thing on them that they have smokes to work with, because if not, Phil First would have had a great angle to try and take him down.
Yep, Spirit for Giga unable to do much more. Just get the knock. It's going to give Grief the opportunity to make the play forward. Ascend looking to get more kills on the board. There's a confirmation though. It's Ascend will go out. Flash will go out. He drives his way forward and he stabs him with it. Na'Vi will fall in 6 though. And Aliko, well, he's putting points on the board and he's a new boy for the town.
Hip fire all the way through, fully blind. You just hold down left click and hope for the best. There's only one staircase as he's now trying to transition further forward. That nade could actually be really good, and he gets himself the double with it as well. Incredible nade, lopped on out, gets one. Brax finds another, and just like that, hope. Well, there ain't so much of that left.
Not much hope when the rise of Ascend is here. They just needed the new boy in town. Aliko puts the points up to 9 now, and he's put 6 on the board. And remember, they've had nosy neighbours from the onset, though. BB team looking to try and close them out now, as they did position and collapse that 2-2 split. FaZe on the other hand, though, drawing their attention towards Grief from the top, and BB team looking to farm.
This is going to be an interesting one, because, I mean, as soon as Ascent decides where they want to go, if they end up taking the fight to BB here on the southern side, FaZe could be the victors of this game. Kref has, well, a con of smoke for cover, but they're being isolated by the second. If they fall here, FaZe are going to sit really tight in this next circle, because, as you can see with this being the last circle playable, BB team will have to get out of this house.
A house? Is there a hardcover?
Well, I
I've
mean,
only got the last little bit.
it's a cottage, a little brick building. I don't know. People could live there.
I love it.
No question.
Yeah, they're
Mark.
living there. They're living there. They're living there. They're getting kills as well. Grief for full. Fourth place for them. We have a 4 versus 4. Ascend, well, they might have 3 bodies remaining here. But one of them, though, is delivering a lot of points. 9 kills on the board for them. It's going to be good here from FaZe. Make the position across. They just now need to see if they can survive out this Clash of the Clans.
Exactly. I mean, it's really up to FaZe right now to try and force Ascent. I mean, it is really on both BB and FaZe to try and force Ascent into their other opposing team, you know? It's try and somehow set up a third party for yourself, but knowing Ascent, I mean, Brex and Chris are probably going to do their very best to just stay alive. Issue is BB are really only now getting within utility range of any opponents for this game. So they've had plenty to work with. Issue is Vex has gotten into a good off-angle position, and best of luck now feels the hurt because of it.
They're taking advantage of it. The discipline comes from FaZe, right? They've got the knowledge. They've gone for a 2-2. Now they're getting the angles. Ascend, unfortunately, now only down to a duo. As that zone shift does move. Now, we'll see BB team have to move forward. Has FaZe done enough? Have they got the right angles? I'd argue to say on that west is pretty exposed. They might be able to get the points when Ascend have to come out the smoke.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, for FaZe right now, their potential downfall is the fact that they're 2-2 split. So if BB somehow finds a way to isolate these angles, make it a 4v2 and another 4v2, that could be a win con. But with how their crossfire is currently set up, FaZe that is, it's going to take a lot for BB to make it out alive here. Good thing for them is they should still have quite a few smokes left to work with. And FaZe, well, at this point, they don't really have any.
They got a free resort, though. They got a free pass,
They
maybe.
did get here for free packs. True.
Oh my god! James was nearly actually banged to rights there, but he put Phil first down in the gutter. He's got to try and drive his way forward. FaZe make him back for the early losses here. 4 kills for them. Aduji does get Brex. He draws the attention towards Ascend, but FaZe are closing the gap.
I love the fact that they're doing this as well. They're funneling them in towards the southeast. They're taking away every single step where they're trying to flex out and get more space for themselves. FaZe says no issues. Util still in favor of BB team. Tomaldog able to find Vard. Vex instantly there with a return though. James now in the blue. Can't make anything happen. Bestelog able to take him down. So now it's a 2v1.
He goes down, waits it out. Monodoc's got the idea, got the number on Vex though, but Histor stayed disciplined. And guys, unfortunately for Ascend, they're going to tab out in third place, but a strong game. 9 kills for them. They're going to take it though, but Vex though, he flexes out. Monodoc will fall. It's a 2 versus 1. Can Best dig himself out? He takes initial shots, and no, it's FaZe. They lost the bodies early, but they will close out game number 1. It's a nice 20-point game here, Toby, and what a way to kick things off for PEC.
When you see them hunted down by Slam in the beginning of the game, I guess they can thank the PUBG devs for adding revive system to the game, because holy moly, would that a year ago have been a GG 0-point game? But to convert that start into a 20-point performance, that's a good sign for FaZe.
Well, thanks to that recall system, they did get their recall back. Look, let's not take anything away from Slam G. Realistically, were they going to be able to destroy those recall chips? Most probably not. They've done the right thing. They got the early kills. They shifted the zone. But FaZe, what a comeback, though, here for game number 1.
Definitely. And also just, I mean, usually obviously the circles played a big factor in this, but usually when we start a regional tournament or group stage, I should say, we see a bit of a slower start. I felt like we were non-stop play-by-play casting for the last 15 minutes of this game.
That first victory, good start for them, which is really exciting. I'm a FaZe fan, and I've been disappointed for much of this year, so nice to see them starting off PEC4 group stages like this. Avenger, Kylaris, let's chat a bit about FaZe and what they did here. Can you walk me through, Kylaris? Let's start right at the beginning and started their early game and all the way through to where they were able to claim the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievably important that they get off on the right foot, and they didn't in the beginning, right? Losing members early on, trying to go for that rotate. Now, as soon as you get the blue chips up and you're able to go for an emergency pickup, which, by the way, into an unmanned resort, that sets them up for some kind of success in this game. Yeah, they have to make some moves a little later on, but that sweeping play Avenger that they were able to do kind of northeast, west of where they needed to go from resort was so strong to see then into a 2-2 split against that late game.
Yeah, and lodging themselves in between DK and Kref obviously paid off hugely. And I remember, when we were sitting here watching the games and you guys were like, yeah, imagine if you said in the beginning, when 2 of the FaZe clans guys died, and you guys said, yeah, maybe FaZe wasn't so good after all. And here we are, and they're in the top. I love that. It's good to see. 20 points for the boys.
I know it's a great start for them, but another team that I was really impressed with, Ascend, that aggressive play that they brought to the table, Avenge early on. Look at the points they were able to get.
Yeah, 14 points here for Ascend. They had that compound for such a long time, like the Western one, not even a compound, building Western Resort, and locked that down, and the amount of points they were getting to that was huge. Aniko, we have to point it out, James. He had 6 kills, and he even went down before the very late game, right? So really well executed by him. His utility was on point, and yeah, just overall really well executed by Ascend here to get themselves into 14 points.
100%. I mean, we've been able to get a little bit of a preview of Aniko joining the roster in PPT, and now being able to see here in PEC the way in which they were able to deal with Bushido, who was kind of running up against them as they were looking for this very important position near Resort. And then obviously from there, it was always going to be difficult to get out of that spot against BB team, with then FaZe overlooking you from that north side. So I think they got as much as they could have out of this game, considering the overlook that FaZe had.
You mentioned that you had a chance to see Aniko in PPT. Carlos, what were your thoughts about him then?
Actually mixed, if I'm quite honest. I don't think in PPT they were able to get much going with it. I think that they were playing kind of old Ascend playbook plays where it's playing edge, then kind of trying to blast to the middle and it not working out. But this time around, game 1 here of PEC, that kind of style, they found themselves in early central position, and it definitely works out, and Aniko was able to flex his muscles a little bit. So I'm impressed for this game, far more so than PPT.
Let's see how that continues, though, throughout the group stages. And then, obviously, we're going to focus in on BB team, though, because eventually there was a chance right there that they could have taken this from FaZe. Was there? Could it have happened? I like to believe it should.
I mean, you always have that when they're holding good terrain. The spot they have was great, but the problem is when you have 3 teams and you have 2 teams up in the south and 1 team that's controlling the north and the middle, you're always, as that team in north, you're always trying to hurt them towards each other, right? You're always like, you're like 2 puppets, like fight, go, and you kind of third party that last fight, and that's always gonna kind of pay off in some sort of way, right? Because both teams are trying to avoid that fight, but eventually it's just going to go into the circles pushing them towards each other. And if they don't fight each other, it's going to be too late, and FaZe is going to be able to reap the reward from it. But BB team actually kind of focused on FaZe because they knew they were the biggest trouble, and managed to get a few players down. And it was like, 2 versus 2 at one point, a little bit scary. Then FaZe turned on, got Ascent down. Fex had a crazy good hold on the last players as well. Gustav popped up too, so it was good for FaZe to kind of close the one up. Also 20 points, that's an insane start. Like the cutoff we have to the finals is not that high, so it's really good for these guys here.
I'm sure this team knows, though, that the fans are demanding excellence. Like, we need to see something from FaZe now after a disappointing 2025. So starting their tournament, if you like, with their feet running fast, getting those 20 points, good for them. And there was another team, obviously, PEC Spring winners, Geeke, who looked to be in a really good position, Kalaris, for most of that game. And then not so much. We actually have an opportunity now to compare them to FaZe. What worked for Geeke, what didn't work?
I think that they're good at controlling space, and they were able to do that for a good portion of that game. But then it gets to the point where they know they eventually have to come off a high ground and deal with a FaZe that's coming up behind them as well. It was always going to be difficult for them to make a choice whilst also dealing with aggressors. And FaZe was able to do that in kind very well. 2,300 damage coming out from them. I thought they didn't do much from Resort, but they got a little bit here and there, and then they were able to convert with more. So I'm happy to see FaZe be able to sweep that edge play against Geeke. But Geeke did get some decent points here, Avenger. Can't take it away from them.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're on the northern side. They're able to put a lot of damage in here. 7 kills. Obviously, our spring champions were, I mean, you can look back at it, they had an insane finals where the last 2 days they just popped off. So impressed what they've been able to do. And here coming in, it's like, okay, this northern spot is actually good. Eventually, it looked like they're going to fight with FaZe, but they actually kind of tried to leapfrog into those 2 dips a little bit. And that might have been a little bit too early, and FaZe kind of sniffed that out with the kind of spot that they took. So, yeah, it could have been better for Geeke in this game here. And I don't know if it was due to them thinking they're not going to get like sidestepped or whatever you can from FaZe from that spot.
So for the most part, if we take a look at day one, our first map, I mean, Avenger, you can disagree with me if you like, but I feel like the teams we expect to be towards the top of the leaderboard finish towards the top of that first map.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, the kind of tendencies is always something we kind of look at, right? And what we've seen so far from the teams that we expect to do kind of great things. Yes, sure. Ascent had a compound for a long time, but they also maximized. Like, they were proactive. They didn't just sit and wait. Like, they got and got kills. They defended well. FaZe getting hunted down to 2 men. They got back. Sure, result was open, but still, they got back and they obviously won the game. BB team taking an immense amount of control here. Like, Na'Vi fighting good, Slamg look good. Like, the teams, again, that we've seen done great, like been doing great things and having good tournaments so far this year. Kind of looking good so far, but then again, it's one game. Let's see how things goes out. FaZe, if I remember correctly, had a pretty decent start in spring. I don't know if it was the group stage or if it was finals, and then kind of fell off a little bit.
Well, there you go. And it is only the first game, but you expect the experienced teams to do well in this first one. They handle the chaos a little bit better. As everyone else settles in, I think we'll start seeing things change up here on day number 1 of the group stages for PEC Fall. Kylaris, we're getting ready, though, to jump into our second Miramar. How do you think this is going to go? We'll get a chance now to see that playing path.
Yes, we will. Thank you. I'm still keeping my eyes on the east, right? Kind of what I was talking about Vorpal Swords and Foot. I expected some congestion there. There was even more congestion that I was expecting, right? With the Mythov up there as well. Another team that I can't remember, Avenger, but that is meaning a lot less room for coming in from there. And for an eastern playing path, or an eastern circle like the prior one,
yeah,
some of those teams really got punished by how much room there was available.
Yeah, it's a difficult circle to play. Again, if you're coming off these kind of northern and western side, like you're going to be slow in there. You don't have any priority. And yeah, well, with Foot coming in here and coming with a tar there, just fingers crossed for them that they're going to get some sort of a northern circle here. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely difficult. TMO looking to, I think, maybe contest some of the cars or vehicles around where Slamg is. So let's see how that kind of pays off. We're going to have another hot drop, so let's pass it over to the guys to break this one down.
Thank you so much, boys. Yes, Kref up 1-0 thus far. It was a quick finish off of their position in the previous game. We'll see if they can do so here again. Toik up, pushing forward with a Panzer in hand and lands right at the feet of Simon.
Well, that's one weapon if you want to pick up. It's going to do some damage. It does, but now he's got nothing else. Now he's got, unfortunately, Vector puts him down. He dances, but not for much longer. Togo, unfortunately for him, he's going to be happy that he's got a kill on the floor, but now he needs to wait for a recall. And there comes the respray comes through with the Scar. Be careful.
Sky ain't overly exciting, but when you're up against an opponent with no vest at all, then, you know what, you'll take anything that you can get into possession of. As we now see the push come forward. Oh. Vector in hand. Cristali gets him one, gets him a second as well. Vector too strong. And just like that, it's just Curveris left alone in a split. How does he play this one? I think he knows where he has both of them in each their warehouse. You gotta be smart about this. You still have a chance to rest effectively all your teammates if you can finish this fast enough, but it's not gonna happen. Ding, ding, ding. And the score is 1-2-1 because of it.
Painful. I actually like the isolation. He knew he had him split.
Yes.
He had to try and make that transition across. Unfortunately, he didn't have the vest in hand, so wasn't going to be able to make that a clean and good re-peak from the guys. So they'll be able to try and get that recall back on the board. Bushido also having some little bit of nosy neighbours now. Hands of Hope is here. Is Hero?
He hurt his car,
I think
right?
he's being sneaky. I don't. Yeah, I don't.
I mean, he must have. That's why he stood still in a corner waiting. I mean, you have to imagine that a guy standing here, literally glued to the ground, is well aware that there's an opponent nearby. He's just waiting. And surprise! Surprise! Oh, I thought for a second he was actually going to lose that fight too. Hero gets the jump scare, and well, there you go. Crossback able to stay put.
Early action, lots of early action as well. So good call for them. Should obviously do spread out quite wide. The zone has gone back towards more of a northwest here. They are pretty much in the centre, or San Martin, give or take, is as well. Kike find themselves also with nosy neighbours as Quizzy taking the early rotation because they sort of jumped to that Trimisera area. He's extended towards the north, hoping to give at least the team somewhere to go. Now he's found 010 has taken it away from him.
Now there is a bike here. That should be a pretty good indicator that there might also be an opponent here. But maybe because it's bent up against the wall, they don't notice him. Quizzy.
Oh,
They
move.
Their backs turned too. Where do you go? What do you do? 1v4? They still don't see him! That's the first step come through. Over to the Vector. He swings, able to secure himself at least one. Can he do more with it? No, not gonna happen. I thought maybe there's a chance for him to pull off some magical play, but yeah, no, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a drop and run at that point. I think he heard the footsteps on the roof, so just got the wrong roof. And will fall, and Kike, unfortunately, too far to the south to sort of collapse on in. Another early engagement here. Group moved their way in. Bushido arguably have collapsed as well, and that's a bolty shot. Salik will go down first from the outside edge. Valas applying some pressure here, but he's going to get his car into cover. And now at least they know they've got at least one body out in the north by themselves. Good shot. Oh my god, he tried to cross and Valas goes down.
I mean, these guys are coming in warm today, and that's that's not just Bushido. Everybody hitting banger shots to kick things off. Love to see it. No rust that has to get off. These guys have been scrimming and playing qualifiers to the best of their ability, and they are showing off here on day one.
Insane. Oh, Metabait doesn't get quite into cover. There's another one falls, and they are falling like dynamos. Nades will go out here. Salik has been rezzed. He's in a defensive position, but unfortunately, he got the numbers against him. They can just sort of tie themselves up here. Salik comes in from the top. Metabay working his way around. Here's a grenade, takes some damage, but there is no need to rush if your name's in Bushido.
Exactly. I love the fact that he's playing at a bit slower. Issue is Salik has a great high ground position where he can see quite a bit. He needs to wait for Celtic to come and join him. It's kind of crucial, not gonna lie, at this point. There you are, both of them. Now pushed inside, gets downstairs and able to finish him off. Nailcop does get crushed, but should be alright. And we're continuing. This is a pretty straightforward circle, Mark. I know that, and the plane honestly cut straight through it as well. The fact that we have lost 14 players in 5 minutes screams to me that these teams aren't used to each other's pathings. But as I say that, I mean, you would know because you cast a lot of the scrims. These guys fight each other all the time. What's going on here?
I feel like this is the start. This is the last sort of entry point to go. What? God, PWT! CCI next with an aggressive stance. Now he has to drop tail and run. Spire tries to take out the tire. Doesn't quite get the connection with the M16. A swap over towards the Mini. And CCI next, well, he has to dodge, duck, and dive. But he finds himself to safety. Oh, back to your point. Yes, they do scrim against each other, but I just feel like some of these teams, they're desperate, and being more aggressive because an early start here qualifies yourself through towards that finals. You don't need to go for that last chance. You're sort of setting out the haste. Do you know what? We're here to stay. Oh my god, talk about staying. Back and go, puts down Nailef. This is non-stop.
Did everyone eat headshot juice for breakfast? Or like what's happening? Normally the meme is check him PC. I'm like, check everyone PC. This is insanity. Some of the shots we're seeing coming through right now, I know that some of it is a bit close quarters and whatnot, but still, we're getting, within the first 7 minutes of this game, more like incredible mechanical sprays come through than we normally do over the course of an entire group stage. And this is one game. That's insane.
Well, Jogger does get the res. So the recall did happen. So yes, they went to go and gain back one, but they lost one. So they're back at kind of 3 again. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out for them. And if they go for the recall chip, if they get the opportunity to kind of work their way back. At the moment, for now, there's a new factor in town. That's Vorpal's sword. Hasn't got the speed. No, it's trying to isolate it, though. Does go for the T-bone. There's too much armor there.
Fade.
I love that Hype Beast played aggressive, though.
I mean, the fact that Hype is trying to flip a BRDM with the Murado is naive to the highest of levels. And as you see here, doesn't really work out now. It's Hype driving in circles, trying to stay afloat. It's just Keta on his feet, now trying to make something happen.
Go, get to
He
go.
actually stole it.
Get a point. He stole it. The Panzer took effect. They haven't got the Panzer to apply the damage. They're going to try and do some damage to it. Keta has to try and get away, but it hasn't got much life left.
Oh, no.
This is full me. They just tried to T-bone. A BRDM. Oh, he gets it at the end, and Keta will fall. Hype Beast being cheeky, but not cheeky enough.
Where's the Fuzzface webcam when we need it? It's...
Oh, 100%.
I just want to see him look at his screen and go, guys, what just happened? I thought you said
Love
you were
it.
chasing a BRDM and all of a sudden you're all dead. This was, I mean, but I don't think this was intentional at all initially. I just think the timing ended up being perfect with them being on each their side. And whoever, I don't remember who it was, driving the BRDM initially going, guys, I have an entourage of Marados chasing me. And then all you got to do is go out on the lip there and then look down the south and put yourself in position. That was as spoon-fed as can be for Vorpal Sword.
Insane.
What a start. We are
I don't know.
down
Yeah.
16
Well,
players in
Is this a
in
game
9
6?
minutes.
Are we on? Is there something wrong with the leaderboard on the left? Is this not game 6?
bro, I don't even know anymore. This is a start. You know what? Let them get all the energy out, you know. Get crazy early on, and then maybe it'll settle as we move into either other maps or just into other days, I suppose, if today is going to continue like this.
Toby, we're still on phase 1. Phase 1, mate. We're 22 seconds away
mate,
before the same
this
phase.
is like a
We've
rank
had a
game. I don't
recall.
know. I don't know. They're trying to break some sort of record, I think.
Yeah,
Having said that,
maybe.
we have seen some absolutely insane shots come through where had just half of them not landed. We probably have more like 58 players alive than 48. So it's a combination of both. A, teams running into one another because it's still early days in the tournament, but also B, everyone just hitting every single shot they possibly can. Like, they're all out here to make YouTube montages.
Maybe. I'll be a montage. BB getting blessed with the zone. Shifts back their way. Hands of Hope rewarded for taking the zone away. Obviously, she don't seem to be settled here. We're obviously a little bit of unplayable, so again, like later phases, if we still hold to the south, expect more of a north shift. But I suppose with the lack of teams, we're going to get a bit
There's
more
so much
space.
space.
And we can kind of play into some, maybe a bit more of a calm before the storm, but
Yeah.
there's still some pathing. There's still
I mean,
some choke points that we might see some teams cross.
Exactly, and I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Yes, we have the space, but with this area of the map in particular, it might not benefit you all that much, actually, because as you're saying, I mean, if hopefully everyone has the map feed open as well, there really ain't a whole lot to claim. I mean, yes, out towards the west there's some space, but other than that, you can see that's where people try to make it as Vard. Hits a great headshot onto Justus. That's him gone down. The rest of the Mythov trying to get to safety, but they're being peppered by the second as well. Fex finding one too.
I love how FaZe are moving. They're kind of joysticking teams into their trap. That 2-2 split from the game before. The positioning here, they're trying to capitalize. Bad Boy puts a quick hit on as well. Gustav trying to claim off the back of that. It goes to spin. Mogor's in trouble though, but he's able to find a dip just in time. Lucky enough for him, but FaZe playing well. A great start for them so far.
Everyone's yelling, there's gold to the west, and thus trying to make their way through San Martin. But here sits FaZe just ready and waiting, and being the ones on the receiving end of a lot of points right now. It's Gustav. Oh, it's always so hard to spot people through the blue zone nade, but able to get a good chunk of damage onto Mogor before he does get to safety in the end.
So, Bad Boy in zone. He's going to try and wait. Bushido moving a little bit out of their position, just to on look towards the chaos. The gold mine, as you say, down towards the south, as everyone is on that mass migration. We'll be happy here. 5 kills early for them to sort of work their way back up that sort of leaderboard as well. And Slamji will get the opportunity at least to get back in the car and now get that res back on. The rest of the team as well. It's an interesting way to drive in. Interesting crash from Ascend now, and BB give it up.
You say interesting, I just say stylish. You know, a little 360 hit spin there, or whatever you want to call it, breakdance move. Park the car. Good fashion. Chris able to now try and reposition, but don't peek your head out too far, because Phil first knows exactly where you're at.
Yeah, good spot for them. Both these teams playing neighbours again. A bit nosy this time. Monodox trying to get a connection. Aniko, arguably one of the star players coming out on that first game for Team Ascend. They'll be happy with what they've got. Expectations obviously is zoned towards that south I mentioned before. Seeing that sort of shift away. Everyone else, though, is around that sort of south side. We've got a couple of teams in San Martin, the likes of kind of GK, obviously Jogger, Navi playing in from that south. And again, Ascend neighboured themselves up quite conveniently to BB team. Starting to think they might like each other.
Maybe it's because we are now getting all of the UGC or UCG maps in play, where I saw James earlier today streaming and being creative with like how you can practice your aim and whatnot in the game.
Yeah.
Maybe everyone's just been hard grinding custom maps to get their aim into to full potential unlock mode, and well, this is what we're getting of it.
There has been some really good kind of like gun training labs
Exactly.
coming out. Good shift. Does go back towards Sam Martin, so kind of that play towards the north doesn't work out for BB Team and Ascend. They're going to have to shift their way over. GK opting as well, sort of in that transition path towards the north. They opt to go back now as well, so they might just take their time and just play late in on that south, see how much space they've got to play with.
Yeah.
Navi obviously with that early rotation from the south towards the north.
Keep in mind, this is only phase 3. I know the leaderboard and whatnot might make you think it's phase 6, but it's only phase 3, so we haven't done the unplayable shift yet, which should pretty much indicate where this next one is going to go. It should take us somewhat center out into the open, which, oh, there comes the send. Let me hold that thought for a second as one falls down.
Oh, he
gets
flattened him!
instantly slammed into the wall by Brex right after. As now it's just Mogul trying to go, guys, weren't we alive? Oh, I guess not. Now it's just me. Okay, fair enough. No worries.
I love Breck stuck it. He knew the objective. He lost a player. It was full W key down, pedal to the middle.
Yep.
I'm going to secure that I keep my guy alive. Good play from them. Send do cross pass, but they found themselves a little bit of safety. Mogul, yeah, as you mentioned, he is now left to himself in San Martin. FaZe, they're going to stretch out a little bit. They've got the verticality as well, so they're going to be able to get a lot of information with James being up there. And Vards, early kills from them. He's going to be happy. The moment I think FaZe realise that they're the only team now remaining in kind of that southeast corner, they're going to have to start pushing over because we expect that shift.
44 alive, phase 3. Things calming down for a second before the next circle, popping a minute and a half from now. But for now, we follow 8C on his journey, which is actually taking quite a while because he's slow moving up towards this Bushido position. And while they don't necessarily intend to play from there, that's going to be an incredible transition point should they be able to take on Bushido and then move further towards the southwest, where I would imagine the next circle takes us, and I think that's what they're thinking too. So they have T-Bone still outside the circle, actually, baiting some of the attention from Bushido. If that can allow for 80 to peek on over to take down Crossberg, that would be amazing. Or even more importantly, if T-Bone could somehow find the knock onto Crossberg, that would be huge. You can see now they're lobbing up the nades. T-Bone is doing his best, the best job possible to try and tell them exactly where to pin them to.
I think we'll see T-Bone get in the vehicle and start
they're
making the move.
Oh,
There's the nade. There's 1, 2, 3. That's 56 tumble. First one's not too bad, but doesn't quite get the damage they want. They're giving away their position. They play peekaboo. They come up the cubby hole that they were in, but don't find the players they want. T-Bone now on the outside edge of blue with phase 3, but at least the pressure's been taken off of him.
And this is the issue now. They're forced to fight over the rock side, and with that, T-Bone can't do anything to help them out. They need him up close now as well, and he's only now getting back to his vehicle to try and get over the other side. And while it was Foot Esports lobbing the nades over initially, they're actually the ones on the receiving end of the majority of the utility damage. So Foot needs to try and sit tight now since they didn't get any knocks and wait for T-Bone to come join them. Let's see next circle. Ooh, actually goes northeast against, I think, what many people expected here.
Yeah, a lot of it's updated, doesn't it? So, got to be careful. Good night. Oh, rolls downhill. Smoke goes over the top here. Fuji Sports really desperately need T-Bone. He comes into more kind of an anchor position as he will try and take up. He's going to be really critical because we see BB Team now rotating round on that north side. How much of that intel do they have? Won't be long before T-Bone hears those vehicles, but they really have to deal with Bushido. They can't live here neighbour and neighbour. And a doozy, well, looks like they're going to use the mortar fire. Have they got it zeroed in? We've seen some outstanding mortar fires. Oh, just too short the first one. And Ascend have to run to safety.
Yeah, PB trying to make some space for themselves, trying to force Ascent back so that they can make the transition. Now, this is actually an amazing play. If you look at the map feed while this is going on as well, they're lobbing all the mortars towards the south. They're forcing Ascent away, which allows BB Team to push north. They know that Ascent was set with a great position to try and prevent them from breaching out of the compound up towards the northeast hills. So Adusi lobbing a couple of mortar shells over, forcing Ascent back, allows for his teammates to push into position. Great coordination on BB Team there.
And also, the fact that you see on the map feed is that they're actually spreading out as well. They're not forcing themselves towards the north. They're not putting themselves in an area that a mortar could return back to favour. Aduzi's trying to stop the opportunity for Ascent to come in. Obviously, we saw Best Lock. We saw Monodoc move across towards that kind of north to northeast position, so they can now overwatch Aduzi. And like what we saw from Foot Esport, they're going to be able to feed that information to him if needed, if they opt to stay.
Yep, Mogo and State. Two opponents sharing buildings here. Or sharing the city, I should say, because they're actually in each their apartment block. But two solos trying to stay put. Surprised maybe that the circle came towards them in San Martin. But they'll sit tight. Hope maybe magically some placement points come around eventually. And they'll get a bit of them.
We'll have to wait and see. See, Navi haven't played from that south towards the north. They're going to have to do the same now. Let's try to piece together. JB just in front of him. Obviously, saw the early aggression from them. One piece between them and Grief. Interesting to see when we had a twisted mindset mix, I'll be honest. But FaZe, now realizing they're one of the last teams coming in from that southeast corner. They're now trying to clear the solos that they were counting as they caught the vehicle transitions through the town.
Yep, stayed on his own here. Every time he peeks out, people can spot him through the window. So this is a tough task that he has at hand, trying to take on the entirety of FaZe. But we have seen it before, where FaZe, four-man pushes into a building and gets shut down on approach. So don't, even if it's only one guy, State might have your number. We'll see what's going to happen with that, as 010 actually gets the full 3-man res up. You can see it on your leaderboard on the left. They're all in green, flying in the helicopters now and making landfall into the city. This is going to be crazy.
Yeah, the only place they can go, right? Good stack up. If will go down. Definitely worth mentioning. Hyper still up as a solo. Careful from them. So recalls obviously taking effect. Sen now being forced into the hands of hope. Then Nate comes down. He's running away from it. Oh, he doesn't quite get the connection. Sen's good start from them, but the zone is not helping. They're getting shifted more further towards the east. But Kirikai with a P90, well, he's going to open the door for his team Ascend at the moment.
In the hands of Hope is Hope. We'll see if he can make something happen as a solo player. Is he able to get the rest here? Maybe he'll get the time to, as shots are coming in towards Ascent from the other side as well. It's BB team again trying to suppress them. In the meantime, Na'Vi able to take on and take out the entirety of Yoga Bonito. Good space for them to be made on the southern side, but they're still up to move. And here they come over the top. Aniko able to find the first. Kilikai gets the second, and that is the west side cleared for Ascent.
And Na'Vi cleared that south side as well, so they took Geeka the transition across them, and obviously they just took Jogger as well, so they've got a lot of some space to move, but they are the remaining team. Back to this fight on the sort of north here. Esports have collapsed, so T-Burn has found himself. Ainty does get the first knock with the headshot on towards Metabay. Have to work their way around, but it's very cautious. There's a kind of a fine line here. If they continue going around towards the San Martin, they're going to get exposed. It really forces them in towards the danger, into the Samurai Sword. That's Vecino. But for Esports, initial shots don't care. They get one. Repeat comes in from Scav. Actually, T-Bone gets the knock eventually.
Yep, great coordination once again from Foot. Not taking any big chances, not going for any crazy solo players. It seems very calculated the way that they approach this fight. And they have had this fight under control throughout. And smart on them now to wrap on the northern side. Do not reveal yourself to the entire city and making that western swing around. Might as well go north into it. Yes, you're a bit outside circle initially, but if you can get into these buildings, then a 4v2 is it's not the worst position to be in. Meantime now, though, BB team starting to group up on that western dip. And Foot should be all right to make this play happen. I'm actually a bit surprised they're taking this long. Maybe waiting to see next circle to make sure they have to go. But by then, the window, the opportunity to push into the compound proper won't be as good.
It's difficult, right? I think you're right. Like, they know they can't play around the south. They know they're going to have teams coming out of that kind of San Martin area. Maybe they start getting a kill feed here. If Bushido gets a knock onto BB team, maybe that will force the sort of fight. Cappy is holding that north side for them. You can see him. T-Bone, I think, really needs to kind of get the team going, get them into the compound and be the aggressive state. Send, well, they look for the initial shots and towards BB team. And BB team, I feel like they're driving backwards and forwards, and Forkful Sword have the answers. And Na'Vi, they're falling to.
Exactly, that's the issue for BB team now, because they didn't make more space for themselves towards the north. And what worked initially really well for them in scaring off Ascent now won't any longer, because Ascent has cleared their entire side of the circle. They have nothing to fear from behind. So while BB teams, yes, they had mortars before to kind of dissuade them, it wasn't so much the mortars themselves. It was, if we get one knocked to that mortar, Hope, all these other teams are going to come in from the south and swoop us. But now that they ain't around, they can peek this freely. So for Ascent, smart on them to stay tight, and of course waiting for the next circle. It's going to go right on to Volpol.
How rough is this zone? We've seen a crazy one though for game number 1, game 2. There's a little mounds in the middle, and this is going to come down to timing. What time do you transition into sort of dip the bowl, the rocks that we might have for cover here? Volpol Sword made an early engagement. Obviously they did end Na'Vi, so they have that kind of pitch bowl. That's our prio spot we might call here in an end game. The rest of these teams, though, go back towards that Foot Esports and FaZe. They're going to have to now play the outside edge, and I feel like Foot Esports now on the downside, because they're going to be on this sort of high level that a lot of teams are going to be able to see them playing peekaboo before they have to run down the hill.
Yep. I mean, I feel like for Ascent, it's exclusively hold BB out duty, but wisely on them. They don't just tunnel vision down into the streets because they know they have teams up on the other side that will get free opportunities to shoot towards them if they get too bold with it. Bushido now, though, opting to go down the roadside as well. They have Molotov in position to take some shots at him. Not going to work out for him. Sloy, though, will be able to get one. Should be able to get the flush as well. No, not going to happen because it goes for the flush. It's actually going to be Scav able to take him down.
He'll be greedy there from Vorpal Sword. They're on 6 kills, but it does go down. Verticality taking a help. Bushido will get eliminated. Difficult from this position, but they get the additional placement point as well. So 7 teams now remain. A doozy linked in arm. But again, as you said, they didn't really push out and get a lot of space. Yes, the zone hasn't helped out that much. And now they're going to be punishing, shooting fish in a barrel, and they're in the bowl of death. Yeah.
24 minutes in. Boo chip is blocked, as you can see on screen there. And at this point, honestly, I don't think it matters too much because there ain't a whole lot you can use it for. As I said, I mean, they need to make more space for themselves. If Brex can find the knock here, which he can. Oh, nice return fire from Racer, though. I was going to say if they get the knock and then instantly push off of it, that could be clutch, but great response. But the issue is when they have to send it regardless. They need to just go down this hillside and try to make something happen.
Love it. Vorpal Sword having to play multiple angles, but Ascend, again, you say they've kind of taken the headshot juice. Being aggressive. This is what we always want to see from them. Nade will go out. Does it get the bounce? Things get swallowed up a little bit in the sandy dunes of Miramar. Doesn't quite make the connection during all the time. Esports taking advantage now to find themselves a little bit of a ledge before having the transition for phase number 7.
Yeah. Well, speaking of phase, they're now the ones to try and push out this building. They set up the smoke wall, try and push out, but they have Vorpal Sword on the other side, and right now no one's shooting at him, which allows for Flores actually from the other side to take one of the phase players out. That's good stuff. Only knocked thus far, but phase are very heavily relying on the fact that Vorpal Sword doesn't peek over, and now finally they do. Ascent is not applying the pressure that phase thought they would to try and help them out. So they're getting free peeks in the back line. One more gone down now as well. It's just Teams and Fakes left alive.
Such a hard area to play. Every time you want to take a fight, someone shoots in the back. You then try to take the fight the other way. You get shot in the back one more time. Here's a hit and run scenario. FaZe falling subject to that here for Esports. Been left to their own. I thought they were going to get farmed. I thought everyone was going to go in these positions and look to the high ground, but they've got a free pass at the moment. Phase number 7, 6 teams now remain, and FaZe only have Jeems left. Now he looks towards the north side, but he's sharing the same path and route, the same way to zone as 0-1 on Esports. And Vorpal Sword notice their positions not just to stop him coming in. Actually gets a knock on the transition of the car, but they want to get rid of FaZe quick as they can.
Yep, needs to do so now as well. Jeems hitting some incredible shots here. Sabila did get himself knocked with the vehicle. He was down to 1 HP when he hit that wall there. Sloy is going to be fully blinded. Should allow for Jeems to get a first aid off. They're so far outside circle. There's no way Jeems makes this run happen. He just tries to see if he can get some more points, stay alive, maybe for a placement point or 2 more to come through. But Sloy is peeking this on his own. His teammate is committing to the rest on the other side. And for now, for him, it's stalling time as well.
Oh, see some underneath his tippy toes. Little bit of a pedicure there, but doesn't quite get the connection that he wants. Has to reposition, go to cover. Now gets the repeat. Cappy down, puts Flores for 0-1 Esports, and I think the zone's going to do him. Unfortunately for FaZe, they will fall 5th place for them. 0-0, sorry, 0-0 Esports falling 6th, 5th for FaZe. Goes quick to a top 4. BB team, they still got all 4 up. They've been dancing around, putting the miles on the cars.
No one dares
to
the
miles on the kills.
It's like a dance floor at 3 AM when they start making that dumb circle and no one wants to take part in it. They just want to have fun. You know, this is the exact same thing. No one dares to go circle center because there ain't nowhere to go. Copy. Try to potentially just go down to blue, but not going to happen. Kilyakai finds him through the smoke. And now, everyone else in trouble here as well. Such an interesting game, this one, where non-stop teams are just gatekeeping one another. That's what caused FaZe to fall earlier as well, with Vorpal being allowed to peek over, because, I mean, it's just, yeah, everyone holding back one another, and now this is what it results in.
How we got Ascend and BB team here again? The nosy neighbours have found themselves in a top 4 position. Foot going to be falling their way down. Vorpal Sword do get the rest. They remain as a 2. BB team have the numbers, but I worry. Ascend are on the rise again.
Yeah.
They will come out. They've got arguably a really good position just to kind of launch that U2 over. That's before we engage Kilyakai with that P90. But Vorpal Sword, well, they've got something else to say. They get the opening up on Aniko.
Once Scav is down, and he is now you will start seeing everyone flakes up more. Now there's only really one angle to fear, and it's west to east. I do see one more shot. Oh, misses them both. Sabila dodging and weaving to the best of his ability. Able to stay alive and actually doing a lot of damage. In return allows for Kilyakai to peek over the third-party engagement from the south.
Yeah, Killy's not going to go for the res here. He's going to try and take advantage. BB team have to get rid of Vorpal Sword. They have done nice and quick. Third place for them now, as it is down to Killy Guy. He's going to try and back himself up into the corner here, but unfortunately I feel like BB team, they've got the util dump. Killy's going to back off, but for the German team, what a start. Nate comes through here, Toby, but he's able to survive out.
Yeah, Killy Guy has a P90. I like that for him, but he's got 3 angry BB team players just waiting. And they don't actually know what I say, waiting. He's not gonna. It's gonna be Killy Guy backing out, conceding this one, and for good reason too. BB team out victorious in this game after playing the Valley for that long. I did not see that coming.
BB team and Ascent arguably avoiding all of the chaos that we saw from the early game, finding themselves another top 4, but it was coming down to Vorpal Sword. They'll be taking the huge amounts of kills in that game. There's a lot of points to be racking up though, so great game number 2.
I mean, great game for sure. Miramar, normally the more calm and calculated game of or map of them all. Turns out in game 1 and this one too to be chaos galore. Insane shots to kick off the match here. Some incredible mechanical plays come through, and then just this mid to late game sort of 4-way chess match between all the teams was a great way to finish off Miramar today.
So Toby said it there, gents, about how he normally expects a bit of a cooler, calmer Miramar, but all we've seen for these last 2 maps is absolute chaos. You called this, Avenger, in the pre-match. You said the start of the group stages, we're going to see a lot of this chaos as teams kind of stick their elbows out and try to figure out where their position is, right?
Yeah, and boy, oh boy, did we get it. And also, I will say this circle here, this west of San Martin, no cover, open terrain. Everyone has to get off the high ground or outside the city. That's just insane. Like, it's such a difficult kind of terrain to play. And also, this BRDM play from Hive with Vorpal Swords, what was that?
It was something, wasn't it? I was very surprised, but it was a cool little scrap that we saw go down. I appreciate the attempt at trying to make him crash so they could get the Panzer going down and maybe steal it away, but yeah, blow for blow.
We're taking a look at your highlights now. It's map number 2 here at PEC4. We've got 6 maps today in our day 1, Group A versus Group B. There's 2 teams, actually 3. I'm going to throw them in the mix and do this as well. 3 teams that we've now seen finish in the top 5 in both of these Miramars. And it is obviously FaZe. They won the last one, 5th here. And then we saw Ascend as well make it through to that final 4, and BB team as well. Walk me through, Kylaris, what BB team was able to do in that final fight to make sure that they could secure that victory.
Well, I think it started even before the final fight, honestly, in terms of them trying to control space, which is almost negative space that Avenger was talking to about how kind of that circle shifts west of San Martin, right? Because it is so open. Molodoc's going forwards, trying to kind of secure a spot there, which is always going to be very difficult anyway. And then from there, the whole team can kind of sweep and find themselves better angles against any other team that's trying to scramble later on into a circle like that. So I think the space game for BB team is really strong compared to some of these teams. Admittedly, Ascend had a bit of it, but just not enough to really deal with what BB team was throwing their way.
But we take a look at those points. Avenger, Vorpal Swords, obviously with a bit more of an aggressive play, it means that they can finish on the top there, 16. That's pretty nice for them.
Yeah, they admittedly had the only kind of playable area space where they had some cover, where they could actually shoot a lot of guys. And yeah, obviously getting 11 kills here is great. But winning the game is huge for BB team after that performance in the last game too. They're going to have tons of points. Ascend also looking good. Again, good amount of kills and 2nd place in this game here. So it's going to rack up a lot of points.
We had some question marks around Foot Esports in the pre-show. Avenger, what did you think about their performance here?
I mean, this one was great. It's a really, really difficult area to get off. When you have to get off the high ground, you're kind of the last team. You have 3 or 4 teams staring at you, trying to kind of maximize. You're never going to get off. You have to get low ground within the cover of the city before you kind of get off that. So, yeah, it was just impossible for Foot. But they managed to get a decent amount of kills here and some placement.
Well, that's the thing, right? They're holding some kind of plateaus, and I think they know that their game is kind of cooked before you get down to, like, the top 3, right? So you're never going to be able to get there. So before that, they were shooting at everything that moved with that high ground advantage, and I think that's a really good mark of a team that understands, okay, we're probably not going to get a win from here. We could try. Yeah. We could try, absolutely, but just try and get as many kill points on the board before we do end up going down.
Let's take a look now. 2 maps have been played. So let's take a look at the overall standings. Of course, the goal here is to finish towards the top so that you can make it all the way through to championship.
Whoa.
You can skip those last chance qualifiers, and you can see there, Ascend, BB Team, FaZe sitting pretty at the top. But it is quite early in the group stages, Kylaris, for these to really make too much of a difference, right? We need to give them a couple more games.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, we'll see some teams move on up as time goes on. I think for Ascend, though, for being number 1, that's a great start for them, considering I think there are some question marks around that team as to if they can really kind of attain, a podium down the line at a tournament like this. But coming in from the West, as soon as they dealt with the Hands of Hope, they had so much room to work with, more so than any other team in this lobby. And they really capitalized on that after the previous game, of course, having a decent center spot, so they're being able to play out both styles pretty nicely for these Miramars.
Well, let's have a little bit of fun here, Avenger. Kylaris mentioned there about a podium finish. If you had to take a look at Ascend as this lineup stands right now, would they be able to finish in the top 3 of PEC Fall, do you think?
Nah, not without Kobo. They need a Kobo in there. They need to spice it up.
That's the sauce.
That's the sauce, the secret sauce. No, I think with what we've seen of them so far, it's great. I don't think I've seen enough. And if you want to be in there and get a PGS or even secure yourself a PGC, you need to stay 3 or 4 guys alive all the way to the end game and be able to have a chance. They did not stand a chance of winning this. If they were 3 off that high ground, or even 4, that would have been an easy win for them. Like, they would have had a decent amount of more kills from that, but they're losing 1 or 2 guys in like somewhat scrappy fights. Like the Hands of Hope fight was kind of scrappy, and it makes it difficult for them. And I mean, at this point here in late game, even in regional group stage here, you need to be 3 or 4 guys, otherwise you're not winning late games.
So there you go. That's what Avenger had to say. Put a pin in that, and we can circle back in 3 weeks and see
and they're top 3.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. You never know. Anything can happen. We are moving on to Tego now. So are we expecting a change in the teams that we see featured? Is there going to be a complete change in gameplay, Kylaris? What do you think?
It's a good question. It's a good question. Obviously, FaZe has a pretty decent central spot from there. They've already done well when it comes to 2 games. So I'm hoping that they can kind of continue on this kind of style. I mean, obviously, even in this previous game where they're in San Martin, it's not the easiest place to get out of. And obviously, there were teams that like leapfrogged forwards from them. But I am impressed by what I've seen so far from FaZe, considering a resilience factor, because I feel like in many tournaments this year we've not seen that just yet, and they have shown more resilience in these 2 games compared to some of those past tournaments here for 2025. So I'd like to see them do it on Tego because it's a good spot for them.
That is actually a fair comment, because FaZe has looked really bad, Avenger, and coming into this, I think last legs, and like you said, last chance as well for them for PGC. Yeah. So it does look positive. Again, I'm scared to have hope, because I don't want to get let down by them later on this weekend.
No, absolutely not. And on top of that, like, there were 11 points from the last PGS, right? And as we throw Sam away, James will take it over here, and I'll finish my thought. There were 11 points in PEC Spring from getting to PGS, and that, like, 11 points is not a lot, but there were 11 points from 3rd from Virtus Pro. So like our kind of top stack of the best teams in Europe is just really, really close at the moment. And if we can kind of get a good start here, the cutoff to the top 8 was 76, 77 points for PEC, but obviously we're gonna have a little bit more points coming in with everything considered here. But yeah, starting from the west towards the east here, a somewhat decent start for them, and FaZe is gonna be able to get in there and kind of chill.
All right for Bucksensar, unless for some reason the Bonitas want to go that way as well, because they're dropping that way. I'm assuming that they want to go further to Ohang and just go along, but it looks like they're dispersing across Bucksensar, so maybe they're being challenged here, Avenger.
It could look like a challenge here, and yeah, it's they just want to challenge all day, don't they? Yeah. Nailup loves that, apparently.
They're crazy. Well, it looks like we might end up giving us over to the commentators very quickly for this one, so let's do it.
3-3.
Well, they were able to get themselves a win and a loss on the Miramar hot drops. Now we'll see if they can take on FaZe, which Gustav right off the bat says, yeah, nope, not so much. Able to find a sword off. Shot to the chest, takes a knockdown. We'll see if they can get more with it. Now, Marcus, for the time being, they get to loot at least a little bit.
It's the final boss mode. FaZe Clan taking in Bucks on Sar. Jogger trying to take everybody on here. But yeah, it is 3 out of 3 on Drop Central. First point does go towards FaZe. Vard doesn't have the vest. He's just going to try and find a little bit of information. At least if he can continue that kind of front line, it's going to allow the rest of the guys just to get looted. And Fex kind of coming in behind him in that sort of east side of the town. He'll be able to sort of work his way around up to sort of the high ground. Nade though, we're looking to try and do the same. I think it's definitely worth noting there is a recall system here as well, so it's not always about like it was historically, like you've got to win the fight, you've got to try and stay 4 up or it's going to have an impact. Actually, you just need to win the fight now, Toby,
exactly.
And then you'll be able to get a recall in.
Assuming that none of the surrounding teams are going to come in and say hello as well. Because that is definitely something we've seen in tournaments past, that you have FaZe.
Yes.
And I think we saw it with FaZe and Petrichor Road. Going up against one another for Books and Sa for quite a while, and then you always have TSM and now Liquid peeking around to come and see what's happening over the hillside. So they've definitely felt both the good and the bad from this position phase, that is. We'll see now, though, if they can dislodge our Bonitos as they're down to 3.
And you're right, it's a very valid point. We've got a hype beast that will try and play in. We've seen it before. The other one, which is not in the lobby, win or die, they also like to try and play in on this really early, especially from the south side. So definitely one to watch as the group stages will unfold. And Na'Vi extends, is trying to unfold a defensive action. No, is he trying to get Diffix down? He does, though. But as Diffix down, instead of getting a flush, he draws his attention now back to the rest of the team that have crashed on in. Does he get the opportunity? No, he doesn't. Quizzy will put him down.
Yeah, no yellow Donitos on the minimap tells me that GK knew exactly what they were up against. Able to get the flushes, and I'm not seeing Na'Vi fully commit to the push here. They're going to stop a bit outside, I would imagine, after getting the flush there, and then wait for them to move further inside circle, and then go pick up their fallen teammate. As now back towards FaZe we go. As you can see, I was just saying it, look at the minimap. Hype are encroaching on Books and Sa, so even if you feel safe, as you were saying before, Mark, that I'll just win the fight, doesn't matter how many you're alive, you'll be fine to rest afterwards. Hype might not allow them as the fight pops up once more. Naylor be able to find Gustav.
Yeah, Gustav down. Unfortunately for FaZe, Hypebeast is going to cause some problems because they're coming from the north side. FaZe will be exposed.
Yep.
Let's see if Gustav can find some safety now as Hypebeast are trying to open themselves into a position. But I think Fex,
did they hear
spider
that?
sense? He knows, mate. He knows that someone's coming in close. Because again, we've seen it. We've seen Hypebeast do it before. He's seen him now. And we've seen Win or Die. Win or Die a little bit different on their crash. They just fully crash in with cars. But he has seen him, though. But at least they got the information. Gain. Fuzzface, though, gets an opening. That'd be a point for them.
Yeah, so not picking sides, picking favorites here. They'll shoot at anyone down below them. Now for Hypebeast, though, gotta be a little worried because now Na'Vi are coming in here as well. And I don't think Na'Vi realized what they're pulling themselves up towards. They're down to 3 as well. They're going, or trying to go, for maybe a rest on their fallen teammate in Books and Sa. But little do they know, that's being fought over by 3 teams.
Gotta be cautious. Ammo. A little bit of a question here. You know, 5.56 for Vard over 2. He's sharing 70, though. So let's back off slightly. Going to relocate back to this sort of southeast corner. Bombelobo has worked his way in as well. So interesting to see if they know there's a player here, let alone a player with a Panzer waiting in the corner.
I hate to see it. Spread out, guys. Don't run in a bunch, because that will take out the entirety of you. Bumble had himself a solid 3-piece in the first game of Miramar in a pretty hectic up-close fight. So we'll see if he can make something happen here again. As Gustav did manage to get rest. You know what? I love the fact that FaZe are backing out of this. They don't know exactly where they have their opponents. They know they're around. They're saying, let's scan the hills first. There's simply too much to lose in going down here. We got a couple of kills on Bonito. Let's play it smart and get out of Dutch while we can.
Yep, there is none. There's no. Sam's going to give us a hard time. We can't go down. We've started so well. We've got to get ourselves now in towards the centre. They're going to make that transition away, so it's going to leave Hypebeast. Jogger will be there as well. It's interesting if they keep their heads down and maybe try and use that recall system. The zone has played off towards that sort of east side with a lot of unplayable with the red line. So, yes, obviously it will be aggressive. We've had a lot of aggressive starts to these already, but it does mean we have a lot of unplayable, so therefore we expect the zone to shift back. These teams are consolidating a lot more, kind of going for that donut. They're going for the centre of the zone, hoping to try and get the next shift.
Yeah, they're trying to drive further north now. Issue is that while they were fighting Books and Sa, everyone that came in from the west of that have kind of overlapped FaZe Clan and taken some of the prime central positions. So FaZe will very soon find out that trying to claim anything circle center outside of a rich land and a couple of trees won't really be that easy. Having said that, though, seems like they're going to vie for the city proper. And, well, now it's going to be Ascent running, trying to make their way safely towards the north.
Send using those drops. A little bit of a bait there. FaZe not drawn in to get their hand caught in the cookie jar, but now it's more of a get out of here as the pursuit unfolds. FaZe do put up. They see the car. They hear them now driving away. They're going to go for that reposition here in Ascend. They want nothing to do with this early fight. They've had such a great start. They don't want to throw it away. Here when it's time to take over.
First and second place teams respectively thus far. Of course, only 2 games into it, but still don't want to throw a spanner in the wheels of that one. We've seen how quickly things can go sideways in a game of PUBG. As now it's open to Warble Sword and Geek, who are finding each other up here on the hills.
Sparrow, just waiting. He's got the information. Obviously, he starts moving about. They're going to hear him. There's a position out towards that right-hand side, which I think he's heard the footsteps. Here's the car getting drawn in. Now sees the headshots potentially. Let's get the first transition. Swaps over to Sloy, but he's down to a one-shot. Doesn't quite get the connection he wants.
The Spiro? I don't even know. He doesn't even have a secondary weapon yet. He's just running around. Diffix has no spare bullets. I mean, these guys have had no time to loot whatsoever, but able to get Sabilla down. We'll see if they can get more with it. Sloy down to low HP as well. It's they're in Ouyang as well. It's been a crazy start for Geek. The fact they haven't been able to get anything at all before now.
That's one of the advantages. Couple of gliders around. BB team like to use these on Taker and more importantly on Rondo, which I'm sure we'll see a little bit later. That's gain a lot of information for them. They're on the south side of the zone, so trying to figure out kind of where that Geek is. They'll be trying to figure out where SlamG's coming in. So a lot of shooting, a lot of sort of teams taking out these compounds. So information being farmed here from the teams. Really good to see everyone, I think, really waiting for this next shift.
Yeah. And, I mean, as we're looking at as well, once again, please have the map feed open, everyone. It's very helpful, especially at times like these, where teams are spread pretty thin. If you look up towards the north, I mean, Mark, there's so much space. I know there ain't a whole lot of prime real estate up there, especially not in the Circle 1, so it makes sense that teams center up more. But looking up towards the north, if we go up there, I mean, we are in for a Miramar-esque chaos quality of a rotation.
I think you're right. It's a little bit of a gamble here. We have that kind of drying up riverbed that goes through the middle, and we see a lot of zones sort of shift back that way. So the hill where we kind of seen FaZe drive by, and we see Quint now sort of park up. I think it would be kind of an interesting spot when we see the zone shift away. If it plays to the south, obviously the team can consolidate, and lucky enough they've got the draw. But that north shift that you're talking about, everyone is going to have to mass migrate. Then there's going to be some huge choke points left on that sort of drivable river. It's going to be a bit chaos. But we're only 32 seconds away before we find out. And for Esports, they're one of the teams in the furthest north looking to try and farm if it does come their way.
See here, Foot. They found themselves a somewhat northern center position, and a good one at that too, because again, they want to be the superstitious guy in the room. But whenever circles do end up going east, that ridge line, that little mountain or hillside that Foot finds himself on, has been the end position of many games. Yeah. Issue always is for the first team that gets there. It's kind of an Everest type scenario where can you maintain control of it, and just like that, circle goes right up there. Not being superstitious, by the way. Not superstitious.
Yeah.
Just,
if Toby asks, Toby gets the PUBG gods have given us a north, arguably even worse, it's a northeast zone. We still have a lot of unplayable. There's a load of fields in that northeast corner, but the eyes will come to that high ground where Footy Sports sort of lie, kind of where Krint are. Do they sort of stick or do they sort of move? If they stay there, they can try and get some of these teams, but the eye of the storm is going to be the town. FaZe Clan and Ascend 1 and 2 coming sitting home sweet home.
And one of the teams really getting to reap the rewards here, assuming they're going to dare to go further towards it, is Hope. I mean, Hands of Hope. They're only now coming into a map feed. That's how far north they drove over. They were obviously being slowed down by Bushido out towards the west, who too have yet to make their way on in. But they're going to have plenty of space up here towards the north. In the meantime, the Ants and the Ant Farm are running wild towards the Circle Center. Because, again, there ain't a whole lot to play. We just shifted north out of pretty much 50% of the compounds in the previous circle.
The Mythos is driving past here with Geekhead. I think they've got like 2 mines to crash in. They've had to reposition. They didn't get the knock, so they're now going to reposition around the other side. DK takes some opening knocks. What the TMO don't know is they've gone from potentially the frying pan into the fire. They're going to crash now in towards FaZe. FaZe are ready. Teams gets the opening. Sparta will fall, and the chaos will start to unfold.
You have your playbook, and it is so big, but in the end, sometimes just push into the city sounds better. Vard right now, frontlining on his own. Has teams nearby, but he's had to fall back for a bit. In the meantime, down towards the southwest, fights are happening between Bushido and Hypebeast as well, who are split into 2-2. So multiple fights taking place here at the same time. As Fex able to find one, James finds another. It's just down to 1 for the mid up.
I love it. FaZe shooting FaZe. Just get aggressive. Everything that moves, get a shot at. But, well, he knows where the target's going to be. The molly does go out. Got to be cautious if he does duck his way in towards the town. So through the building we go. And Justice, well, the final player now standing for that TMO position. Sparta and Bad Boy, they get confirmed out.
Yeah, and now Foot is making their presence known in this fight as well. Them with the high ground position. A lot of shots being peppered down towards Justice, who is a solo player left alive for his team. Being tracked through the smoke here. Great spray, great kind of control of what's happening. Vard saw him initially and just kind of followed his pathing all the way through. Gustav will be the one to get the kill in the end. So we'll face yet another great game to kick things off here. In the meantime, we saw Bushido and their fight with them and Hype come to an end, where I believe 2 of Hype went down. Yeah, they're down to just the second part of their split.
And they're obviously working their way in. They got caught on that E-rotate as well, so they came in that sort of southwest corner. GK don't need drops, but hey, let's give them some drops as well. Right on top of them, bit of cover to work their way over. Jogger obviously trying to hold out here. FaZe looking to sort of stretch out, flex the muscles to a degree to make sure no one else tries to crash into that northeast side of the zone. But interesting start. And again, a lot of these teams putting us flag in the soil, going, this is our turf. Don't come near.
Exactly. Now everyone has gotten their footing. They've gotten their building, and I don't think anyone now is going to be in a hurry to aggress. They've all gotten their little piece of the Kanyong pie, and they're going to chill until the next circle forces them to do something else. And speaking of, it's actually kind of wild that we have 6 teams, or we had 7, in this city, given how little a portion of the circle it takes. But I feel like that's just Takeo in a nutshell. Yeah. The fact that, yes, you have a lot of circles to play, but there really ain't a whole lot of room to maneuver as the circle swings south again. Tough shift for anyone up north. Good thing is that there ain't really a whole lot of teams up there, because everyone is stuck in this city.
It's quite surprising for me because we see that sort of riverbed at the end hold for quite a lot of time. So again, no surprise that we see Na'Vi over there, 010 and FUT Esports, and including Bushido to a degree, out in that sort of far west. That zone does shift, you say, down towards that southeast, so they've got to get moving. Early move from FUT Esports, really good to see. You can see them in that mini map now, as they will sort of play around the outside edge, but they will know not to get involved too early on. They just need to find the safest route to where they want to park up next.
Make it sound so easy, but it clearly isn't all that simple. Just find the safest route, guys. And this is exactly what happens when you try to do just that. 1 down, 2 down. Soapy and Dakwil, now the lone players left alive, stuck on the other side of the street, trying to make something happen. But now Hands of Hope starting to peek into this 1-2. T-Bone caught behind the tree, has to make the transition over towards his fallen teammates. Has a chance to get his teammates back up alive, especially with FaZe now helping out from the southwest.
I don't know. I think he's going to have to cut loose. Hand of Hope had timed it right. They've come in for that north side. Now they get involved in the third party. The chaos is going to unfold now in the town. Jogger does get 1 quick kill confirmed, but stolen away from GK though. Vorpal does get 010 down as well. T-Bone eager to try and get 80 back, but Hands of Hope, good play for them. Great timing, but they know when to apply the pressure.
I feel like 010 had a great chance to stay up on the hillside, but never even stopped to scout it. Maybe just playing with a bit too much fear as a nade. Lopped over, mortar shells ringing now as well as FUT. They just, there ain't a whole lot you can do.
That's harsh.
There was literally nothing for you to fight for out towards that northeast.
Arguably, Grief get away with it to a degree. Obviously,
definitely. They were just stuck on the other side,
Yeah, like they obviously they were on a 2-2 split. Fight between them and kind of FUT Esports would have been quite clean, but the fact that Hands of Hope came in from the north side and closed that fist in on FUT Esports, there was nowhere to go, and Grief get a little bit of a bypass.
Also, I should reword, there was plenty to fight for in that position. Issue was there's simply too many teams trying to claim the same position, and in the end of it, well, somebody has to fall, and FUT were the ones to do so first. And as you said, Krafton now towards the east, still 2 guys up, and I would imagine Hands of Hope is going to do something to try and dislodge them, because they would have so much space. The Good thing on them though is that they're playing with the awareness that wait, if we like this spot so much, maybe other teams would too. And Na'Vi towards the northwest are actually looking down in their direction right now. So if Hands of Hope were to try and take the fight towards Kref, you can be sure that Na'Vi would opt to engage. So actually pretty smart on Hands of Hope. They're holding back for the time being.
Yeah, and they have to sort of go back towards that north. Let's get a little bit of a restock, so reposition here. There's obviously an argument that Grief might be looking at that recall system towards that sort of northeast of their position. It'd be difficult. You're going to need some meds, but for me, you're on the outside edge now. Zone shifts back your way. We give up the unplayable on that east, but we don't give up the town. So Grief will maybe hope and just stay as a duo, and hopefully everyone else gets moving back into the town. And Hands of Hope, well, I'd be really intrigued to see how they play this one, because holding a centralized position like this, you've got Na'Vi playing in that sort of north side. Do you want to stay here, and for how much longer?
Not often you see Kang Yong being the center position for an endgame like this. Fuzzface nowhere near making landfall before he was taken out of the sky. Hype does manage to get nailed up down on the ground though, so maybe he can prone, lay low, and get some placement points should the next circle shift west, because if it does, that's going to be a crazy city ending. But until that point, the edges have to be fought for first. Hagatori spots Nabat. One taken down. They have one more player in the same... Actually, no. Scratch that. It's just Nabat here caught on a split.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go for that 2-2, but they toyed with the idea. But maybe thinking that sort of west was completely clear. Na'Vi have taken advantage of this. But they're obviously looking for that transition as well. So they go merry-go-rounds in a clockwise position on towards the zone, so they'll be next in the sort of north to northwest side. But back to the chaos though. Fex gets Chris, and Chris gets Noix. Around we go. Everyone's getting knocked in the town.
Yeah, Resses should come through, and I'm just realizing now that Noix is actually alive as well. I thought it was just the solo player left for Hype, but nope, there are two. Not sure how they're ever going to regroup. Maybe it won't matter too much, because for now there's plenty of opponents around. You're just going to stick to your room and hope that it doesn't get naded anytime soon.
Yep, so back off. Now he goes through the door, and the second one goes through as well. Bit of a basketball approach to this one. They are using the backboards to launch them rounds. Krafton might have just been there, just double check exactly where that door was before launching more nades. And then, yeah, they get the freedom just to maybe get some reses back on. C4s could be dangerous.
Yep.
Wait and see.
I didn't even think about that. That could be multiple teams wiped with a single C4. Kanyong, not that big a city. Buildings clustered towards one another. One well-placed C4 could easily take out multiple teams, as Bushido now feels the need to push into the city as well. The crossbow sliding, taking down his teammate. Sparrow finds one. Celtic, though, able to get himself a double to try and reset. But might be a bit too little, too late. Crossberg down as well, but no one really in a position to engage on this.
No, Jogger's going to try and launch some U2 out here, but Hands of Hope in the north going to stop that push coming over. FaZe itching to get involved as well. Fex looming this way. Vorpalsword do get the knockdown on Brex, and yes, despite the chaos of the car coming in and causing a bit of self-harm to the own team players.
Yeah.
They get away with that, and they get away with that lucky there, Bushido.
If this next circle does not go west, we are going to be in for a crazy time in the city. Let's see where does it take us. It goes towards the northeast. Okay, so half the city is still in, but it's going to be fought over by half the remaining teams in the lobby. In the meantime, Hope, they're like, guys, I'm a little worried that we have this much space because, A, there ain't a whole lot to play up here, and B, how are we supposed to defend it?
Where is everybody? That's what they're saying.
Proning in his check. That's what they're doing, at least for now. Oh, Kaliki even made it there. But too little health. It's the side. Yeah, unlucky.
It's unfortunate. It's the brakes and the bus. They weren't fully serviced. Now
Could
we
be
can get the
rest.
flush on him, though, so I think he's reasonable.
Well, let's see if they're going to get there in time. I saw a tire pop. I see two tires pop. Just drive straight, mate. Do not do any turns. Nope, you don't hit your teammate. A solid 360, but it's out on the wrong side of the vehicle. Can he make the run? Medivac tried to make the run for it, but it's not.
Oh, how did he hit that? That was the smallest gap. And Vex on a tighter angle than we saw from Vard there, Toby.
And now they have two players now there. Who will go as the third to try and get their teammates up? This Jack of Doom, they're sending it. They're going forward. They're trying to get it back up alive. There's enough cars parked there to block them off down to 1 HP, but able to get back down behind the wall.
There's that angle from Fex on the waist as well. He's got such a tighter angle, able to get it. FaZe, well, they've got other issues though, and that's going to be a send. They're charging away forward though as they'll try and hold. They come across Vorpalsword. A little bit tit for tat. Aniko, the new boy. Say before, is able to still survive. Killikai and Chris has been knocked. Arguably a difficult res. Time won't be on their side, but does have the opportunity. If you can't do it in the car, well, why not just send the bomb?
Chaos unfolds as Molotov with the triple gets one more. Ascent wipe there as well as the One-Eyed King finds Aniko, and that's them falling in 11th place. What a chaotic game this has been. I thought things were going to slow down at least a little bit leaving Miramar, but nope, we are just turning on the engines even warmer.
Yeah, it's just waiting for everyone to ensue and leave. Shido going to be there, so they can hear cars coming his way. Panzer's dead, good flash. Oh,
wait,
my
what?
God. He's got one. He's flash. Oh, he gets it down to 1 HP. He needs some backup. It does come in time, but it comes in the way, unfortunately, from Hands of Hope, though. The neighbours that have been left to all the free space saved the day from Krint.
How did Salik not get those kills? Sosa blew up the car somehow on his own. I guess he was the one that drove into the rocket. I'm not sure what happened there, but nonetheless, a man sacrificing himself and still not getting the points rewarded for it. Feels bad, man.
Right, is it they shot the rocket, the Panzer, as it came towards him? Yeah, waiting to see. Whatever happened, it's chaos, it's ended, it's in the north. Now leave it alone, because we've got a lot on the south phase. Up to 7 kills. They've definitely stormed these first 3 games here. I'd be hoping for more of a south shift, though. I fear if it's been anything like the initial games, yep, we're going to go open train, though, 3rd time around.
I mean, FaZe, they knew the value of the city. They came in as the 2nd team, kind of forcing Ascent up into the northwest split, and they came in not just like that, but they came in and knew exactly where in the city they wanted to play from. They were very specific in how long they hunted Ascent for, because they wanted these northern side buildings to themselves, because regardless of where the circle takes you, it's so much easier to play from up here. If they come north, well, you're in the best spot. If they go south, you have an out on the northern side of the circle too. So smart on them to decide where to want to go, and now get to reap the rewards. In the meantime, BB trying to get control of the hillside, and doing so in great fashion. Best like able to find Hibako. If they can clear this before the city teams push out, this could be yet another incredible game for BB team.
Yeah, you can see Hands of Hope repositioning that Panzer. BB team obviously has driven that BRDM towards him. Been obviously doing the same, so they're going to take advantage. Actually, that's going to apply pressure towards Hands of Hope. Best Luck does get that confirmation. Hypebeast, well, they're down to 2. 1 in the city. Ketter's taking on the hardcore mode and trying to clear as many kills as he can. Bomalovo, he's just looking to continue rising the points around placement. He is in the placement points. We have 8 teams remain to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, city fight was bound to happen eventually, with the circle shifting out, and now that's exactly what's going to happen. Gustav trying to hold off, finds Nailup as the first player out this side. Still Crystal around the other side, trying to do some sort of damage, but able to hold off himself. Phil first is taken down. Hands of Hope falls as well to the hands of Dacro. And more actually coming through. Soppy able to get the double onto BB team.
Yeah, they've stayed really clean as a duo, right? BRDM has to back away. Grief reposition, they're in zone. Don't forget, we saw them obviously clash with Footy Sports quite early on. They haven't gone for that recall, so they sort of stay quiet. Now they're playing in for the late game. Phase number 6 here, BB team having to back away. Aggressive stance going forward. We've seen this from BB team. They try to take as much space as they can, but unable to sort of do so, and they've had to go back, tails between their legs, into the south side.
I would love to see a total damage count on the side of FaZe right now, because I think all of their players have 500 or 600 or above damage done. As I say, that team's down to 200, but nonetheless, they're all playing incredibly well, not taking anything for granted. As here comes the dangerous BRDM. Is there a Panzer on the side of Bushido? If not, then they might be in trouble.
Good damage here. They can come in. That's close, though. Somehow survived it. The Doritos keep him alive. Have to drive forward, though. Sometimes getting underneath the util is going to be better, though. Krint needs to be cautious as well. They are driving forward. Now they come off on the backside here of FaZe. FaZe causing that damage. Hypebeast, they're going to be eliminated, though. Jimmy does find Keta, the final player for them. And Selic has to find some cover. He's not quite sure where the shots are coming from. He just identifies it. Now he's going to try and get the pressure on.
Exactly. I love the fact that Krint is kind of taking this fight head on. They know that they have to deal with FaZe in order to be able to do anything else. And the fact that there's only 2 from Kreft towards the east, they aren't too afraid of them, because they don't really have a chance to push out. But look at what great contain there's being played here by BB and by Krint. There's just nothing the teams that are trying to find their way out can do, because they're holding this position really well. And Molotov drives in to the Dorito that then takes out Nail Up. That's classy.
Throw his Dorito trash out the window, waiting for it to fall down. It's interesting to see actually Bushido and Jog were so close next to each other. Unfortunately, he did step on the landmine, and Jogger did survive one out until Molodok survived. Top 4 now. FaZe unfortunately losing some numbers. Jeems in the safety of what is the remainder of the town for now. The zone will push him away. Arguably, maybe with one blue zone, he should be up to med. He gets on time, he does. They really need a second, but it looks like they haven't got it.
Yep, just exactly able to stay put. Fix falls now as well, so it's just Jeems left alive. As Krint still with 3 alive. I mean, waiting for Krif to do anything, really, but they're being held back by BB team. So for now, Krint can kind of take this fight with Jeems on their own. With the smokes being deployed, you'd have to imagine they want to go for it. They have the circle center, but you can't really back off. You need to help your kind of point guard here.
Yeah, they can't even be. They cannot leave this guy be. Molodok causing some problems. Now the helmet has gone.
His teammates are looting.
Jeems is made his way through the middle. He's gone for the drop.
Oh, the
my God,
flash!
Jeems, though, just better. He puts him down. The helmet's not going to help. The headshot comes in. He's clearing, punching away forward. And the rest of Krint know, despite they've only got 3 kills, they have to answer this call. And BB know that this is also their opportunity to apply pressure.
I don't want to be rude here, but I feel like instead of going for the crates, I know they're valuable, but clean Jeems and then fall back. The fact that they have him fight him alone, lose 1 forward, and now lose central position as well, with BB team pushing over this side, I don't think that was the right play. We'll see if they end up getting punished for it, or if they can come up victorious. It's a 3-way duo. And, well, the victor of this is still yet to be called, because no one is really in a prime position.
I think that's such a key point. It's such a key point. They didn't deal with the West. They didn't deal with the danger. Yeah, maybe they might need this more vest and helmet, etc. I think the temptation sometimes gets caught. They've got now an equal fighting. So it is a 3-way duo. And looks like BB team going to take the opportunity to kind of reload some of this util. And even got the repair. That they might be able to repair the BRDM and then sort of play in a bit later.
Well, it's going to slow down for a bit as, well, Krif again, they were one of the first teams to take 2 casualties, and from that, been able to chill towards the east. Do we get the repair kit in action with 2 pairs that I'm trying to fix things here?
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, no, just chilling.
This for late game.
Just chilling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Trying to make the most of his BRDM.
Just you might put more damage on there. Best has to try and back away. Lots of noise will come out from that, but that's critical. That's kind of finding like maybe a free pass to a victory, because this now having at least over half health back, they're going to be able to bully. They're going to be able to take positions that they want to. They won't be known that they're sort of in the middle at the moment, because Krint and kind of Grief are on the other side, and both these duos are trying to get an opening knock on towards BB, but that repair kit might be the difference for them.
Definitely could be. We'll see if there's a Panzerfaust waiting in the hands of anyone anywhere. We saw Dactyl had one earlier, but I don't remember seeing him use it. So it should still be available, as now the first one to spot him. It's going to be Sally. He's going to follow them. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Just go by... Oh, well, then it's not shooting. I was going to come up with this whole thing of just follow the BRDM, let them force the fight on the other side, and then you shoot when they jump out. But
Panzer.
He follows them. There's a Panzer. Do they realize? Yes, they do. I think they saw him. Take it out. There comes the shot.
Oh, he missed.
Short. Oh, it actually hit it.
Yeah, hit it. They backed out. They did see him. They backed out in time.
Wait, what?
Oh, Best obviously does get a thing. The grenade comes in to be. Let's get it though. Best will fall down. Molodok driving their way forward. He wants to take the 2 versus 1. Head to head though. Gets the initial spray here. Has to keep the opportunity to smoke on his back just to keep himself alive.
And now it's the question, when does Krint engage on this? They have a perfect third-party opportunity. There's one player on the side alive of Molodok, and he will fall as well. So that's BB down and out. And now a 2v2. Their opponents have their backs against the blue with just smokes for cover. I love the fact that they're slowing down now. They know exactly where they have their opponents.
Love this opportunity. Grief in danger early on. Rags to riches to a good degree. Can they keep their nerve? We've seen the discipline that they backed away from that foot fight when we saw the third party coming in from Hands of Hope. Now they just redeploy the smokes, looking to try and reposition as they wiggle their way now a bit more to more of a northeast.
No clue.
Hopefully they're going to use the train.
You'd have to. He's got to hear them soon. Yep, now realizes that he needs his teammate Sally. You cannot, if you're Vandals right now, you cannot allow for this to become a 2v1 and another, followed by another 2v1. You need your teammate on your angle. You hear them just in the backside of this smoke, and you can see Sally is moving over here now as well. Smokes starting to fade out. Just one left to work with.
One left to work with the guys, but good pick up from them. Salik has repositioned now. They will be trying to hold out. Vandals will be a little bit of a surprise. Oh, no, run out. There goes that final smoke out. Grief. So still have a molly, still have a blue zone. Would you maybe look at that middle tree and just kind of take a guess? He's sitting behind it, and no one's giving away a position just yet.
Exactly. They don't know where he is, so I'm surprised that he keeps giving up the angle. Just hard hold one side of the smoke, have your teammate hold the other, and hope that no flashes come through. Now that's what he's doing. I like this. Again, he can hear them. He has all the audio available with these footsteps being probably out on the backside of that smoke.
And also has found himself in a really good position. I'm surprised they've not kind of just launched it, a bit of a throwaway towards the middle. There comes the opening. Sadik, though, does become the give up when it comes down to the initial knock. 2 versus 1 in the favour for Kryn. Can Grief dig deep, though? One final time, but it's only one final player.
They know exactly where they have him now, too. Vanos just needs to call him over. There is a molly on the tree, able to back off of that one. They're both spraying through the smoke at once, and they're opening up the angles. Vanos allowing him to do exactly what he couldn't. Subby gets a 1v1, gets the first aid off as well. Trying to spray around the backside, will be taken down in the end of it by Salik. But oh my, did Krint make that closer than it had to be?
So close. It was good, though. Obviously, he made the call, right? We saw Sadik have to move around. He went for that north approach and obviously waiting for the guys to whip their way around. He made the call. Vanos heard him. They repositioned, though, but down to that kind of 1 versus 1. It's too risky.
Yes. They knew they had the numbers advantage. They knew exactly where they had their opponent. I mean, it was a great play on the attacking side that he gets the molly on the tree, forces him back. But then a scary readjustment there for Krint, where fortunately they get out the victorious in the end anyway.
Good play from them. Really, really strong game. You've got to remember as well, as I said, they were 2-man. They were the ones taking the fight with PUBG Esports. They went down, though, obviously, down to a duo. Hands of Hope took their way over. Good play all in all, though. But time to take go. It's come to an end.
Thank you so much, Mark and Toby. Let's have a little conversation around Tago and what we just saw. Krif and Crinton at the end there. Lots of C's for us. Kylars, what did you think of this Final Four matchup?
Oh, they were causing a commotion, weren't they? It was crazy stuff coming out. No, you don't want more? Okay, never mind. But it was good for them, right? Considering that they were able to come in from the north as well as the east side of the circle that had shifted all the way from where a lot of teams were gambling on, being Kangyong. And they were able to kind of capitalize on that. It almost got a bit dicey with BB team causing their own kind of commotion with a BRDM down on the side there. But we're not all about the Bs, we're about the Cs for this one.
What did you think about this one, Avenger?
I mean, there's tons of crazy Panzer Faust, tons of crazy BRDM plays here, and you know, in a case where it's like you have Kangnong that center, you're gonna see so many teams in there. But remember, like it's circle 2 and 3 where you have like it's never gonna be guaranteed. And number one unwritten rule of PUBG: don't go into a city unless you're guaranteed knows it ends there. But a lot of teams actually managed to get out and get pretty high end game here, even being in there. FaZe again here, 4th place, decent amount of kills for them. BB team obviously played well, coming in from that southern side, but it was the teams that are outside that kind of was on the edge of things here that managed to get in and get some crazy good kills coming in here. But Krint and Kref, honestly, I didn't expect that. When we saw Circle 3, I didn't expect that there's going to be these 2 teams coming in to the late game.
Why didn't you expect it, Avenger?
I mean, the BB teams had 4 guys alive on the southern side, and then they got stabbed in the side from 2 different teams. And like it's a little bit difficult for them, but yeah, they managed to make things work. And Molotov had, I think, he ended on 7 kills.
I mean, BB team, I thought that they put on quite an impressive performance there, Kylar. So what we got to see from them, it looks impressive. I've said impressive, but we'll use that word again. It looks impressive.
You know what I thought about it? It was actually very impressive because if you watched this, they were doing something similar to what they were doing in the previous Miramar, right? They were sending one forward when they realized, okay, this is a shift out of Kangyong. Let's get somebody as a linchpin really early, or as early as we possibly can, in toward the center of this circle. And then from there, let's try and get some space. They got a bit crazy with some of their car scouting north to see exactly what was going on and eventually lose 2 people. But the fact that they got as far as they did with the last 2 remaining players here from BB team was, again, I would say admirable, considering 14 points go their way.
2 new names into the mix at the top end there of the results, but BB team and FaZe, they have consistently over the last 3 maps made sure that they could spend their time in the top 5, which means when we take a look at the leaderboard, it's going to be a really good start for them as we reach the halfway mark of day number 1, because they are going to have a ton of points. It's going to put them in a really good position, and you see that they're 41 apiece, Avenger.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, that's halfway to being qualified. I would say if we say 80 to 85 points for the cutoff for top 8, then after 3 games having 4-1 is kind of insane. And both of them on 20 plus kills here. That's massive for them.
Is that the number you want to put on this? Like sort of around an 85?
Yeah,
if
80,
you want to
80
qualify?
to 85, I think, is the top 8 cutoff. And then obviously we're going to have the last chance. But it's still good to be able to go off, have a week off, see everyone play, and kind of prepare for the finals by watching the games rather than having to be stressed out that you need top 8. Unless you're, we've said this 10,000 times already. Unless you're 100% sure you're going to make it through last chance, you don't want to be in there.
Yeah.
That's that's an interesting number to throw out though, because like Kalaris, I mean, that if BB Team and FaZe continue and they play the next 3 maps the way they've just done, then they pretty much set themselves up for qualification, and tomorrow pressure is off somewhat.
Yeah, they'd be banging it out, right? I mean, admittedly, though, there has been moments where I would say, as much as FaZe has looked great, there's been a few circles going their way, right? For example, they were in Gangneung as this circle centers on Gangneung, so they should have been able to get something from this game, and they did. Although, that said, as we take a look at their overall numbers so far, I was surprised that they were getting hot dropped in Buksansar by Benita. Yeah, I don't know about that choice.
Questionable.
Yeah, a little questionable, Avenger.
Yeah, honestly, if you just went off from hot dropping Miramar, then you go back to hot dropping on the next map. I wonder if they're going to be hot dropping on the next map, but we'll have to wait to see that a little bit. It's a little bit questionable for me. I don't think Nalo and the boys have really thought that through. Maybe, we talked about this a little bit, right? It's like, maybe they're thinking there's so much pressure in FaZe that they want to get to a land that they're just going to go off and kind of don't go to their usual hotspot. But that's not going to happen. Like, they always win books on time.
It was a bit of a strange move, but let's see how that continues. Anything that's surprising you in the overalls here at the halfway mark of day 1? I'm not all that surprised, Kalaris, by what I'm looking at, and not all that worried just yet, because I do think it's still early days. But maybe you feel differently?
One pleasant surprise, one not so pleasant surprise. One pleasant surprise is that Ascend has been doing very well for themselves, and I'm happy to see that. They need to be back on the road again. They need to be getting themselves up to those top spots to kind of justify the fact that we had great expectations of them for a long time, and they've not really hit those home. The unfortunate surprise for me so far is Na'Vi. I mean, 11 kills on the board, not too bad at all. They've not had as much room as they maybe would like to actually work with, but this roster is, in my mind, spectacular. So I want to see them be doing a lot more than just 13 points in 3 games.
Fair points. And now we've taken a look at the teams. We've seen them play, but I do want to remind you that there's also opportunities for you to win while you're watching PEC4. We have a stack of G coins up for grabs, and all you need to do is make sure you're over on social media, memes, clips, comments, whatever it is that you think will make us laugh. I'm presuming you have to keep it clean. They won't want anything too extreme. I know, I feel the same way, but if you can make us laugh, there is a chance for you to win. And there's a few other chances as well. Maybe you're not a funny guy. Don't stress. There's a good chance if you've been watching PUBG and competitive PUBG for a long time, there's some G coins up for grabs with the history books. That, I believe, that social post will go up tomorrow. So make sure that you keep following the social media. And then, of course, there's still one more opportunity as well. You can drop some questions to us and we'll be answering them at the end of the day. And there's G coins for you as well if those questions get answered. So lots to play for, lots to win. Not only for the teams, but for you as well. So to make sure that you can cope with all of that, because I know we've just thrown a ton of information at you, we're going to take a very quick break. And then when we return, we'll be jumping into map 4. But that break is filled with something fun, because if you are a regular watcher of PEC, we've had the game show. That game show has been revitalized, shaken up, changed, and I do believe we're going to be following a more Jeopardy style format moving forward. I've never watched Jeopardy, so I'm quite excited to see what's about to happen. Mark is hosting. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, welcome in to another PUBG game show, but this time with a slight twist. This is PUBG Jeopardy. I'm Mark Power, joined by the amazing BB, it's Chris and Gustav, heading to head. For those that don't know how to play Jeopardy, we've got a series of categories that have points valued against them. The higher the points, the more harder the question, but there's a twist. If the person gets the question wrong, they all get negative points, but if they get it right, they get the plus points, but they also get to pick the next question. Gustav, I hear you're going first, mate. Are you ready for this one?
I'm locked in. I already know what I'm picking.
Nice. Beamy, are you going to win, or are you going to leave it down to It's Chris to carry the loads? Who's taking this?
Gonna be full coin flip. We're gonna see how it goes.
We'll see. Chris, you've done a few of these before, mate. Slightly different. You ready?
No.
Always confident, Chris. Absolutely love it. Right, let's get things cracking. Obviously, Gustav, you have the first pick, mate. Over to you, mate. What category? And more importantly, what value do you want to go for?
Send me on a history 1000.
History
Holy.
1000. We're locking in. Okay, history for 1000 points. In the very first PGI, this team came in. Oh, Beamy buzzed in first.
Liquid.
Team Liquid is the correct answer. Talk about a way to get going there. But more importantly, you now get to pick the next question.
Maps 400.
This POI is the most west point on Tago. This point of interest is the most west point on Tago. It's Chris with the special instant being me slightly after. So Chris, for the point of interest.
Go for Harpo.
Go. Harpo is the correct answer. Chris,
Okay.
for the third question, mate, you now get to pick. Pick the category and the level.
I go for weapons 200.
The SMG that is exclusive to an airdrop. Oh, Gustav. That was quick, mate.
P90.
The P90 is the correct answer. Gustav, you now get to pick. Are you going to go extreme again?
Yeah, I
Perhaps
mean,
stolen away?
I need to catch up to Beamy, so I have to go extreme. I'm not gonna sit here and pick. Oh, I'm gonna pick a 200. So you're sending it in on. I'm wondering which 1000 would be the best here. I'm thinking vehicles.
The amount of land vehicles in PUBG. What is the amount of land vehicles in PUBG?
I'm not bothering, bro.
I'm
not bothering.
Any guesses?
There's no
Gustav has
reason.
buzzed. He's going for it.
I mean, I'm lost
Yes,
in this
that
one
is
actually, but I'm saying like there's 13.
I can confirm to you that is the wrong answer. We got no other takers. Okay, 24.
Close enough.
24.
Close enough.
That was close
24.
enough. Because no one guessed, Gustav, I'll let you go again.
I'm sending it on a maps 1000 anyway.
You're going for a map 1000. You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I need to catch up.
According to the Lord, Kang Jae Mao was serving a sentence in this point of interest. He was serving a sentence in this point of interest.
I'm sending it in.
I think
I'm
I know.
clicking
Go
the
ahead, hit
buzzer.
the buzzer then.
I'm clicking the buzzer.
Okay, go on then.
This guy was serving a sentence on Tago in prison.
Okay, what's the prison? What is the location called? What is the name of the location?
Is it not called
I can't
prison?
just take prison.
Tago.
No.
There's a
Am
bit
I-
before prison.
There's more.
There's more to it.
It's not just prison.
It's not just prison. There is a bit before prison. The sentence and prison, they go hand in hand, Gustav. So you ain't getting a point there, mate. So there's a name of the prison. I just need to know the name of the prison, mate.
It's very simple.
But it's very simple. You were gonna laugh.
You're
when
full
you
of
picked
things.
it up.
Like you are gonna be so tilted if you don't get
But
it.
I'd say this. No one
Tago
else-
prison.
I'm gonna tell you this. Okay, this one for free. That's wrong. Okay. Now, you guys, Chris, Beamy, you got the option to buzz in, mate. You got 5,
But if it's
4,
wrong, then
3.
Whatever,
Yeah,
I'm
minus
sending
points.
it, I'm
So
sending it.
Beamy's going in. Let's go, Beamy.
I mean,
Okay, let me
fucking
just-
Hosan prison.
Hosan prison is the correct answer where he was serving.
Did I lose 1,000?
Yes, mate. Yeah. And someone else
I'm
gained
gonna
1,000
rage
as
quit.
well.
I'm gonna rage quit.
that is crazy.
Beamy, what category and what level do you want to pick?
Time would take 1,000 weapons.
This AR has the slowest default reload speed.
I mean, I have to go here.
Oh, but you
It's 'cause
have attempted to go, but Chris has got first in.
I'll just go with the M4.
I can confirm to you the M4 is not the slowest reload speed. You have buzzed in, so you're ready to go,
Oh,
right?
I
Beamy
have
is
no
playing
idea.
safe. But you,
I have no
what do you
idea.
mean you have no idea? You've buzzed in. You hit the buzzer.
Yeah, but I
can see
have
it.
to. Either I'm gonna win this or I'm gonna go minus 6k. But I'm gonna go.
Give me one quickly. Give me
I'm
one.
gonna go with the Farmers. I'm gonna go with the Farmers.
The FAMAS does not have the slowest reload. One final person. If Beamy wants to buzz in, he can do. But he's got such a lead, he could just throw it away with 5.
You buzz in here.
Ah, it's too boring if I don't. It's too boring if I don't.
No, Beamy's playing safe. He's buzzed in. We've hit the buzzer.
I'm just gonna say mutant.
The mutant is not the correct answer for you guys. So no one gets there. So there's minus 1,000 points all around there. So let me just update my scoreboard. I can confirm the G36C with a whopping 3.8 seconds, I believe, is the answer. I just want to confirm we understand the concept of the game, that we need to get the questions right. You've gone aggressive, you've gone hard, we've got no more 1,000 questions up for grabs. That's it though for episode number 1. We'll be back next time where Gustav is going to try and climb back to victory as he answers the remaining questions. See you guys next time.
New stage. Paramount. New enemy. Mortar Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
Welcome back to PUBG. The EMEA Championship for Fall is here, and we've swapped some faces around. I got Mark and Toby on the desk with me now. Kylaris and Avenger are going to be taking you into game. Gents, halfway through day number 1. Toby, what have you thought so far?
Chaos. With a capital C. I always like that we get kind of the wild starts to tournaments in general, because teams have to kind of feel out one another and figure out what the lobby is going to be like, but never have we ever, or at least very rarely, especially in EMEA, seen beginnings of Miramar games, and Takeover for that matter, be this chaotic. I think that's very unique to this tournament.
How about you, Mark? What have you been thinking so far?
Get to brief, Sam. It's been chaos from the word get-go. Miramar, as Toby says, it's normally calm, collective. Let's just figure out what we want to do. We're the EMEA region, best of the best. But no, everyone just wanted to get points. They wanted to go really early. And it's really good to see, as we mentioned you guys before, Ascend up there. Also FaZe looking to go aggressive early on and put points against their name.
We're getting ready now, though, for match 4. It is Rondo, where we're heading, and I'm curious, do you think the chaos now continues, Mark, or do you think that the teams have had a chance to settle a little bit?
No, it's going to continue, Sam. It's Rondo time. You're at your condo. You get to Rondo, as Martin says. And look, some of these teams have put enough points on the board. I think you're right, BB Team and FaZe, they're pretty solid, right? I think Ascend will want to try and get that name into that sort of conversation mix as well. But if your likes of Foot, if your likes of Na'Vi, you'd be expected to be higher up this table. So you've got to now take the game to them.
And I think there's
Right,
definitely
let's get
something...
into this.
Oh, sorry, continue.
Yeah, I was going to say, Toby, let's get it. What are your thoughts on this as you get to see the playing paths?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely something to be said. We talked about in the previous games as well, Mark, that the revival system has given, I mean, almost teams another set of fangs to play with in the early game, another kind of out. If things go wrong, then you can fight over it and still have a chance in the mid to late game, as we saw with FaZe in game 1, lose 2, but still come out and win the game with 4 alive. But I feel like since it's still somewhat new to the competitive scene, that we're still seeing teams kind of try and find the balance of how aggressive can we go without ending up paying the big price and falling because of it. We are seeing Na'Vi, as always, landing in test track, where Bonito has hot dropped 3 games in a row. This feels like a colder drop, because they're not actually in the same buildings this time around.
They picked a place and it was going to be test track, and Na'Vi opted to go to the factory. So yeah, not going to be quite the hot drop. But back to your point, obviously, on the recall system, yeah, a lot of teams are sort of trying to figure it out. But I think as we've sort of been learning recently, especially in Scream, especially on the open qualifiers, that mid-game, Toby, is really interesting to see teams maybe like Grief in the last game not go for the recall, because they don't want to risk not having the loot. The zone shifts away from them. They're just kind of giving bodies up 3 points away to other teams. When you're in a qualifying, when you're in group stages, you've got to make sure every single point counts. So it's interesting to see, yes, the recall's great, but sometimes we might not want to play that card.
Exactly. Circle as center as can be as well. Test track. Surprise is in the very middle of it. So you know what? To break down everything that's about to unfold, let's hop on over to Martin and James.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, we get ourselves a normal circle for Rondo with what looked like a normal drop for what would be Twisted Minds, but Bonita, man, are they just gonna... There's no way they do this in the next lobbies. It would be insane. What is going on, Martin?
Yeah, I mean, the hot drop is just like, we have nothing to lose. This is the last regional of the year for a big one, and you know what? We're just gonna put ourselves on all the spots that we want and drop some. If people want to hot drop, we'll do that too. We don't care. And yeah, here they are, dead center. Gonna be looting as quick as can, even though we have high beasts on screen right now. We can see Novik already moving out kind of early on here to try to get some terrain inside this circle here. We've seen, you know, it's been a few patches, but we've seen so many circles here west of test track. I kind of don't hope we're gonna end up in the same area, but it seems like a lot of teams already setting up for that, James.
You don't want to be in that bamboo forest? You don't want to knock down some trees with some cars?
I love that, yeah.
Having a fun
You'd
time? I love that. It's great fun. But some of those fields south of that and other locations are unbelievably open, which is a good job. You have some of that deployable cover flares if you're actually able to get a lot on board, which has been a great addition to the other maps from my perspective of things. But a lot of shots coming in from Bushido against the 010 boys over in the distance, who, for the most part, I mean, they're just kind of jostling for position for these kind of middle spots. They're expecting circles to probably navigate over this way if the second circle does continually encompass this area. So we'll see for now.
Yeah, obviously taking space here is important. Getting information is important. And yeah, Bushido doing so early here. Just a little bit of greedy split for them. Let's see if that kind of is going to have some success for them. Meanwhile, Krint also moves in the distance. More shots coming in. Medibay trying to connect. Does not connect just yet here. But a Dragonov and a 3US is a good start if you ask me.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. We'd love to have that on board as they found themselves the little high ground spots to be able to work in from. So for all these other teams moving in slowly, I mean, there is technically a lot of room to work with for a circle like this, but even edge players sometimes, I would say, almost frowned upon on a circle like this, right, with the usual tendencies that do go down. And then also those unplayables that we know usually come into play as well, like the big monolith, those big plinths that people would love to land on, get a few shots off against teams. But teams have gotten so good about negating the lines of sight that those locations pose, right, as a problem. So I think at this level, they've gotten really good at dealing with it.
And also the greenkeepers of the pillars of Rondo also a good job of cutting the grass on top of it a little bit some patches ago. So it's not as strong as it was, yeah. But now look at that Valence here running in. That's going to get hurt. That's an easy knock, I feel like, for Medibay. Okay, he sees and hears more coming in here. Now they have to turn around. Bushido's going to be on the spot here. Krint already encroaching entirety of their compound here.
Yeah, a bit of a scramble. Ooh, tries to get away from some of those shots of Celtic here as he does see them around the side. Knows exactly the angle that they're going to be coming in at, so goes for the spray. Perfect stuff to start things off by Medibay as he saw them through these pallets. Very well done.
Nice execution by him. Vanos also gets nail cup down. It's a little bit of a scrappy fight here. Two left standing for Krint. Tarkus also gets a shot in. Going to be down to 75 HP. He's running in here. Crossbird. Kalisakis gets a Medibay. Tries to go for the flush as well. A little bit rough here for Bushido. Losing places early on here. Crossbird outside. Trying to make something happen. Utility comes out. Gets the point. Runs around the corner. Drops shots and vanishes down low. Gets all of them here. Krint. Well executed by them. Actually managed to get the rest off too. And then I have to get one player back off the recall here. So that's great for them.
Not exactly the easiest spot to hold on to with the way the pallets work and the information you can gain through them. So you can even see people and even take a shot or two as time goes on. But yeah, so that's well done by them to be able to shut down Bushido as PWD gliding around, getting some information wherever he can. Of course, as Rondo. Ooh, that's a nice shot there from Extends. Got to get away from all that.
That's, yeah. He was not even that close. Like, taking that much damage is a little bit scary. So, but yeah, obviously now being out, they're peacocking a little bit here from this spot on the eastern side of Neox, but they want to hold on to this. They don't want too many teams getting too close and kind of taking space away from it. So yeah, it's good to see that they are out there peacocking here. BB team obviously looking great so far. James, 41 points for them and FaZe. What a great start for them. And as we were talking about during the desk here, 80 to 85 points is kind of my thesis of where we're going to end off for the top 8 to go straight to the grand final after the group stage.
A BB team last PEC looked brilliant on Rondo as well. They were able to get multiple victories during PEC Spring. So this is another opportunity for them to get another one on the board and kind of flex that out. Of course, they did not look great when it came to EWC.
Let's forget about that.
Obviously, they'll be putting that behind them, knowing that they can flex out here for Europe and EMEA.
Yeah, I don't want to reminisce about that at all. Like that. No, we had so high hopes for BB team. Meanwhile, James does find Kera here. My fellow Dane falls once again here. Hype so far not been impressed with what they've been doing here, but below on the boys, it's been a little bit of a tomfoolery, you may say. What do you think?
Yeah, not exactly the easiest of times for them. I thought it was an interesting roster coming in, honestly. And I think that they are capable of more than just a 9-pointer to get things a-rolling. But, I mean, even the position that they took against FaZe in that Tego game, begin things, was just like, what are we doing? Why are we... I get trying to maybe clean up like a full like fight that would be going on the side of Buxansara, maybe getting a cheeky 1 or 2, but... there wasn't enough knocks going down to really warrant it from my perspective.
Yeah, and you're losing time of scouting priority compounds, of being, you could be a 2-2 split of some of the priority compounds of the center. You could have better rotations. You can be like, there's so many more better opportunities, unless you're able to get, it's going to happen sometime. You're going to get a 3 or 4 Panzerfaust in one car kind of situation, but it didn't happen just then here. I mean, all the foot comes in too. So far, just 12 points. And I know, sure, it's just, 13 points from 4th right now because it's been a little bit spongy at the top. But still, we want to see big things from these guys. This is one of the big names in the lobby. And Kabi and the boys should be able to kind of capitalize off that so far, since C is not playing. And we were speculating a little bit to begin things. Calaris, C, I feel like it's a very difficult group to go up against. So for A and B, they should be maximizing there. I mean, always should be, no matter when you play. But you need to get more points here than you're expecting to get in a group like against Group C.
Yeah, so just like the kids call it looks maxing, we want points maxing from today, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Looks maxing, is that a reference to Geeky and Diffix, or?
No, that's... Things changed. That's
more
German
of a shapeshift.
That's not looks maxing. No, we're being mean. He's fine. He looks fine.
He looks great. I mean, I love both looks of him, but I just didn't expect him to be, having like this.
Nobody did.
No, Northeastern Circle here. This is a difficult one. The majority of the teams have to move in here. Geeky have all the priority. We've had a few endings, north of the Neox factory where Geeky is sitting up right now, and I think both PDD and Quizzy is going to be moving towards that location. All the other teams either swinging wide and trying to get north, trying to get some space, or other teams trying to kind of send it. We're going to see some scrappy fights while we're having a lot of cars kind of moving in here. BB team, sort of a caravan here, getting in between foot at the moment here. Shots coming in, actually stopping a little bit. G-Bone down just to nothing. Could actually be taken out here. Managed to get away. Are they turning on him? I feel like they're chasing at this point here. Maybe they saw the damage coming in. He's just 1 HP here. More shots connecting. Oh, didn't just get him out now. Meanwhile, FaZe are fighting in the distance here.
No, well, whilst you were talking about that fight, of course, we have our circle shift, and Geeky has been mewing constantly for those points maxing vibes. No, you don't make it. All right, I'll stop. But the point is they do actually have a really good central position from all of this.
Yeah,
so they can actually work with that quite nicely. SlamG's moving on the west side of them here. Kref getting that top 2 from the previous game is also going to be moving in on the north side. Our production is giving me some choice words after some of my I'm down with the kids talk. Do
you remember this compound, by the way, that Geeky had with Falcons and Virtus Pro in the Esports World Cup? Where Falcons were playing on the northern side and they kind of crashed in. Virtus Pro had that compound east of it, and it was split at one point. It is actually such a good compound, the eastern one, to hold over the many kind of apartments that the other side kind of offers. So let's see what kind of pays off here. Simon, though, finds Scav. It's Foot losing one player here inside Test Strike. Joker Benito, still a little bit of a menace here for the boys.
It was an interesting timing for them to come over here, I must admit, right? With a circle like this, and also the fact that you've been seeing Joker Benito just going for hot drops every single time. So, I mean, it would, in my head, make sense that they were just saying, well, okay, Twisted Minds isn't in the lobby. Let's just take Test Track alongside now.
Right.
Bit of a stretch, of course, but why would any team move from here if they were here early? Or even teams that would be dropping around it move into here, because it could have shifted straight here anyway.
Yeah, it could for sure. Scav re-rest here. A little bit of a delay for Foot, but if they can stay 4 guys strong, sure, it's going to be, be multiple knocks down. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but still, you can get a little bit deeper here for them. It's not too bad. Kilyakai also gliding around there in the distance here. Warpwood Swords didn't get what we were kind of hoping of for them for Miramar, but now here on Rondo, let's see what they can do to maximize their points.
That said, I would say 25 points isn't too bad for them overall, right? It might
it's not 3 wins, though.
True. It is not 3 wins. You are factually accurate with that. But 25 points for Vorpal Swords in this lobby, I think, is not terrible. Now, what also isn't terrible, Avenger, is the fact that FaZe does have an emergency pickup heading their way from that west side to try and move on in, but they're already driving forwards as well. So it seems like they're not fully putting all of their eggs in the basket of that emergency pickup. They're looking to just do a bit of driving alongside it.
Yeah, it's a scout. I think it's James going into it. Yeah, there's James is in it. And it's going to be coming across this circle, though, We have water that is, next circle's going to come off here while we see TMO fighting his Kref as well. Finds Stay It. Goes down here. Former Na'Vi player for our last PGS is now with TMO and the boys. Let's see if Justus and Sparta and that boy can get him back up here. And the bot finds Suris. A little bit of a scruffy fight here for Kref.
Bit scary. Gonna have to be careful about it. More nades do go forwards here. Hope Jake gets service. He's finishing him off. Not too bad at all here. Hands of Hope, because the problem is for Kref is they're going to be sandwiched quite handedly here between Hands of Hope as well as TMO, the Myth of. So another nade goes forwards. Oh, you got to be so careful as Kref. I don't know how you get out of this. The Hands of Hope has given them a bit of a reprieve, moving back slightly, so maybe they can do something with it, but it will be difficult still.
Yeah, Motion's coming in here. Big breach from big BB team coming in there. Boostic gets shots as well. Nice shots from Boostic. Gets a doozy down here. Mogo goes down with the Hands of Best of Luck here. Down 2 players for Slam G. Can they make something out of it? This is a great Molotov. This is going to cause tons of damage. And now the backfill comes in for this one here. Boostic finds Phil first with the flush for that one. Look at that. Oh, that's a great play for Molotov and for BB team. But Hype, Phosphase is here trying to capitalize a little bit, James.
Yeah, big BB team indeed. They were on that, even though they did lose 2 members, of course. It's a little bit unfortunate, but they're trying their best here to deal with it. Dealing with Boostic, he's a bit of a speed demon, and he makes some good choices very, very rapidly, given the circumstances. As Fuzz, likewise, going to have to do exactly the same here against the Myth of, sitting in the blue for just a little bit here, trying to navigate around this position, but I think the Clash did go forwards against this position. He's going to have to try and maybe go for a peek here, try and shut them down, but Bad Boy 2K goes for an easy pickup.
Almost hitting that. 8C has to go out, has to go upstairs. Fighting here on the edge of test track. It's going to be delaying both teams. They're not going to be able to get into the kind of deeper ends of the circle. Also, this circle here. Oh, T-Bone gets taken. Oh, he finds one actually. Chris Dalney and Joker Benito now holding a little bit of a ratty angle here, I would say, with this one.
Ratty.
That's a good stun.
And it doesn't matter how much time you do in the mannequin pose there as well. Not going to work out. Oh, Cappy comes absolutely 100 miles around the corner, takes down Noddy to get things going, and Nail Up goes down 2 here. Foot is absolutely dispatching of them. Simon holds a cheeky angle as well, so Cappy is down at the moment, but Foot should be able to clean this up.
Yeah, it looks like it's just down to Simon now. And Kristalny, yeah, okay, so they're on off this. This is just, again, mutual destruction kind of, right? Because nobody's going to have any priority into the next circle here, as we see it pop in the minimap. A lot of the teams, we have water in play, we have unplayable in play. It's going to go south quite easily. So these teams are going to have, some sort of an angle to get in on the Neox Factory northern side. But this, again, for Foot, just delaying their time to get information into the circle here. Now Simon, 80 HP. Has to try to get in. Smokes. This is just scrappy. Foot just goes out, tries to take command off the road now. Shots come in, connecting on them too.
Well, it's an easy hold, but at the same time, as you mentioned, like Na'Vi is moving into a point where they're going to hold out anybody, and there goes already Cappy being knocked down and finished off as well. This is a perfect move from Na'Vi to make sure anybody coming out of this situation is dead to rights.
Yeah, just again, as I said, mutual destruction here for both of them. Like, just a few placement or a few kill points here. No placement points is going to be happening for both of them. Na'Vi holding it, just destroying it. Simon takes tons of damage here, has to wall out. Kristalny also trying to make things happen here. Scav gets both. Hackator finds T-Bone now. And yeah, Na'Vi just cleaning up, as you say here, James. Great for them.
Brilliant stuff. Good holder. I mean, they had the better transition out of Neox Factory anyway, and they were completely and happily situated within the circle. But as soon as they heard these knocks go down, why not just take the opportunistic play and clean this up? You've got your anchor point in the middle of this circle as well. The one thing that's a little bit creeping around here, we have that last Kref member. So they've got to be a bit cautious about that. But as long as they clean this up and move back without too much of a wide swing on this, they shouldn't run into him.
Unless he springs a trap on them here later. Now we see back to 0-1-0. Global Army and the boys have a BRDM on play here. Shots are coming in on it. Hackator finds Hope. Target's taking tons of damage from GK here. They're just shooting at everyone from a distance. Novik finds Brexco. Hype Beast on that eastern side here, taking actually quite a lot of space for them. It's unfortunate they don't have Phosphate with them there. Justice finds Vanos. A lot of fights kind of across everything, but we have a lot of teams on the northern side that's eventually going to come into somewhat open terrain here. Nice nades from Vav finds 2 Hands of Hope players.
Yeah, he realized, and the entirety of FaZe realized, that the best backfill potential here was to deal with these teams on this northwest side that were going to be such easy pickings. So they've done a great job about shutting that down. 6 kills already. FaZe is on a tear, and this is the precedent they have to set for the rest of this tournament. It's obviously no secret that this team has been struggling throughout the year, and this, if this kind of FaZe continued, man, we'd be in for an absolute treat.
I mean, if there's a motivation, nothing else, like not qualifying to tournaments, then that is exactly what you need to go back to the
100%.
drawing board and then get into it. And that's what they've been doing. They've been looking decent in scrims. They had some really good days as well. And to be honest, for me, like, if you get back into the grind, these guys are fantastic players. If you're playing, 30, 40 hours a week and you're kind of shaking the rust off more than you were used to before, even though we don't have that many regional tournaments outside of PC, that's great for them. Yeah, Mad Negative finds stay at great shots and angle here for Krint.
Yeah, if you can get above smokes, you've got a lot more vision through them. So that is perfect stuff here from Mad Negative, as he does move back here for a second. Now, the question remains, for these edge teams, what are you going to do? How are you going to play this out? Because there is one main compound in the middle of this circle. GK holds that compound. There's a lot of threats that still lurk on these edges, as you can see now, as we still have the myth of Krint actually still staking out one another. Mad Negative's now looking for an angle to try and hold them. Leapfrog forwards of the myth of. I think it's a smart play.
Meanwhile, FaZe is also pushing BB team. Your Hands of Hope is out. Krint with 5 kills look good so far, but yeah, the myth of just trying to get in there, trying to kind of push themselves onto this terrain here, but it's difficult. Repair coming in from Mad Negative. Oh, did he cancel it? I think he canceled it. Rifle coil for Salik. Spyro finds Pestalog. It's FaZe pushing BB team off here, but Krint and TMO is still fighting here with a third party now coming in from Jeems. Finds Hoppycock with a great headshot. Flushes it as well. Now Krint is down to just 2 players. Opening the door quite slightly here for TMO.
Yeah, I think Poppycock realized that he didn't have many options. He was far north of this, so had to try and make that transition across to the rest of his team, but he did leave himself very exposed on that drive-by. So at least he tried to trade off with the shots, but didn't quite connect with much. Mad Negative still holding this angle. Instantaneously brought down, though, by Justus. Bad Boy will finish him off as well. So this has gone from bad to worse here from Krint, who have not been able to deal with it despite that leapfrog forwards. The myth of has been very patiently strong about this hold on the edge. Ooh.
Meanwhile, Hypebeast actually third parties this northern side pusher. They had a lot of control of that eastern side, and now they're like, okay, we have space. Let's take it. Let's try to push in, get some points here. Gets one off Sparta here. And the rest of TMO now are forced to push straight into Krint here. I don't think they have too much info, but Salik gets shots from the side. It's another player. It's Keda actually from the distance. Takes down Salik now, and TMO now realizes they can push forward, fight quite freely here. More shots coming in off the side here. Keda connecting quite a lot. Bambilovo also. They have really good ridge to work with as well here, James.
Yeah, I think the Mythov realizes that this is going to be extremely difficult to deal with. Now stage down to James overall. More shots will be coming across them, not only from FaZe, but also from Hypebeasts, while they try and make an entry point into this circle. Keda's got a beautiful angle here to work with, and they're gone. Completely gone.
Yeah, really well executed by FaZe. Northern control here. This circle pops south, though. GK is laughing right now, belly laughing. Meanwhile, they're holding this, just putting so much damage out, trying to farm, trying to have an impact. Navi off that western side here now, kind of getting pushed a lot by FaZe. You can see so many shots coming in. 3-man just staring down at Navi, trying to kind of clean that up.
Yeah, what does Navi want to do? Because their decision's going to have to come in at some point. Obviously, they would like to take that ridge line that is kind of southwest of where GK is, but they need Vorpal swords, as well as maybe even FaZe's line of sight to be gone before they could even try and make that happen here. This Chris is going on a mad dash, finds Vorpal swords, and he will take them completely down alongside Kiliakai. Great play from them.
I love this, SN. This is such an aggressive, smart play. This backfill, though, from Hypebeast, so smart. They see points, they see placements. They can clean this up here now, and they can stop a little bit now, maybe loot a little bit, and then push on and move on to Ascend. They know Ascend now is just down to 2 players. If they can come in, clean it up, get the 2 kills off them, and the placement point guaranteed, they might have an opening on the southern side.
I totally agree. They smell out the vulnerability so easily there, right? And it was really good to get that backfill going. Imagine if Ascend had had one knocked up on the very south side as well. They would have just gone completely for it, the entire thing. But FaZe is going in here. James doesn't get his Panzer off in time against this position that CC Enix is holding. A little bit of seat swapping with the Grozer as well. Gets back into this BRDM, comes on out and does get taken down. He got a little bit too big for his boots. Nades forwards. Ooh, gotta be careful.
Just jump into the BRDM, you take no damage from just sitting in there with the nades now. It's Chris is out putting nades onto Na'Vi here. Spyro gets down fair. A lot of pressure onto Na'Vi here at this point from multiple angles, both utility and shots coming into this from the side here. Good utility damage done here at this point. Can they connect one bigger one though? Half HP. Has to heal soon here though, so sad. Can't keep this and delay it. He's gonna get knocked eventually then. But this is, as you said, opening the door quite a little bit here, but there's still a Joker Benito player left off to the northwestern side that could make a little bit of a fuss for them.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, as soon as they saw FaZe was able to move from their spot, they could then try and take that ridge line, and it could pay off for them here. As you can see, the kind of lay of the land here. Keta knocks Diffx, who's still in the compound, so should be recoverable here by Quizzy. GK still looking okay.
Yeah, and now at this point here, okay, good utility here from Na'Vi. Finds it's Chris. They have not used that much utility in time, and they've had time to loot as well. Kai down to just nothing. Molotov as well. A lot of pressure being it's gonna spread a little bit there. Oh, the shield's on fire. Yeah, they don't have another nade here. No, Navad. Look at that. Good angle here onto them. Oh, Spyro pushed out, took down Fix. Look at that. GK out being a progressive here. Gustav found Spyro as well. This is a big fight. This is great for the rest of the lobby as well. Whoa.
Okay, here comes BRDM. They do take Spyro down. He's not going to be able to get back up, unfortunately, at any time soon, as now more smokes do get thrown down as well to try and delay what is oncoming. Na'Vi and Kiliakai still embroiled in the fight down in the south. Panzer comes out for James. Now, he was able to get up, meaning that he does have some scary potential firepower if GK wants to move a little bit further forward.
13 kills.
I mean, as much as they lost Spiro, I do like that they were trying to kind of flex out against this. You've got to eliminate some of these threats instead of all of it collapsing on you at once.
Yeah, you've got to. And Na'Vi now also trying to take space, but this circle here is just the absolute worst for them. Meanwhile, Kiliakai is delaying them quite a lot. 5 kills for Ascend and a guaranteed top 6 here. Nice shots connecting onto Joker Benito there from Kiliakai. Look at that. Level 3 vest. Oh, shots coming in now from GK. 19 only, but still, this makes it difficult. He's just gonna try to drive. He's going to send it in. Okay, Soset gets that. That's quite easy for them now. PUBG finds Keter, and GK destroys Hypebeast here at this point here, just down to Bombelovo.
Diffx got to be careful, make sure it doesn't get knocked as well. That could really open up a bit of a window for somebody to try and push on this compound. But at the same time, they've done a great job about holding down this fortress against these teams. That said, though, FaZe Clan's going to be moving. They know that Na'Vi is down here, or at least somebody in the kill feed. Probably do know it's Na'Vi. So they're going to try and pepper them with a few shots. That's a guaranteed next potential threat that they could seize, as the BRDM is positioned in such a way that we'll be able to defend him quite nicely. Pico takes some damage. They back off from it, making sure they don't want to take any.
It's almost destroyed at that point here. Now PUBG comes out. It's a good timing. Actually, this tree just absolutely destroyed the potential of that. If that tree wasn't there, that was an easy 1 or 2 knocks for him. But Na'Vi now tries to sneak in on the southern side here. The circle is pushing, and it's closing in 30 seconds. They're still not inside the new circle, James. And yeah, Bombelovo, look at that. He just has to lay low. Everyone is on the southwest of this new circle.
This has been a great Rondo. This has been like just a non-stop fight. Teams really making great decisions on trying to get to the circle, trying to find themselves a little bit of hope in some of this very difficult terrain. Soset's knocked by the blue as well. Continues to open up more room here for FaZe. Oh, and he doesn't even get the full, actually. I thought he was going to send a nade forwards there from FaZe to try and get that kill, but no.
Kai exploded and PUBG finds extends. We're down to just 3 teams, yeah. GK versus FaZe, 3 versus 3. Bombelovo there. Everyone is aware that he's out there somewhere, but yeah, with this circle here, he could be lucky and either third party the last fight, get a few points here and there, or even, you know, have a chance at a win if they completely destroy each other. But yeah, FaZe is fully aware that he's sitting on that exact spot. Do they have anything to do here? They have a couple of nades for Fex and Arm.
We're suddenly in an alternate dimension where we watch FaZe and they could do nothing in a tournament, and then now we watch FaZe in 4 games and they're almost at a 15-point average.
That's crazy.
This is absolutely mind-blowing coming out from FaZe here to start off our first 4 games, and they've still got an opportunity here. They could still potentially do something against this very strong position. That's an arm in hand. He's looking to try and bring down Diffex, I think it was, on the high ground, but it's still difficult for them to try and deal with this compound.
Yeah, now the compound becomes a little bit too large for them to be able to defend here. Chrissy's just kind of slowly holding it. They don't want to commit too much. Smokes are getting shot out here. The M79 smoke grenade launcher is exactly how you want to use this. You want to smoke grenade launch on the windows, on the covers, where they have... Oh, almost connecting that one there. Pompilovo still passive here, as he should be. I think he's just outside that next circle, which is optimal for everyone. They've definitely been marking that.
C4.
C4? Oh, it's a C4 coming
C4
in.
in the car. I heard the beep. How are they dispersing? I think they're already trying to move to the bottom right-hand corner of this compound. They do get away from it. Not too bad at all. Even negating some of the angles and then being able to take out James as well. Brilliant stuff here by GK to react to that when they did. Nice shot coming out as well. Really delaying FaZe about this, trying to make the Hail Mary play. I understand it, because how else were they going to make something happen against this compound?
Yeah, it's just too big of a compound to actually be able to get a C4 and have effective, like, you're going to be able to disperse. You have so many sides that's coming in here. Vard trying to check this corner here. But he gets the bleed on James. Now it's a 3 versus 2 versus 1. Bombilo is still surviving here now in the car. Has to make a drive for it. Shot come in, did not connect off Fex. Oh, more shots connecting off the Fix as well. Down to 34 HP. Has to heal soon. Has 2 nades as well.
Too vulnerable.
Yeah.
I don't think
Too
this is gonna
exposed.
work. I think, yeah, he's going to walk out and he's going to be seen instantaneously. Great nade to be able to deal with Vard here. Just a little bit extra. They know exactly where he is. BWD takes down Fex. That was never going to be easy for Fex to make that transition.
Well played by Vard here. Tries to get the flashbang off to get Quissy blind. The backup comes in quickly. Quissy's still in there. Muscle break on the AWK. Great shot from Quissy. Takes down FaZe in the 3rd place here. And Bombilovo, mission complete for him here. Gets 2nd place guaranteed. Tries to back the car in. Tries to get into the late game play here. Can he make something happen? Shots come in, connect quite a few onto Diffix. Down to 60 HP.
Yep, not much you're doing here, Bombilovo. As you said, mission was complete. Doing anything more than what he's already done. Does not PWD. Does he get a flush maybe? Does he go for the flush straight away? Just peek around and finish it off. GK, a great hold here. Very important hold for them. They're going to be able to rocket up this leaderboard and join that proper top pack that does exist, Martin. But it does bear repeating. This is the reason FaZe has so many fans and so many people looking out for them to try and get victories here on the international stage.
Yeah, I'm so happy for this kind of spring of a comeback. And sure, it's just a group stage, but this is bringing kind of shimmers of, you know, a throwback to how great they were back in times. And a motivation, of course, not being able to go to the first couple of lands of the years. Yeah, it's making them come back and come back even greater here. But great to see GK close this one up, but tons of kills for FaZe Clan as well.
Yeah. A really fun Rondo, of course, as we take a look at the highlights from all of it, because it was non-stop action from beginning to end. That does it for us here for Rondo. Let's head over to the desk as me and Martin will join you in the next game.
Thank you so much, Kylaris. Lots of action in Rondo. A little bit Randy there. Randy Rondo. That's the name I'm going with. It's also like a term my mom would use, which is concerning. But there you go. All right, boys. We have to talk about FaZe. I know GK won it. I know they were our PEC Spring Champions. But FaZe is on one hell of a run today, Toby. This is just mad impressive from them. How did they do it again?
I think it was... I mean, I felt a little bad after we threw it to Martin and James when we were like, yeah, you know, it's test track. It's going to be a straightforward game. Little did we anticipate a back-to-back Eastern shift, and FaZe were actually on the kind of worst side of that. But their Phase 2 to Phase 3 rotation of driving north over test track with James kind of flying in with the E pickup and scouting ahead set them up so good for the end game. And then to play it downhill from there and net 13 kills with it too, that is something I think if you replayed this exact game, bring in some of the best teams in the world, they would have simply crumpled earlier. There would be no way they could maintain this much space. So this to me wasn't just a fluke performance. Like, this was an incredible performance by FaZe that most other teams wouldn't be able to replicate.
In agreement, Mark?
Yeah, 100. The only thing I can really add to that, I mean, because it is right, it's about that rotation. When people go back and watch that VOD, it's not even, it's that mid rotation. They've gone to like the high pillars that sit on Rondo, which we know will play away from, but they put themselves at the base of it with the expectation for that zone to shift away from them. That then put them on the outside edge, and then FaZe could go farming, and they've been farming all day so far, Sam. So secured spot, I think it's been already locked in.
But 20 points for Geeky, Mark. That's a nice one for them. That's going to pad up their leaderboard a little bit. It's a good start to the second half of the day, if you like.
Yeah, look, Geeky haven't really been firing all cylinders on the first game like we've seen some of the others, but they've been doing well, right? They found the compound, they obviously found the zone shift, they expected to come down to the south. They was able to dig up so many more kills, which is great. They stopped sort of the crashes coming in, but it will pad them out. So they're finding themselves now in that kind of like pushing towards that top pack on 38. Send only 1 point away from them. I think Geeky obviously winning the early part of the year of PEC. I think they'll be looking to try and drive that gap even closer down to FaZe. They won't let the gas off in these final 2 games.
Toby, we had a chance to see Na'Vi there in the final 4, but for the most part, it's been a little bit quiet from them throughout day 1. Why do you think that is?
I mean, I think in this game in particular, I will say Geeky actually ended up playing the game that I thought Na'Vi might, because they were the ones landing test track and didn't really have far to go towards the circle center, but somehow, and I was going to kind of go off of what you said here as well, Mark, the fact that Geeky is able to get as many kills as they were from that compound is not something you see too often. Usually, it would be your test track or Neox Factory team that sits there and kind of keeps people at bay because they have a better vantage point with just the layout of the building, but Geeky getting 10 kills in this game is not, I mean, again, something you see too often. They weren't pushed in the building proper until there were only 4 teams left alive. So normally, that compound team would only get a handful of kills, and it would be the Na'Vi team on the other side of the road that would be cleaning up quite a bit. But because, I mean, again, we'd have to go back and watch from their POV exclusively, because Geeky were able to maintain or will dish out so much damage from that position, there weren't really any leftovers for Na'Vi, so once they had to cross the road, they kind of crumbled. So other teams just doing what Na'Vi should have done, but better, I suppose, is my best breakdown of this situation. And surprisingly, again, good performance from Geeky despite having a compound to play with.
It's pretty much like every team that loses, that's the motto they have to look at, is the team that beat me just did what I should have done, but better, Mark.
Just do better. Just do better. Let's talk about doing better, though, because I am shocked with some of these teams on the right-hand side. The Myth-Off, I thought they were going to come in string like an Ascend, trying to get some points. And again, like we look at the likes of Esports, obviously they're trying to drive that leaderboard. They had a bad start, but if they continue on this and go down, then it's not good. There's so many names on this right-hand side of the table, and that's before we introduce group number C, because if they're going to try and start things off, and we know some of the names are there, they're going to be like the FaZe, they're going to be like the BB teams in the sense, they're going to be aggressive quite early. So 2 more games left here, Sam. The guys on the right really need to put numbers against a name.
Just a quick reminder, if you've just joined us, this is the group stages. We've got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday full of games for you. The top 8 teams will then make it through to the championship. That's what you're aiming for, right? Is you want to skip those last chance qualifiers, which are happening next week. You want to secure your spot, because that spot secures you a chance to grab a share of that $50,000 prize pool. So that's what they're playing for. So even though we're looking at that other side and going, oh, these points aren't good, they do technically still have a second chance. But Toby, I think for most teams, you want to qualify on Sunday and make sure you're sorted.
Anyone that ever tells you, oh, we wanted last chance to get more games, and you know what, they are big fat liars. There's no way around that. And today is a great example of just why. There's been so much chaos. There's so many things that no matter how hard you practice, how thick your playbook is coming into a game, there will just be factors that you cannot take into account. A team on a weird rotation that ends up with you being tangled up with them and you die. There are so many things that can go wrong in a game of PUBG, where if you're given a chance to go into the grand finals and avoid all of that, you're gonna take it any single chance you can. So yes, for everyone out there, they all want to make grand finals without going last chance.
We're now moving to Erangel, the last map of the day for 2 more games. But before we do that, I just want to remind you, roughly around 700,000 G coins are up for grabs between PEC and PAS over the next course of the next few weeks. And we've got lots of opportunities for you to win. One of that is designing your own skin. I love this so much. I have so many creative ideas. I have no creativity though. So if anyone's interested, I'm more than happy to tell you all my ideas so you can make the artwork for the skins. But this is an opportunity, of course, for you to get your hands on some of those G coins. Let's get back into the conversation though. Going to Erangel, last 2 matches of the day. Are you expecting to see the same teams in the top there, Mark? Is it going to be FaZe and BB and Ascend? They've had such a consistent run through day one, or do you think it starts changing up now a little bit as we move to Erangel?
There's 2 sides to this, right? If FaZe are in the top here, Sam, it's going to be so dangerous for everyone else, because if they continue to sort of stretch up and we add BB and we add Ascend into that, they hoover up all their points. It's going to make it difficult, because when these teams come back and they've only got 6 more games, they've got 6 more chances, and if the team's already running away from it, it's difficult. I'd like to see a new team. I think, again, we've got 2 more rounds, so again, I come back to kind of that myth of, I'd like to see them perform. I'd love to see Hypebeast actually get a win as well. With Fuzzface being introduced into the team, they've got a second there, so it's good that we're seeing them, and they're being interesting about how they sort of transition their way in towards those zones with trying to take on BRDMs, but I think that's part and parcel of that team. So I'd like them, they've done better in the placements here, Sam. I'd like them to do one more and maybe get a win.
Let's get into this now, Toby. Talk me through the playing path that we're going to see.
Playing path is gonna be as straightforward as can be. We've really seen everything at this point, but it's a good southeast to the straight north, so most teams, if not near all, should be able to get to exactly where they want. Here, Mark, as we see it is out towards the east side, sure. When even Pachinki is a stretch, you know, it's way out there. But usually, if not near always, the circle always also comes to follow. So should be very playable for everyone here on the first rank of the tournament.
Playable, yes. They want a PC. Insert super secret sauce, because it's going to be spicy, I think. I just can't see it calming down. This play box worries me slightly. Do we get the old school southeast corner, that Milter power? Do we see the fighting around that sort of neck of the woods? Or does it go crazy? Does it tease us with the military island? Only 2 teams, obviously, with GK and Vorpal Saw go in there. But I think from here, most teams will be able to get in. But the one I just need to be cautious of, though, Toby, is going to be that hot drop Stalber. They are stacking up.
I was going to say, are they fighting for it? I don't think they are. I think Slam is going to fly down and take the vehicles in the valley and just leave. So they should be okay, as long, of course, as the foot players don't get weapons fast enough. Issue for foot is that's 3 vehicles gone. There ain't a whole lot of cars up and around Stalber, so they might be on foot for a bit of it. Haha, we'll see if they end up making something happen there. And that wasn't even intentional either. I just do that sometimes. We'll see now, though, as the circle as set will go somewhat east, a bit further central though than I think many people anticipated. So where it is a pretty straightforward circle that we've seen time and time again, as I believe we've just seen a Na'Vi player get knocked. Yes, we have. Flory able to find Fairest with the M24. It's a rare case that we have a straightforward circle like this, but with this many teams playing in from the east. So with that and a Na'Vi player down, let's throw it on over to Avenger and Carl Harris.
Well, they almost got our names right. I mean, the thing is, it's crazy that actually Na'Vi loses 1 player there to 0-1-0, and with such a huge flex out there, considering that they would have effectively had all of Pachinki to really work with, and we didn't really get that Stalber fight here, Avenger, as obviously Foot was able to take that and handedly from them. Slam G just going up towards Kameshki.
This is the most normal circle to what a far eastern plane path we've seen ever. Like, we were speculating, is it going to be military? It's going to be military, like 5 months of power here. Now Navi's can pull up, and Flores is like, we're getting our chip back, Flores, and you're about to die. So that's what happened in here. Let's see if he can do some more damage and delay and Navi further, though. But it feels like these guys, the Na'Vi guys, are going to be very clinical with how they kind of approach this and execute this clear of the compound.
It's a weird one, right, in terms of this single compound challenge, because before Blue Chip, you could potentially get away with that kill and then just kind of run away, or the team might not even come your way and just, like, leave you alone. However, with Blue Chip, there's so much onus on them just coming in and cleaning you up. So... And it's because your team's dropped so far away from you, it's less likely that they'd be able to get your Blue Chip off the back of all of this. So, for Flores, he's gone. there was a little bit of movement from 010, but I don't think they're going to be coming to the rescue of that anytime soon. And Na'Vi doesn't even have that much of a focus on them to even leave this area for a while if they really wanted to, because they are in the circle. They're chilling.
The question is 010 just gonna camp the Potato Hill recall station?
Rest point?
What's happening here? Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
First phase here. Spotted Bushido. TMO is on the distance here as well. A lot of kind of central spots being held up already. Alamo on Keda at this point, and Hall of Fame, if you may, or whatever you want to call it. Look at that. They're actually encroaching a little bit here now. Hekatori's alone here. Is it going to happen again? That Navi's going to... Yeah, I don't know. The other guys... Oh, the other guy was south. They went down to the Fairpier side because they know that that's theirs, yeah. Maybe Hekatori is just waiting for them to come in, right?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. 100%. Bam! There he is, Hekatori. I mean, the thing is that if you're going to leave anybody there who could potentially take your 1v2s, your 1v3s, it's that guy. Hekatori is that guy for the team.
He is him. He is him for sure.
Yeah.
All three of them are kind of coming in like... they... Yeah, look at that. Okay. Arcus is in there. They're going to clear it. Yeah, okay. This is... Okay, yeah. They're going to spend a little bit of utility on this. Molotov's up top. They've seen him. Damage done now. It's scary for him here. More utilities being committed here. Tarkus with a nade in hand. That could be a good nade too. 58 damage to Hekatori. Has to get a first aid off immediately. Has the Molotov, the stairs. More shots coming in. Global Army takes down Soset. Nami's trying to backfill this here. Soset's knock. Hekatori's healing. And Extends is now trying to come in. That's one. CCNX finds Hekatori still off the high ground, off the High Raptor road. Now Extends is the last player here for Na'Vi. And look at that. It's FaZe trying to backfill this fight here. As we so often see actually in a wrangle with these kind of normal circles, that teams feel like they have the surplus of time to go in third party because not much happens of significance in the first circle here.
Yeah. What a very interesting little interaction between 010 and Na'Vi. I mean, of course, yes, I guess, you know, being able to try and anchor here or trying to bait a blue chip move and something like that could have worked, but they spent so much utility just shoring up their defense. I think that was brilliant by 010 to make this happen. And of course, Na'Vi had one player already in the res station, so there's no way Extends could come in to try and deal with this. And he's in the air now. He's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, let's just go down to Extends and try to play as a two-man, see if you can maximize. Yeah. If the circle goes north, they'll go check, see if they can maybe kind of scramble a little bit to get those blue chips back. And then the Potato Hill recall station would be close enough for them to kind of have one here. But Wobble Swords, like, this is a 4-team fight. Obviously, Na'Vi left and got killed, but now Wobble Swords and 010 and FaZe is in there.
Mm-hmm. And of course, if you're tuning in just now or from the past couple of games since me and Avenger have joined you here on the mic for the games, obviously our scoreboard on the left-hand side does now have that tracking of those reses going down, spinning out from that. But just to kind of confirm that as well, obviously yellow is being resed and then green is in res progress. So you can keep an eye on that as it goes down, as unfortunately Mogo also goes down.
It's a little bit unfortunate for Slam G. Now CCI next goes down to X-Razor here for Wobble Swords. And now they realize, okay, it's just a completely different team. FaZe also realized that they are also within distance of the knock. Subila goes in. I love that. This is ballsy. They needed to do that here. They need the points. He's just going to follow him. I hear some steps up there. Yeah. Smokes are being deployed. He has multiple utility. He can go outside and just kind of clear it out a little bit. Small Global Army finds one at King. Global Army finds two, James. Insane.
Really good stuff him to get this going. Also, one of the off angles is too far away, so it's all on really Zubila to do something about this. Sends an aim forwards here. Completely negated by the wall. Brilliant stuff here from 010 so far. So much utility being spent in this compound from multiple teams. Zubila takes a lot of damage there. And it's all from Tarkus. Here comes reinforcements, but this might be very deadly here for Vorpal Swords.
I don't know about this commitment here. They didn't have an advantage here. Gustav finds Subila. Global Army flushes it. X-Ray is the last player. Gustav shoots him. It's down to 20 HP. FaZe from the distance here having a huge impact, putting a lot of pressure onto these two teams here, which is a minute and 10 seconds still for this next pop here to go. As I talked about, so much surplus of time.
Global Army could get all 4. If he gets Razor here as well, it could be all 4. Tarkus comes around the corner, cleans it up. 0-1-0 with a brilliant defense overall.
It should be changed as well. If you get a wipe, it shouldn't be the organization or team name. It should be the player eliminated, you know? Instead of 0-1-0 eliminated.
And his little face pops up.
Yeah. Bam! Hecator. Now, GK here, obviously off the western side here, they've seen all this. They also within the 1 kilometer knock distance here, so they're going to be kill feed tracking this. They're going to know that 0-1-0, Wobble Swords is down. They know that FaZe is close, so they are probably, again, information through the early game is extremely vital. You're going to guesstimate where other teams are, their paths in, and what compounds are going to be free, and even try to sniff out 2-2 splits. And with this from GK here, like, they're going to know that FaZe has multiple players. They're also going to hear the shot run. They have multiple players up on Potato Hill, so it's not going to be worth it. But now with the circle popping here, this next circle goes south, actually huge for 0-1-0, but they're down 1 player, and Navi is now down to 2. Like, 0-1-0 is not going to leave this compound at this point. They have tons of bodies they can loot, and it's quite heavily contested at this point here. Now Keta takes shots at Ascent. EK decided to stay here, maybe even try to contest FaZe Clan at the top here.
Maybe. A lot of movement, a lot of rotations. We're going to see teams driving past each other very quickly. At the same time, as you say about GK as well as FaZe up on that Potato Hill position, technically speaking, it's such a pain of a location to defend as one team. Normally, you have 2 teams residing up there, one defending the east, one defending the west. But FaZe is on that big 2-2 split at the moment, so I think they might be a bit apprehensive about staying up there as just a 2-man. And I think now Gustav is driving around a little bit, whilst we're still watching on board with Kref. They are trying to rocket past these teams, even his high beasts.
Yeah, below actually a little bit too close here. Keter takes shots here, gets down Service. Supi finds Keter. A scrappy fight here between Kref and Hypebeast. Phosphate finds Supi. Phosphate gets found by Toygar. And now the knocks are getting stolen as well. Falling a little bit apart for both Hypebeast and Kref here at this point here. We'll try to confirm this one. Below we got that one. James finds Hoppercock of Krint as well. So much fights here happening because of this big southern shift.
But Krint went all the way into Potato Hill. This is kind of crazy by them, considering where they're going and in between teams as well. I think they got here way too late. That's too bold a play for Krint for that kind of movement going down. At the same time, they are kind of tucking tail and running away. James also moving away from where GK is firing at him. So they realize now that there's an extreme threat up on the top of Potato Hill as Diffex connects with Gustav. Good shots coming out from him, but he has to back off.
Joker Benito is joining that fight here, but I think FaZe might be able to either put him in a car and get a rest, or just arrest him quickly here. Bushido also in a fight with Hypebeast. Might be able to find him here. Look at this, Medibay spotted below. This is a little bit rough for Hypebeast, to be honest, James.
Yep, they're in a bit of no man's land here at the moment, as Medibay is feeding this information back to the rest of his team, not wanting to taking too many shots. There's no reinforcing shots that could be fired alongside his, so he'd have to be very on the mark with it. He does see that the team is being shot entirely, though, and I think that's Ascend shooting some shots from far away, quite honestly. They're on the hillside west of Shelter, so which is technically a great spot for the circle as well, if they're able to kind of hold and maintain that as for Ascend. But Bushido's weighing up their options. I mean, the big split that they're on as well, they're just trying to control some of this north side of the circle, as well as junkyard position, so...
More teams moving in here. Obviously, next circle pops in 30 seconds, and GK trying to get this information off this western side. How deep can they go in case it goes south again? PUBG is now trying to get this spotted out. Krint, Vena's just trying to survive a little bit as much as he can here in this Harry Potter tower. As we see 0-1-0 also in the distance. BB team also has a great 2-2 split off the middle, new compound and kind of Raptor Road as well, popping off for them too. But TMO likely have to move off this northern spot. As it goes deep north. Okay, not bad. Maybe they can go to Justice and play from there. That'll be optimal. Okay, James is out.
Yep, just caught off on the move that they were trying to make here. It's a little problem. Obviously, can't really get that chip, can't really get that res going. Now, these teams are too kind of centralized. The teams are too coordinated and kind of condensed on this area, as Foot is also going to be moving forwards. They do have a big BRDM in play. This compound only really guarded by one, Bushido member. And actually, they've ran each other over on the other 2-2 split as well. So that means, technically, if Foot wants to hit this compound, they don't know it just yet, but it would have been a prime opportunity. Unless there's a Panzerfaust there.
Yeah, unless they run into Nail Cup, but yeah, Foot actually just playing off to the other side. Eventually, they're probably going to have to fight with TMO. I'm not sure it's the full team of them. It looks like a 2-2 split for TMO at this point here. I don't think that's worth it, but let's see that kind of plays off and for them later in the game. Foot, yeah, this is not going to be too bad of them. The riches here is paying off quite heavily for them at this point, yeah.
3 small ants in the distance being guarded by a huge tank. Just driving around. Whoa. All right. Fast and Furious. Dequel. Don't flip that boy. As Toiga's going to have to join him as well. Oh, Nay goes forwards there. Tark's doing quite a bit of damage. Vamos, I mean, they knew that he was here for a little while. And obviously was causing some problems for 0-1-0. He got a knock and a flush earlier against them. So 0-1-0 had to move. And Vanos is trying to get a little bit of compensation for all the damage that happened to them on Potato Hill.
Oh, Scav, yeah, trying to make a little bit of a mess of things here. Oh, that's great. This is exactly how you play the BRDM. You play
sandwich.
you play it in a way where you force them to make a move and you get everyone else to kind of get in and get back up here. Vanos still trying to get rid of Tacos at this point. I don't think that hits. Oh my god, actually connected quite a few shots. It's down to just 40 or so HP. Now he can actually make a move forward. Global Army might be able to get rest as well. Okay, utility. Nade, smokes, and stun grenades for later usage. Chrissy, though, has spotted him. He's going to take him down. 3, 2, 1. Shots connect here. Oh, good zigzags. A little bit of a jump as well. Oh, my God. Actually, almost clutched it out. But, yeah, not Duke this time. 2 kills for GKN. This Southwest is to entirety of their control here at this point here. Slam G down to just 3 players. But now look at this. Nades from High Beast are going to come raining in.
Wow. Big attempt. Oh, Kesser and Novik cleaning that up before I could even react to this fight as a whole. that was swift.
Yeah, well executed by them. Oh my god, Southeast, huge shift here for BB team onto the new compound. Ascent taking that southeast side, and also Hype actually managed to get Phosphase back. There's tons of bodies now on Hype as well. They're going to have the entirety of that tempo dip and all that northeastern side that they're going to be able to close out here. Let's see. Phosphase sees TMO. I think he looked in the distance there. He was still in parachute. He saw TMO actually coming in there, so they might be able to set up for a defense for that one.
Love the replay. Thank you. As quick as that dispatched of a very important dip in a circle like this normally for that rotation and that potential from it all. But TMO actually full trying for the backfill here. They did knock one off in the north side of this. The rest of the Hypebeast is actually retreating all the way back towards that dip to make sure that they are completely safe from it, knowing that TMO is on the rotate.
Oh my god.
No
that
way.
car straight into Global Army, and it's it's like a good love story here. It started with this compound with Navi and 0-0, and it ended here with Fairest being the victor after that car just slid into Global Army. Unfortunate for them, but yeah, although the teams are going to realize here, especially Ascent now, going to take control of this southern side here. Foot also setting up on this edge here. Also, so many PRMs in play here.
Still the dip persists. Still they're chilling. They're waiting for an opportunity to try and do something about this. Of course, that compound that BB team is in is a very high profile at the moment. And it's obviously got some strong position to defend against. So people will be eyeing that up, maybe as a crash or something like that. TMO's making a move against Bombilovo and the boys, but it's not going to work out. Bad Boy 2K already down here against all of this. What is going on? What?
Kickflip!
Oh my!
You were stunned. You were stunned that was able to be happening. Oh my god. Foss taking down 2. Bombilovo, last player, now has to try to make a move here. Actually just sends it off here. Not worth trying to save the other guys. Might be able to get more out of it, but yeah, that's crazy kickflip. I didn't know he was a skateboarder, but Hype Beast out in 11th place.
That was mental. I've never seen a BRDM quite flip. I've seen some BRDM flips. It's not that uncommon, but that one, oh my god. Amazing. Best moment of the tournament. Day 1. In game 5.
Yeah, Joker Benito here. Looks like to get held out just outside the placement points here in 9th place. Let's see if Nodi can make something happen in a bat. Ooh, that's a lot of damage done. Has to go and heal here. Phase 4 does 3 damage per second. He has a jammer pack though, but next one's gonna go a lot. Hands of Hope out. So Joker Benito actually managed to get 1 placement points. That's huge. Bushido now on 5 kills.
Considering they've been hot dropping all day, 18 points is not as bad as I thought it was going to be, honestly. Like, they have just been in the thick of it the whole time. They've gone down in 8th, Jogo Benito, and again, I don't think they're going to be doing this in the next game day for them because, you know, there's twisted minds in those locations. There's still potentially Phaser, and it's just, there's so many big threats that I don't think it's going to work on out. But our circle shift comes in, of course. DK's got a lot of room to work with, alongside what would be Phase. So effectively, I think one of those teams is eventually going to have to win out that south side fight because that is a big slope down towards that beat up. And we're back. You know, just play it again. Just keep playing it. That's so cool.
That's not even skateboarding. That's I don't even remember what it's called. Where you're dancing on the ground, like flipping on your like turtle shield. What's it called?
Break dancing. How do you forget it? You were the champion of your high school back in 1998.
That's the meme. I even forgot that. That's crazy. Yeah, that's back-to-back high school champion.
That's you, yeah.
Yeah, Face Clan now here with 3 against a Bushido that's 4 and a Foot that's on the distance and a BB team that's on the distance. Gonna put a lot of pressure onto them here, but 63 points on the day with 1 more map to go here. It's just absolute bonkers. Oh, there he is. Shot from Vard, finds Crossberg. And look at that. Bushido, Celtic finds 1. Medibay finds Gustav 2. Down to just Fex. Has to try to make a swing for it here. See if there's somebody on the edge. Maybe he could survive for a little bit longer here. Not sure.
A bit of rapidity about this move, and also Foot is looking to be rapid on this move as well. We're trying to sandwich Bushido's position here. Celtic does quite a bit of damage to them at the same time, does take down Cappy, so not bad. There is a Panzerfaust in hand, wants to bring him down as fast as he could, and he does take down Nail Cop. Good stuff by T-Bone.
On to just Medibay and Celtic now. Celtic with the res on. Got shots from Phil first. Look at that BB team. Oh my god, shots coming in. Fex connecting just a little bit. Medibay connects a lot. Fex gets 2. Vard gets the other, and that's another placement point. And 2 kills for FaZe Clan. That's huge for them. But Foot seemed to be the surviving factor of this one here. But the BB backfill here, massive for BB team. Foot getting destroyed a little bit weird by that.
That's a big backfill by BB team. Loving it here. If they can try and make something happen with it all. I mean, they have such a strong position to work with right there. And they know it as well. That 2 moved north to try and shut down anybody coming in from this side. They've still got 2 in that compound as well. Geeky at the same time does know that they could continue to put on some pressure against the teams here that are over in this spot. Fex is done, man. How are you supposed to get out of there?
Yeah, it's just impossible. Let's get the flush there from Molodok. Gets the point on that one, yeah, but 2 placement points there for Fex if he goes down now. This point is also fine. Scav trying to survive just a little bit longer here. EK obviously being delayed here with Chrissy being knocked 3 gear on PDD. Has to get the stims off. Only 1 first aid and 1 med kit. No more stims left after this one here. Fair is trying to find maybe 1 or 2 players. Finds 1, connects another one. Oh, and Aniko turns. Aniko's been too good today to fall for that one.
100%. Really impressed by Aniko throughout the day. And now it's Chris just going to be darting up against Diffex. I don't think he wants to be here. Oh, as soon as he jumped, that was the error of his ways that was punished instantaneously by Diffex. As soon as you jump in, you're an easy target. Great stuff by Diffex. Does know that reinforcements are on the way as well. Knows that the rest of Ascend is going to be looking this way. This fight has been brewing for a good part of 5 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Geeky seems to be maybe the... I would say they should be coming out on top of this one here with just based on the terrain that they have. Ascend should be swinging on to the other side. Maybe both of them could actually coexist. The BB team is just taking so much space at this point here. FaZe surviving to 4th place. Good amount of placement points for them. Look at that BB team just like sharks in the water here, taking space against these two teams. Surely DK sniffs us out.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, they have to know that a team is exploiting this kind of a lack of finish for this fight down in the south side, right? As soon as you know that you're constantly on edge, you're constantly having to shut down this position, and Ascend isn't allowing you to do so, they know. They've turned their attention north. They realize they have to be cognizant of it.
And this might even not be good, like, for... Oh my god, shots coming in. Oh, Fix almost got Molotov, but he was too good today. Killerkind finds Spiro. And for this, like, if this makes GK and Ascent not fight, like, it could actually be, like, having quite an impact for BB team. Like, this could make them lose the game if they get too greedy here, James.
Definitely could. We'll see what they want to get done with it. Shots coming in from the Dragunov here for PWD. From a distance, watching them all drive about here. Quizzy strikes, hits Bestalosh. Okay, that's a big one to get things going. Now he's going to retreat away from that angle here as quickly as he can. He needs a bit of cover, I think, as Aduzi's looking for him. A nade to confirm it as well against Bestalosh. Great stuff by Quizzy.
All right. Let's see what you guys get on here. Shots connect. Nice. Quizzy's just been so accurate today. 300 damage for them. They're just pushing them away here. Not good. With BB team kind of focused on this side here. This could be, I mean, Ascend, if everything kind of plays out for them well, and the circle, never mind, circle went northwest here, straight onto BB team and GK. It's going to make it rough for Ascend to get deeper into this game here.
Aside from our Krint versus Kraft game, we are seeing the same culprits up at the top of these leaderboards. Phil first finds it's Chris. But a BB team's been fantastic today. Ascend has been fantastic today. GK's been fantastic today. It's just a little bit, you know, out of their normal wheelhouse currently that FaZe is absolutely blasting as well at number 1. But BB team looking to continue on this defense. They have the Panzerfaust in hand, knowing that Ascend had gone for a huge wraparound. This is giving GK the opportunity to control the circle, though. Huge stuff.
I mean, if they get the points from this one here, I mean, it might be worth it. Multiple Panzers, multiple utility kind of in play here. Killerkai just waiting for the opportunity with this P90 and a Panzerfaust. How disgusting is it?
See if they can do something with it. Coming around the corner here. Phil first is trying to maybe act as spoiler here in this corner, not making too much sound, not making too much movement, making sure that his opponents might spring that trap. And that is already Brexico taking down Phil first, catching him on that angle. Perfect stuff. Molotov, though, with the P90 finds Killerkai. Will they be able to get more done? Aniko's been brilliant all day long so far. Goes for the Molotov. But Molotov docked. Will reply in kind.
One more Panzerfaust. Okay, yeah.
Another.
Cheeky. Boom.
Oh,
that's
it's
2
explosions
left for
everywhere.
It's just Panzerfaust galore. Shotgun coming in too. Oh my god, he blew himself up as well. BB team out in 3rd place. It's a free win for GK. Can they get some of the kills here? I'm not sure it's even worth... Oh, he didn't even get it. That's just the freest win I've seen in a while. For 3 kills for GK. And the win, 13 points coming their way. But BB team with 9 kills too. Yeah, and as you said, Ascend, GK, BB team, and FaZe, they've just been on an absolute tear today.
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand why BB team wants to deal with that backfill, right? As, you know, technically they had control of the circle, but it is very downhill from where GK is. They're going to be able to deal with those angles pretty well at GK, and then Ascend's coming in from the back of them. If they come in through that compound, their backs are dead to rights. So BB ends up being a bit of a sandwich there, but in the end, GK gets a win, question mark? Yeah.
GK get 13 points. They get the chicken dinner and the 13 points. I don't think they're going to have the max points, actually, out of this one here. 9 and a third. That's 14 points. So BB team's going to have more points in this game alone. But again, this circle here made it extremely difficult for BB team. And actually, from a normal circle, a quite interesting kind of things to end things here with.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Let's head back to the desk here from their thoughts here to get things a-rolling.
I love the way Kailara summarized that. EK wins, question mark. That's kind of where we're going to sit at. Before we get into this, though, because I'm hoping it'll come up on the highlights, can we talk about that little flip that we got to see? Kailaris is calling it the best moment of the tournament so far, Toby.
I like to think they were better, but this one is definitely going to go... It's rare that you see a vehicle weighing so many ton being able to do this, which I think in skateboard terms would be at least like a double or maybe a triple impossible flip. And then like a double spin on the nose as well. That's like a 10 out of 10 type move. They could have stuck the landing a bit better, maybe 9.5 out of 10.
That's mental. Like, I think that would be the equivalent of being in like a spaceship going to the moon if that was like a real life car that you were in and that flipped that many times. Like, just crazy. Crazy.
Yep. And then what wasn't crazy was the fashion in which EK came in and won the game. So, we got a bit of both worlds in this game with EK arguably having the least fight for a win I've seen in years. And then, the full chaos for everyone else on the East.
I love the way that like Mark and I are giggling and we just can't like let go of that. And Toby's trying to bring it back, bringing up EK, and I'm like, I could just talk about the flip.
No, you guys, not do that. Let's dedicate this post show just to being a BRDM flipping, please, by all means. We can add some music to it as well.
It's not a vehicle, guys. It's a new space program that PUBG is now launching out because the BRDMs are going out to space.
And anyone wondering, they're just not down with the law. There's so much law about the BRDM, obviously.
Okay, you know what? I think what we have to do is now talk about the actual game. And let's summarize this for someone because they're going, maybe they've just joined right at the end and they're like, why are you talking about GK like that? But Mark, it was a gifted win, right? Is that fair to say?
Well, they did say GK with a question mark. Question mark used to be BB teams. A BB team would take the result with 14. See that transition
well played. Beautiful.
Look, it was just zoned for them. They took the high ground. High ground normally gets you a better advantage. And the chaos that was in that compound, how many panzers came out and everyone was just ensured destruction. I think at that point, Sam, it was like, well, we seem to be the same teams in the top 4 at the moment. So let's just have a bit of an explosive penultimate game.
I would like to devil's advocate on this one because I think it was the opposite of zones that got them the win. It was the fact that they actually got shifted away from for almost the entire game. But where normally you push into a circle and then you're forced to take fights and in the end you get kind of pinned down, the teams that were on their side of the circle always had a better place to go. So every time they come over a hill going, we're ready to fight. Wait, there's no one here. Okay, next circle. Guys, we're ready to fight. Wait, now they're 200 meters away again. Like, they never fought anyone, so they were just kind of strolling from the west, like from Pochinki all the way to where the game ended. They were just kind of walking and then getting themselves a win.
Getting themselves a win, back-to-back wins as well. I mean, nothing to frown about. And you can see there on the overall leaderboard, that's going to play in their favor as well. We are seeing, as Avenger likes to call it, the sponging of points at the top. FaZe, BB Team, GK, and Send. This is happening in real time.
Yeah.
The other teams need to start getting a little bit worried, Toby.
Yes and no. No, because in the end, whatever happens in group stages will be reset twice over, both for last... I mean, okay, so for group stage exclusively, yes, there's definitely something to be worried about. My only concern is that as much as I love seeing FaZe play well, because they have played an absolute incredible set of games today, I have also seen them do that on one day and then come into a next stage of a tournament when the leaderboards are reset and end in 11th. So I love that this is the phase we're seeing, and I'm desperately hoping that we will see it play throughout the tournament. But I'm not gonna start the alarm bells just yet. As much as they played well.
I mean, you might not start the alarm, like the celebrations here, but for me, FaZe Clan is walking a very thin line, Mark. Like, it's halfway through the year. We haven't seen them at LAN. This is a team that's repped by one of the biggest organizations in the world. Like, they have to deliver. What they're doing now has to happen all the way through to, in my opinion, to the end of PEC4.
This is a statement, isn't it, Sam? I think you've hit now, right? They haven't performed. They lost global partner team. They've come in. They've not got the invites to the LAN. They didn't perform the first half of the year. The guys are desperate, so they made a change. They stole a player. They took it from foot. They took the core. And then it wasn't as good as what we'd expected to be to start with. Now, this is the last chance for them to close the year out. They're a big org. We expect big things from them. They've got a huge fan base as well. They've even got the FaZe Sundays. They've got their own day named after them. They're proving a point here, and they're actually putting a massive line in the sand. Actually, guys, we are here to fight. We have had a big pickup. And look, 68 points. We're punching our ticket straight to the finals. The rest of you need to catch up.
It's fair, and it's something that we're going to be keeping our eye on. I want to talk a little bit more about these teams. Before we do that, though, I want to remind you of the G coins that we're giving away, because we're getting you involved in all of the action. So there is the art contest where you can submit your skins, your designed skins, and you can win some coins if we like them. I want to remind you as well, though, because a lot of this is happening on X, please make sure your DMs are open so that our admins can slide on into them to give you your codes. Make sure it's coming from the official accounts, obviously, so that you don't get scammed or anything like that. But your DMs do need to be open. And then don't forget, we got one more game left. At the end of this game, we've got a really fun segment when the day is finished, where we're going to answer a bunch of your questions and we're going to sit and chat. And this is an opportunity for you, really, to ask the analysts and to get involved in the conversation, so you can submit your questions as well. Just make sure that you use the hashtag that's on your screen right now. And then you can win G coins if we use one of your questions. And I'm excited for this because I enjoy the idea of just being able to hear what viewers have to say as well. Toby, what do you think viewers would say coming into the last match of the day?
I've learned that listening to the viewers can sometimes be very dangerous, and you have to have some filters to it. But I think in overall terms for today, I would like to go out on a limb and say the viewers have been entertained. Regardless of whether it be in the crazy mechanical skills we've seen on Miramar, or the wild game that we had on Taco, or quadruple flip, somersault, whatever you want to call it, BRDM plays on a wrangle. I think overall we've had a very entertaining day of games, and I like to think that that's what's been echoed throughout the Twitch chat for the day as well.
You think that's what they're feeling, Mark? Are we entertained, I guess, is the
Always
question.
entertained. EMEA. This is the toughest region, Sam. You know this. I think the question is surely going to be how many times does a BRDM flip before it lands? But no, it has been explosive for these guys and girls out there. They might have a lot of questions about why are we seeing the same teams at the top and why is it unfolding this way? They might want to ask some questions about their own teams and actually where they're supporting, what do they need to do. So I like this segment. I've done it a few times in the Masters. So it's no filter. Get the questions in. Sam's going to pick them and ask them. I'm
pretty excited about that. I'm also going to answer some. I've decided I'm going to join in
have
in
to.
the conversations.
Ooh, okay.
You have to. That's
just
a rule.
for the giggle. Yeah, I'm in there as well. Okay, so one of the things that you said is some of the viewers may be asking why they keep seeing the same teams at the top of the leaderboard today. And Hull, I'll pose that question to both of you. Why do you think that is, Mark?
Or you can't put it down to zone and luck or anything like that. So I think we've seen a mix up of all of the teams. I do think Martin actually sort of described it. I think they were always going to be explosive coming into this one. It was always going to be an aggressive start here to prove a point. As I said, it is about getting through as quick as you can. Do you want to go through to last chance? No, it's too risky, right? You can't. It's half of a lobby's going at that point, so you really don't want to. So the likes of FaZe, as I said, we've already got a point to prove. GK are now catching up. BB team have been solid, and James said before, right? We didn't get that BB team in EWC, so I think they've got to make sure they get enough points on the board, and it all ties in to the lands. PGS and PGC. That's the point that these teams are proving at the moment.
In agreement, Toby, or have anything to add?
To add to Mark's point, I think one of the reasons why we shouldn't be expecting to see, these four specific teams up in the top, Ascent, GK, BB, and FaZe, is because in tournaments past, neither of these four have usually been very good at kind of weathering the chaos of early on group stages. They've usually come back in on a day two, or maybe some of them gone last chance and then started getting their footing. But in this case, FaZe in particular have done an immaculate job of just staying above all the chaos, being able to avoid conflicts they would usually fall into. It kind of happened in the beginning of Miramar today, but then they were able to reset, and on top of that, get a 10-kill win, right? So I think for this particular four, to have them up on top is actually kind of out of the ordinary in terms of day one group stages. But happy to see them being able to turn that around for this tournament.
It's worth noting as well, Sam, though. You've got to remember, these teams that are at the top, these are regional partner teams, right? And global partner teams. These haven't come through the chaos that has been open qualifiers, and they've been able to fit into that chaos really well. So interesting to see. They haven't had to sort of run the gauntlet so far, but they're definitely putting the, I suppose, the next gear into effect in these group stages.
And also, I suppose it's a good time today because we spoke about this in the pre-show with Kalaris and Avenger, and I suppose both of you can weigh in here as well, which is the next group that you have to face, that Group C, is really tough. You know, you've got Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds in the mix, win or die. So today was probably the best opportunity you had if you were Group A or Group B to do what FaZe is doing and get as many points as possible, because there's the potential to have to face off against what is the strongest group in the group stages, could we say?
I think it's going to come down to who gets to dictate the flow of the lobby in tomorrow's games and the day after, for that matter. Because yes, you have your Twisted Minds, and yes, you have your, top echelon teams, not just in the region, but globally as well, joining the fray. But we've also seen those specific teams having a hard time controlling chaos. And if the lobby tomorrow and the day after is anywhere near what it was today, maybe those teams won't actually be the ones out victorious. We have known Twisted Minds to be notorious for being always last chance teams. Then they go down there and they stomp everyone. But there is a world where they can't control the chaos to the same extent that we've seen FaZe do today, that we've seen GK and BB and wow, my brain fart. But nonetheless, Ascent, there you go. Be able to. It's just a team that I'm usually not able to talk about up in the top, so I tend to forget about it. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. It's yeah. So I don't want to write it off already now, seeing that tomorrow is gonna be obviously them out on top. Because if it's the same chaos that we saw today, maybe Twisted is gonna take that day or two to get their footing, and then it might already be too late with how well FaZe and the other top teams are currently playing.
Do you think it will be chaotic tomorrow, though, Mark? I presume it'll settle down a little bit. Or with the change up of groups, do you think the chaos continues and the pace we've been seeing continues?
I think we'll see it on both days. I think tomorrow and Sunday will be the same. And for twofolds, we're going to look at some of the drop spots. So some of these teams are dropping in locations which we're going to have the likes of VP, we're going to have the likes of Twisted Minds trying to hold out, and they're not going to give up their drop spot, Sam. So I think we're going to see some early engagement. Then we bring in that kind of win or die. They're really aggressive normally on Taker. They like to push a Bucksang quite early on. So they're, again, looking for them to move in. And then we've got the other variables. We've got the teams like Go On Esports, Kitchen with Squeaky coming in. Eternal Fire always seem to find a way to get through and qualify as well. It's a Turkish team. So I can't see it dialing down. So I do think today's about that statement the guy spoke about earlier. If they can make a statement today, if they can make sure they get enough points on the board, FaZe, for example, let's take them as going into their final day of groups, right? They can just kind of do whatever they want to do. They're qualified. They put enough points on the board on their day number one. Then their day number two can be about, okay, well, let's actually send a Twisted Minds. Let's send a VP over towards kind of last chance qualifiers.
We're moving into the final match of the day here at the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall. And this was just a little taster of what the post-day podcast will sound like, because we needed to chat a little bit more as players got into the lobby. But now you know what to expect after this game. But first, let's find out how this plays out. Let's talk about this circle now, Toby.
Yep, I will do that in just about 1 minute and 10 seconds time, same when I see it. Until then, I will once again mention that for a second Erangel game in a row, Mark, we have ourselves a Eastern plane path.
Yeah, this is pretty much with the heart and soul of the grassy pastures this time. So a little bit more of a split. Some of these teams who go for the alternate drops. Interesting to see Esports go out early, so they're not going for Style, but I think they're trying to not risk that sort of Slam G, and he's also the same Slam G, not doing the same as well. Rest of the team should get their prio drops. But I worry if we see more of a northern circle, we see more of that centralized, especially the likes of Esports, BB and Vorpal Sword. They've got to get themselves off the island, and then we've got teams like FaZe and Geeko, which are very well known to kind of close that bridge down.
Definitely. No big hot drops this time around. Ferris should be able to chill on his own. Also, worth mentioning that as you can see in the center, that we have only got 63 players on the server. Warble Swords, 4th player, had internet issues, so they could not connect. Therefore, they're going to be playing this one as a 3. Having said that, now to go back to what Sam was saying, Mark, let's take a look at that circle and see exactly what we've got to work with. Is it north? Is it south? Oh my wow.
God.
That is, you know what? That's pretty far south, Mark.
Someone blame Sam. That's south. That's very south. Now, what I said about the teams coming off Military Island, and other teams that can try and lock down Military Island. So it has been reversed. Interesting to note, again, on that east side phase, they normally get quite aggressive. So Vorpal Sword as a 3, as you mentioned. Do they stay? Do they try and maybe find themselves into the center of military and let phase come over? Because when that kill feed starts to light up and we see them in the kind of side, we're going to see more teams maybe push over towards that west. The other big thing, we know Foot Esports love a bridge camp, and they're already potentially setting up.
Well, they might just be doing that. So with that said, let's hop on over to our 2 beloved casters. We know Martin is always ready with the percentage of water in play, and I think this is going to be at least like a solid 57%. What do you say, Avenger?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I would say something along the line of more than 57%. But whatever Calaris says, I will not correct him. How much you think, Calaris?
Well, I was going to start with warning, warning, disaster, disaster, panic stations, because this is, I would say, a 62.4% worth of water, maybe even more than that.
When we saw this plane path, I said to James, this smells like military, and this smells like disaster and military. This is like even the radio and all of Novo was not in, and we've just got an insane amount of water here. But yeah, obviously a lot of teams, our top teams, are already kind of down there. Slam G setting it over early, Geeky coming in, Foot already there. BB team is taking tons of control of your Wobble Swords on the eastern side. Face likely to be pushing in. Scav finds Arctic. They're trying to run up on the beach, but nope, says Scav. He is denying that immediately with the ace here.
Let me tell you, all right, there's many hidden talents Avenger has. One of them is breakdancing, but the second one is his power of smell. That nose, that honker is absolutely powerful, and he could smell that military circle out like that. It was crazy. Well done, Avenger.
And it's not smells of, other types of seasoning or anything. It's just circles I can smell,
It's weird.
It's kind of weird, yeah.
It's a bit of a superpower.
It's kind of nuts, yeah. But on the other side here, we're going to have BB Team and Foot potentially also fighting early. Action Bulldog leaves, as they might hear more cars coming in to back up 8 here. With a 3x Kanye in the 8 and an M4, not an optimal situation for him, to be honest.
No, not really. What's also optimal is actually the fact that there is bridge camping going on. So for all of these teams, emergency pickups are going to be nice. Obviously, we have Benito trying to go for the emergency pickup straight away. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a lot more going on. BB teams take up residency in what is technically a very strong compound. There's a lot of open area around this. Just trees for approach to a compound like that. But where are we going, Molodox? Is he going to the cliffside?
He's going cliff just to get the information to see if anyone's coming in with the ferry, right? But here, Bobble Swords, she's actually leaving. Not worth it to fight. I mean, already effectively, this is, circle 2 amount of playable land. Like we're already quite deep in terms of you need to take some of these compounds that's quite high prio. Foot is locking some of them down. BB team is locking some of them down. Slam is also probably locking some of them down here. So yeah, it's gonna be a mess on this western bridge. There's gonna be so much camping going on for sure. And look at that. The eastern bridge as well also looks a little bit clownery here at this point.
Yeah, we're putting up the phase logos. We're painting the town red. And speaking of red, actually, obviously we have the red zones that you still need to be a little bit wary of. I mean, they're not the most impactful thing, but they can be a bit of a nuisance every so often.
Oh, you think?
010s positioning themselves.
Yeah, we felt that on Military Island on our first day of play with the Danish men. 2 guys got knocked. If you don't spread out fast enough, look at this though. Jacob Benito. The guys are coming back in. They've seen them.
They know.
Quite easily. They know. Not much damage connected already. That's a great jump up to the roofs here. I like that. More damage coming in from Naleb. Molotov finds Nodi. Naleb gets tons of damage too. Phil first. Re-peeking with 22 HP. He's going to get knocked with the headshot of this ace, though.
Krastalny takes him. Very well done there. Naleb's already down there. He's completely finished off. It's Slam G joining in all of this. A Boostic from the distance is able to deal with it. So for Jogo Benito, I don't know. You stay on the roof and stay there forever. I don't think it works, but it's safe for the moment. For a second.
Yeah, not really worth it. Look at that shots coming. Oh, Badusi gets him quite easily here. Good peeks from him. 9 HP though. Yeah, let's see Jogo Benito with this here. Not the best of days to them so far, but yeah, still not single digits like TMO has at the moment.
No, definitely not. Bushido's going to be the one taking the ferry and see them getting on board and waiting for things out. Now, do bear in mind that the ferry port is the Novo port, so it's not going to be vulnerable. There's not really going to be anybody there waiting for them. It's just not feasible. Everybody else wants a bit more of a more secure location in a circle like this earlier on.
Yeah, and I actually like it. There's no big chance of anyone kind of camping Novo. They're going to be able to get in.
They could jump.
Yeah, they could jump, but you know, they could get into Novo, kind of backfill, loot it, get the cars off the eastern roads as well.
True.
And then move in there somewhat safe with the guys. But let's see what they decide to do here. As a lot of teams are still managing or trying to manage to try to get in here with Ascend on the eastern side. Kryn still looting. Hands of Hope still in the middle. And Kref going to be very slow coming in from Severny. TMO obviously from Yasnaya also being somewhat slow here. Let's see what... I mean, the eastern bridge is completely open. Nobody knows at this point here. FaZe decided not to camp it. They wanted to get in and get priority here on this very southern military island circle here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As soon as I said jump, and then you expressed your extra thoughts on getting to Novo, the more I much more prefer that, right? Because vehicles are so important. You're really going to be able to get them on that north road in a circle like this. Very unlikely without even casualties with all of these teams moving as fast as they can. As Brexco also just going to be boating on down here. Will he wait for the rest of his team or even just a few members? Who knows? Just wants a guaranteed secure boat because they were coming in from that far east side. As we still have more bridge campaign.
As much as I like any circle here is going to be crazy, but I really hope that western bridge is going to be even for a long time because we're just going to see so many scrappy fights. We're going to see so many crazy plays where they're camping up and down and below and sides like. And again, hype. I mean, sure, you're 8th right now, 25 points, a decent game. You're going to be in there, like you're going to be able to get 5th, but like our top 4 is just like. Double the amount of points. They're so far ahead. And I mean, the eyes on Ascend right now, they're trying to kind of defend these 51 points that they have right now. But the fact is that I feel like 51 is going to be safe 4th no matter what happens here in this game.
Well, at least they brought some vehicles along on the boat as well, so you don't even need them from Novo. But it just guaranteed that you've got them. Saw them? If somebody was coming along. Yeah, they saw them. I mean, they were heading ahead of them before anyway, but they chose not to shoot anything. I mean, technically speaking, it's Chris who was the passenger of that boat. Should have also been scouting and seeing what was going on. Kiliakai coming over in the glider. I didn't realize that. He's got one passenger on board. Or is it Kiliakai that is the passenger, actually?
Oh, it's +1, yeah. Eniko's there.
Yeah.
So that's great. I mean, Kiliakai has the gun in hand, so he's the passenger. Yeah, you're right. And for this one, with TMO coming in on the eastern side here, now it looks like it's going to be 3 teams. They have spot... Hands of Hope is there. Kreft is spotted as well, so I'm not sure they know that it's 2 different teams at this point here, but it's going to happen eventually. Oh my god, Southern Circle, dude. That is crazy. Great predicted.
I had to bring it back just for a second because it would have been catastrophic and crazy. But yes, no, we're going all the way south. And yeah, this bridge could get really spicy.
Yeah, I mean, both of the bridges are going to get spicy here with 3 teams coming in there. I mean, Bushido slowly on that eastern side. The inflatable boat rotation. I love it. Are they even going to get a free crate here as well? Look at that.
Oh my god, the big shot.
He's shooting. He's not even helping. Headshot as well. Abort! Help him!
Do I have to do all the rowing here? What's going on?
It's Quizzy. Okay, I didn't. It was Spur got the knock there. That would have been nuts. But yeah, this is great for them. They're gonna get in somewhat safe here. But let's see what other guys is deciding to do. Are they waiting for the ferry? Maybe jumping off? No, we got.
Can we turn?
Flushed. Yeah.
There's an iceberg. Okay. Oh, no.
This
Okay,
is-
we're getting out here.
This is a strat. I'm curious to see how deep they get here. Like with this southern circle and them being 2-2 split, it's gonna be a difficult run no matter what. Like there's not gonna be any cars on the road available. It's gonna be just like west rotation all the way through.
It does make me wonder if the other two are waiting for the ferry and they have vehicles. I know it's insane because it would be going all the way south on a circle like this, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. It has to be. They have to play as 4 there. Like they have to jump off.
I agree, but then they wouldn't have vehicles. But you'd have to go through so many teams to try and get to the other two, right? It'd be insane.
Yeah, we'll see what they are ending up doing here. FaZe was a 3-man in the Grandma southwest side here of the military island. This is, I mean, pretty good at the moment, but again, we have one more circle to pop. It can go almost anywhere, obviously not south into the water, but could go to east, could go west, but obviously could also have them quite centered here. So far, it looks like they could be pushing through the 70 points on the day, James, which is more than averaging a win plus a few kills per game, which is insane. A great step up from FaZe here too. Was that a BRDM I saw? Just
that was a BRDM.
Yeah.
BRDM rotate. I love it.
Yeah,
we
that's
never
great.
get to see this.
The amphibious vehicle of the BRDM.
Yes. This is its natural habitat. Oh, not your natural habitat on the bridge. Bomb below over takes down Tarkus. 0-1-0. Oh, comes around the corner. Global Army's right there, ready for the trade.
FaZe has him 11 shots. That's a spot for the rest of the guys. Peeks in. That's, yeah.
Wait. No.
Damage on both sides. It bounced kind of weird. Great flashbang here. Kidder's gonna fly in with this. Boom, boom, headshot. Boom. More shots coming in at FaZe. Oh, look at this. This is rough for 0-1-0. Novik is down. Bomb below will flush at this point here. Kidder down to half. And now,
what a treat.
This is
for the end. Yeah. For the end of the day, this is absolutely insane.
Kidder not even going for the flush. I like it.
Nope, trying to get a little bit more defense going, but
that's
he's gonna go on fire. He can't get out of that.
Great.
He's gone.
Nope, no, it's 2-2. No,
he's between. We were fooled by the camera angle.
I was sure that it's just gonna hit behind him there, but
same.
Kidder's sending it in. AK 3 vest in hand. Look at this. He's just sending it.
The circle's got worse, Avenger, whilst this has been going on.
Yeah, I saw it. It went southwest, but let's see if Kidder and 0-1-0 here are going to have some funny things to be happening here. Oh, Kidder is going to get the info. Oh, great shots and info here from CCI. Now it's just down to FaZe. 50 HP on him. Only 3 first aids. No stims, no bandages.
12 shots left. 10 shots left, unless it's
not
an
an
observer
optimal
bug,
situation here.
No, definitely not. I mean, I feel for observers when we have this kind of scenario going on. There's so much silliness happening at the moment. There's still potential for bridge kind of conflicts going on. Krint, I think, might be waiting for the ferry. No, actually, no, they're driving to the east side again, so they can't be. They just don't have time for it. And likewise, Hands of Hope, you can see them rotating south of all of this going on.
Just to beat them.
Still, Kref has to cross.
Just to be them just slowly coming in.
Oh yeah, all 4 of them. I forgot they were in it on the amphibious mode.
They stopped for a team first aid guy. I can't believe it. Oh, that's great. This is the best 6 game in terms of content from start to finish I've ever seen. CCIX now trying to move up to.
I thought you were going to say they were stopping for a tea break. I don't know why that was in my head, but. This is wild.
1, 2, 3, 4. Nice shots. Connects 4 kills here for High Beast, but probably not going to happen and get much more from that. But that's the cue for the teams on the northern side to try to get across. Krind also, both with a boat and with a 3-man run. What a crazy circle here for that third shift to still have 40+% water here. Difficult game. BB team really chilling. Slam also looking good. Foot, FaZe. Navi also has the dip above. And the ridge is above BB team on the northern side. Bushido now moving into.
What vehicle did Diffex and Spiro have on that
Not sure.
side? Because I think it might have fallen down the cliffside here. Here they are. They're shooting at the one Krint member that's still kind of rotating on the boat. Meanwhile, the other 3 of them are north. Is it that boat? I'm sure there's a vehicle behind them where we're looking at now. But anyway,
just shooting the boat. Look at that. Oh.
It's a lot of damage.
I mean, this is the one beach where you get easily up, right? So it could be just another vehicle that they dropped off. Nah, it looks like nothing. Oh, shots coming in. Nail Cup gets VAR'd. That's huge. Massive for Bushido. They now have the information here that it's a team with just 3 men left alive. And James and Fex. Fex with low as well. Gonna be rough for FaZe Clan to defend this. They might not be able to get into the 70 points that I was talking about. 1 HP for him.
Well, they're actually also dealing with the man Nugdib on the other side here. Fuzzface is doing so much damage against them, so it does actually take out the majority of Kref so far, who are moving across that bridge. But Fex trying to hold on the fort. No, Nailcop will take him down. That's FaZe done here. It's technically their worst game, but damn, what a day they've had.
Yeah, crazy day, and now they can go on a well-deserved early break here after the 6th game, ending early for them. But yeah, difficult circle. Obviously, the next one goes away from water here. Phase 4 land ratio in effect, which means the BB team is looking good. Na'Vi actually decided to crash on that southern side where Bushido was fighting FaZe. Now Kref got a cross, but Hope, Schwein, Supi, and Daquel is the last player here. FaZe actually, going out 14th was a little bit surprising for the position that they had. But yeah, Bushido, they sniffed them out early.
Yeah, considering the BB team here has this compound and there's been constant south shifts, they could actually overtake FaZe on the day. Imagine. Like, that would be insanity. Considering how good the FaZe day has been.
That would be insane if that happened. Yeah, I think Phosphate actually managed to get 2 as well from Kref. They're down to just 2 players sword and kill feed, so they managed to get 6 kills off a bridge camp. That's kind of worth when you don't have any priority into the southern side of the circle, so decent day for them overall, but still needs to step up. But with this much sponging from just 3-4 teams coming in on the top, the cutoff might be lower than the 85 points that I was talking about. Yeah, we'll see once we get to the last day here. Hero found a Quell, and Kref goes out in 13th place here. EK now moving south, even deeper.
I cannot remember a later. Bull rotates. Okay, hits one shot, and they do have to get towards the rocks as quickly as possible to try and negate this angle. That could be an insane nade. Did it bounce? I can't tell if it bounced.
Dynamite fishing.
Depth charge.
That's not good. 36 in Spur as well. They're inside though, so they can chill a little bit, get heals off. This is a rough ridge to climb though. More nades on his hands. Yeah.
Surely no more.
I don't think so. Vanos. Nope, no more. Now it's down just the full 3 gear, the ace and the arm.
I mean, the thing is for Geeky, actually, well, Spiro's gone, but PWD is detached from this situation. There is a 3-1 split. PWD could technically try and wiggle his way on in, but he's coming in from a compound that is locked down. I mean, Krint is looking this way, but also if he has to move and gets rid of Salak at any point, who looks like he's just going to let himself bleed out because obviously he had no meds, Foot is also looking down from the hill at that compound as well, and they did just hear some shots going that way, so he should be gone, should PWD.
Yeah, quite easily. TMO also kind of coming in there, and even though the circle is away from the fighting line into this next circle, straight down to Hands of Hope, so with that high ground advantage, that might be worth it. But let's see if Stade actually springs the trap onto 8C, or if he tries to survive just to try to get into the placement points here. That would be worth it for sure.
Creeping.
Frost is creeping too. So much blue healing here. Imagine being Beamy here, everyone copying him. Frost is down to
what an innovator.
What an innovator. Frost is down to how many first dates? I can't see in the small...
3, maybe?
3 or 4? 5?
5, okay.
So he's chilling. He can banish twice and then hit it once more. So he's actually... He could get in, actually, behind. But obviously not expecting a TMO Stade on the sides of things. But Vanos finds defects. That is rough for Geeky here. Very difficult. A lot of shots from every single possible angle coming in here. And Vanos managed to get Diffix.
Yeah, he definitely put a thorn in their side, right? Like, this has been
absolutely.
all Vanos really shutting down this GK big to rotate, the big attempt at them getting in from the boat.
Good nade. Oh, actually not. It hit the rock and bounced, made it slower here.
Yeah.
And Vanish got into a little bit of cover and it's a little bit too far away from him. Oh, Scaff from Narnia found Fussface. And the Bat found State as well. Bestelux found Quissy and Vanos here. Tons of damage. Also done. Smoke's coming out.
Not too bad to keep himself alive, delay this a little bit further. I mean, there are shots going the way against GK, and Vanos does know that, so he heard them peppering that position. But now they're peppering his position, so he's got to be a bit careful. He's looking for anything he can possibly get from all of this. Meanwhile, Hands of Hope is taking the fight. Spirit does finish off Vanos, so GK does get retribution for all what was going down. But now they're dealing with that compound that does exist for BB team. Hands of Hope here is getting absolutely barraged on this position. It's only for Nabat to try and do something. Hibako is disconnected from this spot. Zaitz is looking to reinforce.
Yeah, he's trying to take this ridge away from them here. Maybe, yeah, get a little bit of a nade pop. Didn't connect anything. Nabat just to get some shots in. Scaff there with a bolt, then turns with the A's, takes him down too. Foot under tons of pressure here. Scaff found as well. I think it's just down to 80, and he's low himself. 35 or so HP, has to push forward. Try to put pressure onto Bushido, but all the teams that can see Bushido is putting in damage onto them. Navi and Slam too. Mutant
on such a rough plateau.
6 bullets left in the Mutant.
This is so scrappy, this game. What a crazy game to finish things off. As Vorpal Swords up against Ascend as well. Again, Ascend has had a brilliant day. Can't speak. And M249 here from Navi as well, who's looking to do a little bit of catch-up. Only 29 points on the day so far. But this could be a good opportunity from them on the east side, cleaning up quite a few of these members.
Yeah, they could actually take control of the entirety of the eastern side here if they play it right. Sibylla alone here. Wobble Swords. Maybe try to get over there. Yeah, shots coming in here. Fair is connecting. That's a C4 actually rolled down. I love it. Hands of Hope trying to get back onto this. The BDM still active for them. What a great play. I mean, them having it, trying to, I mean, they crossed actively with it. And then now staying on the northern side, they maximizing points here. Points maxing. Oh my god. Well played by Slam, but losing one player, 2 players to a knock there and made it extremely close. Lurks jumps in to get the heal and now can smoke and get the guys out. Phil First has found Brexco and then sent us down in 4th place.
Full CIS Slam for this one. BB team with the compound. Navi moving in ahead of them. And Slam G up in that north position, who, again, I mean, to be honest with you, we watched them in the PPT as well. They were impressive there. That was a bit of a shame. With the Lynx AMR, just 5 shots remaining here for a doozy, but he's already got 3 off the back of it. The Lynx AMR, an absolute beast. And to be honest, the BRDM would not want to be going near that. Never mind the idea of if they've got any Panzerfausts in the boot.
Yeah, exactly. Especially not thinking you're safe in there. That's not the time you want to go with the BDM against the Lynx for sure. But then again, Navi looks to be controlling the entirety of the eastern side here and also the central side of the circle here. Bisluck trying to get in and get a little bit of ground, but he just gets peppered by Navi. Slam getting up back to 3 players is obviously huge, but they also eventually are going to have to move up. Shots coming in. Hackatory absolutely slams Lyrics here. He's going to get knocked. Now they can take space. One is going to get the res off, and the other one is actually just sitting inside. Boostic healing a little bit. P90. Ooh, what a player to get that on.
Yeah. I mean, it writes itself here at the moment here. Slam G is going to get absolutely battered if they are not careful about things. They have to try and use the BRDM. They have to try and move down, surely, with all of that. Because, I mean, BB team, obviously, are PGS defending champions. They have been rattled by that result at EWC and are on the warpath. Almost 70 points in 6 games, Avenger.
Yeah. I mean, they are going to break 70. There's no way they don't maximize and get just one more from this one here. They have the circle. Look at that. Now you just pick up.
Do it!
Them 249 explode that. So much damage coming. You have to move it, get it behind, get it into cover. More shots coming into it. Surely just waiting for him to get in. Send it. It's already smoking just a little bit. It's down to just nothing here. But yeah, if they can get below this lip a little bit here, then It might actually be okay. This circle popped quite okay for them here. Now BB team is the team that needs to make a move forward.
Yeah, what's the price? Where are we going? Are we going to this tree alone? I mean,
That's
those
a
shots are
three-man?
non-stopping. Okay, try and drop the cover.
Easy.
Oh, no.
Easy.
Don't get hit by a Dorito, please. Please, tree, make it bounce, if anything.
Oh, getting into cover. Does he have more smokes? Even this might actually be resible here. Even though it doesn't look like it at the moment. Crawl in. Oh my god,
this is
BBT
rough.
making a move. Look at that. Ferris.
Oh!
Ferris getting all three of it. Beautiful here.
Ooh. All right. 4v4. BB team, Na'Vi. Neither... Well, I mean, Na'Vi's got a little bit more control of this circle, but Filthus did just see that movement coming in from Na'Vi on that left-hand side. He even sees him once again. He sees him moving down towards that crate. He's going to try and go for the molly. If he goes for the spray, does he catch him? No, he doesn't. Ferris just playing a game. Oh,
he's on fire.
He's on
gonna
fire.
get knocked. Oh, he's not. That's
didn't
actually
get
fine. Molodak get Hagatori though. That's a good player to get down here with a P90 in hand. 3 versus 3 effectively at this point. Shots coming in. Do see tons of damage done here. Tries to get one down. There's 2 players just shooting at him. Sosa gets him down. Best of luck, Molodak. Last 2 players here, James.
yeah, he was a bit indecisive about which angle he wanted to take, considering that there were 2 threats available against him. Oh, he sees him. He's dead to rights, but he gets taken down. Ferris is blasting with the M249 at the moment here. It's going to be on best of luck to really try and do something against this. He's moved to the tree. He's trying for it, but I don't know. I think Na'Vi's going to see him. Oh, Na'Vi. What a win coming out from them, Avenger.
Yeah, what a great way to finish things here for Na'Vi. Tons of kills, 12 coming their way along with the win here. That's going to put them close. Just updated there as you see 49 points here. Massive for them to finish things off with here. Again, Na'Vi, a team we were expecting to be up there, but only this game here put them in there. 23 points from this one here. They were in our big mid pack there. They were in our 20s when we started the last game there, but yeah, what a great way to kind of finish things. And 5 big teams at the top sponging up everything, leaving everyone else with nothing.
What a day for the big boys. We said for FaZe they had to come out and do something. They did in spades. And then, of course, BB team, the biggest of teams, getting number 1 after FaZe has had such an insane day. And then for Na'Vi to be able to join this top pack here. Any final thoughts, Avenger, before we hand it over?
I mean, what a crazy day, right? Circles has been everything but easy. Curveballs. We only had that kind of one easy kind of central wrangle in the first game, but everything else since then has just been absolute mayhem. So yeah, a difficult, chaotic day to stop things for, but the big teams doing things that we kind of expected from them and performing at a level where they should be.
Yeah, the first 100 meters has set the tone here for PEC Fall, but it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. We'll go to the desk and hear their thoughts about game number 6.
Thank you, Kylaris and Avenger. Before we get into game number 6, Mark, I have a bit of a bone to pick with you. I do believe that leading up into this, you said, I'm going to paraphrase here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but something along the lines of, no teams have consistently been spoon-fed zones.
Maybe.
Okay, I mean...
okay, excluding
Do you
BB
stand
team.
by this?
I must have had muted my mic at the wrong time. BB team getting the zone, but come on, Sam. They got some kills as well, right?
I mean, what there's a saying about you're lucky, but like you need the hard work to get the luckier. What is it? The harder you work, the luckier you get. BB team's been working pretty hard throughout day 1 of PEC4, so I think they're entitled to that luck, Toby.
Yeah, no doubt. I think if you go back and you watch just map feed alone, like up the speed a bit and watch through all the games, it's not like BB team outside of this game and want to start off the day have just, been sat in a compound waiting for days on end and then the game has just kind of come to them. It's that even when they've been on the edge and the circle has technically shifted away from them, it's been the best, like, where they could rotate to spot that they've had to go to. So no, it's not like they've been sat in the circle center for 9 circles in a row outside of this last game. It's just been very straightforward rotation pathing needed from them. Having said that, in a chaos lobby like we've seen today, it's still, as you're saying too, Sam, you have to go out and earn those points, especially up against this caliber of a lobby, and BB team have surely done that today.
For sure. Now, one of the things we do have to talk about is Na'Vi, because here they are, Mark. They finally appear. They're a team that I've been waiting for throughout day number 1. How did they claim that victory?
It was a good rotation for them. Well played, aggressive stance, and obviously at the end they knew they had to try and deal with SlamG obviously working their way through, and then obviously try and capture and deny sort of BB team. So a good end game for them. A lot of chaos, but Na'Vi has the discipline to keep their heads cool under pressure.
Should we take a look at these overall results now? Because this is day 1, just completed. And between BB Team, FaZe, and Ascend, Toby, I mean, specifically BB Team and FaZe, this is looking really nice for them in terms of qualifying for the championship.
No doubt about that whatsoever, and I think it's, I mean, we're talking about who's going to be scared seeing some of these teams up at the top. I think the only teams that really should be worried are your likes of Twisted Minds and other, like, top PGS contender teams that could fear FaZe or BB Team, for that matter, should they get a good start to their next day, that they could go out hunting. The thing is, and that's a whole other conversation, but that's also a reason why, I mean, the likes of FaZe and BB would want to see Twisted Minds finish well in the grand finals, because they want them to do well at PGS so that they unlock more spots for PGA. There's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. So yeah, no, it could go either way. I don't think neither FaZe nor BB Team would want to hunt Twisted, though. I think there's too much for them to gain by seeing them in the PGS events too.
So we've spoken a lot about the big boys, if you like, Mark, on the left of the leaderboard, which you're looking at. On the right, though, the Mythov, that's a drop-off I didn't expect to see.
What, obviously, a slightly new mix-up of the team, right? But what you have to question, obviously, Needix obviously playing out in APAC now. Is that a big loss to the team? How they're sort of coping with it? I did expect bigger things from them. 2 parts. Obviously, the qualifiers were really good for them. They look strong, pretty consistent. They could get a huge number of points out of the day. Yes, we are now in group stage, Sam, so it is always going to be tough. We have the regional partner teams. We have the global partner teams here as well. But when we look back at the PEC, obviously coming from spring, the Mythov got through on qualifications in the group, and they were just above the cutoff point, which was 76. They ended on 77. This is not acceptable for that team. They cannot be put in the 6 games with only 9 points. They have to go back and reset. I think it is maybe a little bit too late. They would need a huge explosive final 6 games.
That's the good thing about myths, though, right? It's sometimes they're true, sometimes they're not. And right now they're not.
Ah, Toby. I'm glad that I shut up and let you have that, Dad joke. I hope that you enjoyed it. Day number 1 is complete here at PEC Fall. You've seen all of the best teams in the region battling it out. You'll get to see more tomorrow. But this is not me saying goodbye. This is me prepping you for our post-show. The first time I get to do this. I'm pretty excited. Changing
we
it
get
up.
the vibey music as well now.
It's a super loungy, vibey music.
Welcome, guys.
And now we actually get an opportunity for you to get involved because you have questions and we're going to answer them, right? So let's get into this. You've been submitting them on social media. The first one, I'm going to read the name from another screen because it's very important that we say these Twitter handles, or so I've been told. So this one comes from and they want to know.
Can you spell that for us, please, Sam?
SNWWWWWW.
Great.
How would you pronounce it, Toby?
Oh, good fun.
There you go.
There we go.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Snoo. I'm going to keep doing that. The question is utility, smokes, Molotovs, grenades, more important than gun skill at the top level? What do you think, Mark?
Difficult to answer. Obviously, I've been quite fortunate to look at the TPP circuit this year, and I think that utility has had a big impact for teams being successful. When I bring it back to kind of the FPP, I think we've seen recently utility change. We're seeing, especially with the introduction of blue zone nades, we're seeing a lot more heavy util thrown first with the grenades, the molotovs, and now we're seeing these teams kind of stacking up these blue zones, getting the opportunity to confirm someone out without even having to reach a building. So I would say the potential util, if a team can refine at the top level, that can make a huge difference because I don't have to risk going to get those extra points if I don't need to.
What do you think, Toby?
I will say it depends. If you assume that anyone like to even take part in this debate has a base level of mechanical gun skill, then I would argue yes. If we're like just literally going, if you only had nades or only had guns, how would you win a game? Obviously, I would say the gun will probably win you more games than exclusively throwables. But I will also say that among top echelon teams that already have a good baseline gun skill, oftentimes, if not more often than not, it's the utility that ends up winning them the game, that kind of gives them that upper hand in an already close mechanical game. So I think we have great examples of, the Twisted Minds era of last year. They kind of pioneered great nade utility, and see what the results they got from that, right? And with more util being added to the game, we're starting to see new teams come up with different ways of utilizing it. So I think it's true. Utility among peers that all have great gun skill might weigh more heavily than gun skill.
So I would argue at the top level, right, the floor in terms of gun skill is you have to reach a certain level to hit that floor. But maybe you aren't as great as some of the other players that are in the lobby, and therefore if you have good utility, that's going to give you the upper hand. But for the most part, like the gun skill is step one. Good utility just amplifies your playstyle, maybe, Toby?
You can put it this way. It's very easy if you're good with util to counter a person with a gun. You throw a nade in their face, they go down. You throw a molly on them, they have to move. You throw a flashbang on them, it doesn't matter how good your spray is because you can't see anything. Where it's very hard for a person with a gun to counter a nade. Yes, you can shoot a molly out of the air, but other than that, there's literally no counterplay to a well-placed piece of utility. So in terms of like a rock, paper, scissors battle, the nade, as long as it's not a molly, will literally always win that battle.
Well, we saw it today. We saw it today, right? We saw Kreef versus Krint, and obviously that play from them, there was 2 versus 2. He knew where the person was on the tree. Kreef threw the molly. He forced the player with the util away from the tree, and therefore he got the knock and he put it down to a 1 versus 1. So this is the prime example that we've seen today, that actually a good player, all at the same skill level when it comes to guns, actually good use of utility can really change the course of a game.
Let's move on to the next question. This one is from Dino PUBG. What an easy name that was. I'm kind of disappointed. Which player has the best vibes at LAN events? Okay, so I want to jump in here because I was at a PGC, the one in Dubai, and the player that sticks in my head, and I think it was just because at that stage, if I'm not mistaken, he was with Polish Power. And I think it was his first PGC, and he was just running around like if a small child was given too many chocolates and sweets. It was insane. Like that kid was just bouncing off the walls, acting like this was the best day of his life. Every day was the best day of his life, and I loved those vibes. Every day I saw him, he was just telling me about how great everything was, which was kind of cool. So he's my pick for best vibes, I would say, just because he was the first player I thought of when I read this question. And then I was trying to think of like other moments and other events, but that's the one that I keep going back to. How about, Mark, you've been to a LAN now. You can dive in here.
I've been to PNC. It's a very different vibe, PNC. It's the All-Star event. It's different. Obviously, my first event, I got to meet everyone, so everyone had a kind of different vibe to them. Spent a lot of time with Nedix, really, really cool guy. The whole French team was super cool and really chill. Went out to dinner one evening with them. But then, like, even people like Fex, like, he was such a cool guy. He was just such a cool guy because just sitting there chilled out. He wasn't what I expected to be from what we see him playing really aggressive online. He's a Welsh guy, expecting to be like really like, oh my God. But no, he was just such a cool cat. So kind of Nedix, a bit of Fex mixed in. But I think it's more of the PNC vibes.
How about you, Toby?
I'm honestly surprised you didn't just insta say your main man T-Bone. I'm sure he's going to be sat back there.
I know.
Mark,
if
bro,
I said that,
I'm right here. What do you mean?
No. I've been called out, mate. 100%. I couldn't say that. I know I couldn't say that, but you lot would call me out.
Can I share a little bit of lore? Because T-Bone was on my list just because remember back in the PEL days, Toby, like all those years ago, pre-COVID, when you and I sometimes got to work the qualifiers and then once or twice I got to do the interview role at that. I had the funnest conversation with Michael or whatever it is. I never know how to say it. And T-Bone in an elevator at the hotel, and they had just started. I think they'd played through qualifiers to get in, and they were so excited. And T-Bone was still just a baby, and he was so excited about being there and talking about it. And I remember that conversation. And as the years have passed and carried on, he's got super serious and he's not as excited. But the vibes back then were also like Marcelic jumping off the walls.
He's super chill still. He's all the front. I'm sorry.
I will say that
one
thing is that you can let a caster drive your car in PUBG. Another thing is that people would let me drive a car in countries where they drive on the normal side of the street. But T-Bone is the only player at least, that I think would allow me to drive a car with him in the UK with him as a passenger. That is, that is confidence in your fellow buddy, and he did that. So T-Bone is definitely a nice guy. I will say to add to the list, I think. If we stick within EMEA, as this is obviously PC, then I gotta shout out to my Scandinavian boys. Maybe it's just because we've grown up in the same mental space or whatever. I will also say that all the Ascent boys are super chill, always very nice, down to earth. Always try to get some German in there, but I haven't spoken any German since 3rd grade, so it's very short conversations. But no, I mean James, Gustav, Beamy. All the Scandinavian guys, they for me at least, we gel really well on LAN.
It's so hard to pick. We played football.
They're all nice. We're blessed with cool people in PUBG.
They are cool people everywhere.
Yeah.
And T-Bone doesn't drive though, Toby. So there was no other option.
So he didn't have faith at all. He just didn't have any other options. That's what it is.
He
did ask if there was. He did ask me very vividly if the airbag was working, and I didn't understand why. But maybe now that's why.
Well, now you know. He didn't want to do that. He had no option. Forced.
It was it's either Toby or death. So
there we go.
Yeah.
One quick thing was really funny, Sam, is that where they went to is less than 5 minutes walk as well. So he didn't even trust Toby that far in the car. He literally drove around the corner.
Toby, you're literally going 2 blocks and then I'm
we're
out.
Good.
Yeah.
I love it. Toby's driven me before as well.
That's true. I forgot about that.
Also 2 blocks, and then I got out the vehicle. So
it's funny. That's how long people
2
can sit in a car
Toby.
with me. Yeah. I'll make a podcast.
Toby.
I don't want to do karaoke podcasts or car karaoke because we only get half a song.
Yeah, you don't even get a full song. Okay, let's move on to our final question. This is from Benson H773 or H73, who knows? And they want to know, is the revive system a good addition in competitive games? What do you think, Toby?
You know what? I'm going to keep it brief since I yapped so hard for the last one. Yes, I like the revive system in PUBG. There's enough counterplay for it to be taken away from you. And when it works really well. FaZe got himself a 20-point win in game 1 where they died early, kind of. So, yes. Among other things that I dislike, this one is actually one of the ones that I do like.
Fair enough. I'm kind of in agreement. I'm not adverse to it. I'm welcoming to it. What about you, Mark?
Exactly the same. I think it brings a different dynamic to the game. FaZe is a good example from today. If you remember, obviously, the first game, they went down to 2, came back. But also the other side we spoke about, sometimes you don't want to do the recall. Sometimes you don't want to give the points away. So there's a level which we're still kind of learning how this sort of plays out. So I'm interested to see how that recall kind of sets. And now we can see it visually on the left-hand side as well. So really big shout out to the production team to be able to put that together. I think that's going to bring more to kind of the esports side.
Damn, this was fun. I am enjoying this post-show vibe. We got to stop now.
Okay.
We've got to end the show, but this was really fun. I would like to do more of these. I want more questions. This should be a little standalone show that we can post on the socials. I enjoyed this very much, gents, and I enjoyed spending time with you. I get to spend more time with you tomorrow because we have day number 2 of the group stages for PEC Fall. Make sure that you set your alarms. There'll be some PAS action in a little bit as well, so you can watch that. But we will see you tomorrow for the best region.